Here we go. We're good to go now. I Welcome, guys. Welcome. Okay, I think we should start now. People already on Twitter and Facebook, Instagram. Okay, interesting. Welcome, guys. Um, hey, TK, how you doing? Welcome. You're the first person in the house today. Welcome. Can you hear me? TK, can you hear me? TK, if you can hear me, let me see an emoji, 100 or something. A request for the mic. I actually want to ask you about your friend, the one you spoke about the other day. I want to ask you about her. If she'll be willing to come and speak about it, what's going on with her, what happened to her rather, um, on the platform. I'd like to know if that's possible, so arrange we can arrange for an interview.
Hey Jimmy, can you hear me?
Hey TK, I can hear you. Good morning. Are you okay?
Hear me, Jimmy?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Let me fix my Bluetooth. Hold on.
TK, can you hear me? Oh boy. TK, can you hear me? Do you want to drop and come back? If you can hear me, drop and come back. Yeah, okay. Let's try that again. Is there an update for? There we go. Let's try this now. Yeah, there's no update. None. Okay. Go.
Hi, Jimmy. How are you?
I'm fine. Can you hear me now? TK, can you hear me? Oh
Can you
no.
hear me, Jimmy?
I can hear you, TK. Can you hear me? This is not nice. Okay, let's start all over again. The space is acting up, so we gotta start all over again. Hey TK, can you hear me now? Hello, TK. Okay, what is going on? I don't know why this happens all the time. Okay. Hey guys, welcome guys. Can you guys hear me? Ikenga and Osa. If you guys can hear me, let me see an emoji, please. Can you guys hear me? Ikenga, can you hear me? 100. Okay. Can you request for the mic? I want to be certain the communication is right. I was talking to TK earlier on and she couldn't hear me. I want to be certain it's not coming from my side. Here we go. Also, Ikenga to is coming up. All right, let's go.
Can you hear me, right?
Ikenga, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Nice. Thanks for that. Thanks for confirming that. I was worried. I was wondering what was going on.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. All right. Beautiful. Thanks. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, guys. Welcome. It's chaotic out there. A lot of people are just it's coalition, 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 coalition. Man, it is.
You want to sit down?
Yeah, I mean, today's Friday. Might as well just chill out and relax a little bit. General, welcome, welcome, my brothers. Osas, Ikenga, Ikenga, um, you, you're the sponsor of this particular topic.
In a way.
In a way, yeah, in a way. I like that. In a way, you are.
In a way.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah, I push for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the topics I had at the back of my mind. But then again, topics like this, not every single person can resonate with it. Not everyone can understand, um, you know, the true story behind this kind of a topic. Osad, if you can drop and come back, drop and come back. I cannot. It's showing connecting from my side. It's showing connected. Um, the topic is quite interesting because I have something similar uh, going on with someone I know personally. I have something similar going on with someone I know, and
Jimmy, sorry to come in. You
yeah,
saw the comment by Adonti, right?
I didn't. What was that?
Yeah, Adonti said something.
What did she say?
Yeah, maybe I shared a comment with you, so you
Please,
say
please. It's a sensitive topic that
yeah,
people.
very sensitive.
Yeah, very. It's a very sensitive topic. This mindset of it's my child, my biological child. So I don't need permission from anybody before I can have access to my kid or kids. It's not as easy as people think it is, but we're here to talk about it, and I have various of examples um, to state out incidents, real life incidents that actually turned out to be fatal in America here.
You saw check your ear.
Okay, let me do that right away. So it's a very interesting topic. A lot of people are not paying close attention to it. I just saw General's comment now. General said it depends on if the stepfather legally adopts the child. Otherwise, no, he should meet the child away from the stepfather's house. Okay, that's a good one. I've seen Tudo's comment as well. All right, so Paula will be on your show, but she wants to talk. She wants to talk to her hubby first. You know how this. Okay, all right, beautiful. That's understandable. All right. So Anonti said, okay, this is interesting. So, just words into my house and say to me, "Nne, could you?" I say, "Wow." Okay, that's evil. I don't understand that. Regardless if it's a good time or not, you might as well move in. I don't know what Jimmy means by permission, but if it means inform and agree, then yes, you need my permission. So this discussion is really arguable depending on your perspective and definition of the situation on both sides. Okay, agreed. Regardless, it's courtesy to discuss and agree on the meeting date. If I have a baby for someone else and I'm married to another person, it's only courteous for my husband to know my child's father is coming, especially if it's on a day outside the agreed dates. Yeah, I mean that's beautiful. Exactly.
That's where the argument comes
That
in,
is
right?
where the argument comes in. That's where the argument comes in. So,
That's where the argument comes in, bro.
and that's what people don't understand. A lot of people don't
Yeah, so
understand that
the
part.
situation that led to when I think you have to start properly so we engage.
Definitely. Thank you, Kinga. Thank you. So, I listed out. I did some digging yesterday, and I listed out couple of incidents that happened that actually took people's lives in America here. Couple of them happened across the globe, but it's more common in America here, United States. So I picked up a couple of those. I'm gonna be sharing with us very soon. I'm glad people can hear me. Welcome, General. Hey, I see Dunke in the house. Okay, nice having you around. Also, I don't know what's wrong with your network. You might want to try again. So, based on what happened last week, um, I've changed the dynamics of having speakers now. I don't want that chaotic, incident happening again. So, based on what happened last week, TikTok actually banned me. They banned me for I think 3 days. So, how the ban worked is when I got to see it, I clicked on it. So the moment I click on it, that is when the ban starts. So the ban was given on Friday. So I didn't even check it on Monday, sorry, Saturday, Sunday. I didn't check it. I only checked it, I think, 2 days ago. And I realized, oh, cow, I've been banned. What happened? So it was because some people using the F word the last time. And, I've been given some warning. So, yeah. Well, I'll be back. So today I'm not streaming on TikTok. Only I think only 5 platform: Facebook, YouTube, X, and Instagram. Yeah, just 4. Um, I've been hearing about Twitch, which is now getting popular. I don't know if I should. I don't know Nigerians using Twitch except a couple of my American friends and some of these Nigeria skip makers. But originally, I don't think Nigerians are used to Twitch. They find it difficult to actually blend in with this TikTok thing. But yeah, well, I'll see how that goes as time goes on. I'll see how it goes. Um, so yeah, welcome guys, welcome. It's Off the Cuff with Jimmy with our usual sponsor, OBG Foods. Um, so today's topic is going to be different. I'm glad people can hear me clearly, and you know how I start with my inspirational talk. TK, by the way, I got your message, so if you want to come back, that would be great. Yeah, thanks to already 56 people watching on all platform currently, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Last week was beautiful. Thanks, guys. Yeah, last week was great. About close to 8,000 people were here listening to the debate about bride price. 8,000 people. That was impressive. Um, I hope this gets as controversial as last week, so people can chime in and speak about it. Um, so moving forward, oh yeah, OBG Foods actually gave me some vouchers to give out to people. I don't actually know how to go about selecting who I'm gonna give it to or who's gonna have access to those vouchers. Um, We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. It's just for people to have a little taste of what OBG food is all about. Every state in America here has a store that sells OBG food products. So getting the voucher across to you. And the good part is this, you can actually buy online and they'll get it delivered to you. That's the whole idea. Initially, it was a situation whereby they were actually going to ship a container of freebies, all these African ingredients, red palm oil, tiger nuts, all these spices in about 3 pounds weight of boxes, cute looking boxes like that. They want me to give to as many listeners as possible. But where am I going to store them? And the challenges varies till we figured out a way of going about it. So one of the major challenges we had was um, actually two. Yeah, two major challenges we had was how to get it to people, um, and who is going to be willing to give in their address just because they want to get food product. It's like people having access to your domain, your abode where you stay. So it wasn't practical. So we ended up coming up with the concept of creating a voucher, a gift card. They sent me a couple of codes to people listening, um, to be part of that. So thanks to BG Foods. We'll take a break from them in a minute. But first, let me welcome people once again. Dami, Moses, Osaz, Ikenga, General Dunke. And now we have 64 people and still growing. Okay, so let me just go straight to the point. So today, my inspirational talk is going to be based on doing the right thing. Yeah, doing the right thing. Last week uh, was about I think it had to do with the coalition. Last week had to do with the coalition, and I just weighed in my own view as my inspirational talk. But today it's going to be different. Today, my inspirational talk is going to be on doing the right thing, even though it's not easy. But yeah, doing the right thing is what I'm going to be talking about today. And I wish more people were here to listen to it, but it's a recorded space, so I guess they're probably listening. They'll probably listen in after the show or probably catch up. I had the question last week if I should do the inspirational talk in the middle of the live stream, but then again, it loses the purpose, which is meant to be before I start the program. But then again, what is the point if very few people start the live stream with me and just listen to it? Which is the reason why we're recording. So the bottom line is we gotta move on. We can't wait for people because of that. We gotta move on. So hopefully when we start reducing the time frame, because normally I started with a longest of hours, I think about 13 hours at a point in time. 13 hours. The one we did um, that still stood out was the one to the health in co-hosting. That was close to 24 hours. But now we've reduced it to 8 hours. We're cutting it down slowly. Eventually it's gonna be 2 to 3 hours Friday programs. So right now we're just exploring, experimenting, and building the platform so people can get to know about off the cuff with Jimmy. And it's becoming a brand. It's becoming a brand that is going to serve a huge purpose to humanity. And the whole idea is to create a platform where it's going to be running like a radio station, um, and everyone will have a day to have their own show at the point in time. But yeah, it's a process in the making. But I'm glad it's taking shape. It is taking shape. So thanks for people that are part of the movement. Thanks to people that have been part of the movement since day one, and it will keep going that way. Thank you so much, guys. Right. So before we proceed, let's hear from
In a world shaped by events and happenings, how do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listening on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy.
right. So that is from my own side. Let's hear from OBG Foods.
Are you ready for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and ukazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails. Obidi Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients, the quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. Obidi Foods, in Nigeria or abroad, Obidi Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients for our smoked knife fish and panla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood smoked flavor. Fully fermented and sieved, resulting in fine grain. Our gari is processed from cassava grown in Obidi farms, ensuring high nutritional content. Red and bleached palm oil, organic farm sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, ukazi, or herb, all sun-dried to retain the natural color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings from Ihuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper. Our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. info@obidifoods.limited.com. Website www.obidifoods.com. Obidi Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Thanks for being part of the show, guys. You could be chilling somewhere with your pina colada, juice, wine. Friday, a time to have a moment of silence with yourself and probably families, but you're here with me. Welcome. Welcome. I thank every single one of you. Your presence is well appreciated. Magnifique Trudeau, General Lucci, Dunke, Osa, Moses, Will, Dami, Uluala, and 73 people watching on the live stream. Thanks for being part of this, guys. Thank you. So let's talk about doing the right thing. Not for the convenient thing, not for the popular thing, not for the profitable thing, but for the right thing. Okay. What does it mean to do the right thing? You see, doing the right thing means acting with integrity, honor, truth, even when no one is watching. It's different from knowing what is right and doing it, and knowing what is right and shying away from it, especially if you're the only person standing there to do it. Um, it's standing on the side of principle when you could have easily, made yourself a deal of being part of it. But standing on the side of principle when compromise is easier, but you just chose to do it. It's choosing what's moral over what is marketable, what's just over comfortability. It's telling the truth when a lie could actually save your life. That's the importance of doing the right thing. Those are the effects of doing the right thing. These are the calamities you face while at the point of making that decision of doing the right thing. It's helping the weak when the strong are silent. It's walking away from what's wrong, even if you're the only person walking away. That is the difference between doing the right thing and just watching it rot away. Now, why does it matter? Why does it matter to do the right thing? Why is it important to do the right thing? I tell you what, it matters because the right thing defines who you are. It defines your principle. It defines who you are as a human being, not your status, not your followers, not your bank account. Your character, in this case, is your currency because this is what people look up to when they see you. They see you as a man of substance, they see you as a woman of substance, they see you as a man or woman of integrity. They know you stand always on the right side of history. This world doesn't need more successful people. It's a world where we have more than enough successful people, right? What the world needs right now is more principled people. We've seen power without conscience, fame without substance, wealth without wisdom. But you see, doing the right thing brings back balance in a world losing its soul. I know people will be wondering, what is the whole point of this? What am I getting back in return for doing the right thing? What is the reward in doing the right thing? I mean, especially in a country like Nigeria, what are the rewards of doing the right thing? Doing the right thing doesn't always pay you immediately. You don't get the reward immediately. It's not like you passing a test and getting the result. It's not like you being promised a certain amount of money if you get a certain tax done. Um, it's eventually pays, but it's not the kind of reward people expect. It pays eventually with peace of mind, reputation, and legacy. But that is not the currency a lot of people are willing to go for. A lot of people prefer the cash. They prefer the pound sterling, the dollars, the euro, name it. People trust you. Doors opens for you as a person of integrity. Without cash, it does. But not everybody knows that. People think it's the money that speaks. There's a saying that goes when money speaks, the BS walk out. Well, we can say that in a catchy way just to, cruise out ourselves and have a good laugh. But you see, doing the right thing is different from all those things I just mentioned. You sleep better at night knowing you've done the right thing. The right thing doesn't get you applause, but it earns you respect. Even though the people The respect you might not even say it out loud due to peer pressure or conformity experiment being layered around them. But guess what? The respect will always be there for you because they know you're doing the right thing. And how do we get to know if what we're doing is right? How do you know? Your guts tells you. You might deny it, you might lie to yourself, you might, lie just to be in favor of people you respect or people that have been, paying you to make white look like black. And it happens with a lot. It happens with a lot of people with influence. You see, I've been saying it for a long time. Influence, having influence over people is one of the biggest, strongest currency out there. Influence. It can be used as a tool or a weapon. If you want to use your influence to destroy, it is a weapon. It is a weapon of mass destruction. But in the right hand, it is a weapon. Well, it's a tool in the right hand. It's a tool to build. But in the wrong hand, yeah, weapon of mass destruction. I mean, influence. Listening to someone speak so much that their speech or what comes out of their mouth can actually make an impact in your life. It could be negative or positive, right? So these are the things that actually affect doing the right thing. These are the things that stand in your way of doing the right thing because of influence. If it's in the right hand, it can be used to build, develop. On the wrong hand, it will be catastrophic. So, um, doing the right thing, it doesn't come easy, doesn't come cheap. It's a price most people are not willing to pay. People don't want to be shamed. People don't want to be counseled socially. People don't want to be bullied. They don't want to be called out. They don't want to be dragged. So they conform to doing the wrong thing, even though they know it is the wrong thing. But what if the right thing costs you everything? What if it's going to cost you your life? I wish I could be in that situation at a point in time. Then I'll know it's worth every single thing that I've lived for, doing the right thing. So, if doing the right thing costs you fake friends, toxic deal, um, short come to nowhere, you didn't lose, you didn't escape, but right is not always rewarded by reward, but always honored by time. Time will tell when your reward comes. What matters is you doing the right thing because a lot of people just want to do it for people to see them doing it with the hope or the mindset that, yeah, someone is going to probably reward them. Remember, history doesn't favor the silent people, it remembers the few that stood their ground. When I started the phrase stand your ground a couple of years ago, a lot of people they didn't probably understand what it meant. They thought it was just a slogan, it was just a slang to encourage the people to push them on. It is a powerful statement of doing the right thing. Even though you're being shamed, they can call you names for that. They can call you names, call your principal names. You stand for something. Stand and keep standing. So, what you should do today, be the person who doesn't wait for others to act right. Be the person who chooses courage over convenience. Be the person, in fact, be the leader who doesn't just want to work, but does the work because it's worth it. Because at the end of the day, doing the right thing is not about who sees you doing it. It's about who you become because of what you're doing or what you've done. Stay rooted, stay bold, guys. Do right, even if it's the hardest thing you ever do in your life. Thanks for listening to Off the Cuff with Jimmy Inspirational Talk. That'll be it for today. Before we move ahead, thank you guys. 83 people watching on Facebook, YouTube, and what's that? Instagram. All right, thanks for joining. And we have 18 people on the Twitter space. Thanks for being part of this, guys. Without wasting much of the time, we'll be going into today's conversation. Today's conversation: exes, step parents, and boundaries. Who's really raising the child? It's a good one. It is a topic that I've had at the back of my mind, not in this manner, but it's has to do with step parents. Let me put it that way. It has to be. It has to do with the experiences of people being brought up, living with the step parents. Is I think it was 2019, sorry, 2009. It was a movie called Stepfather or Day Stepfather. Quite an interesting movie. It's a thriller. I don't want to call it horror. It's a thriller. It's an interesting movie. People can check it out. But today's topic is we're coming from a different angle. It's going to involve a lot of points. It's going to involve a lot of other topics. Dive into other topics like divorce, marriage, relationships, parenting. Just you know, by that statement, step parent, it's gonna flip into different boundaries. And we're here to talk about every single one of it. My topics are controversial, but these are real life issues that a lot of people go through, but we just try to shy away from them. But on off the cuff with Jimmy, we do it all out. We talk it the way it is, raw, unfiltered, unrehearsed. We don't practice none of this. I just come on. I do a little bit of background research on the topics, digging, finding out of some informations, facts and figures. That's just about it. I mean, nothing other than that. It's not a real live stream. It's a three-on-one concept, and majorly I've been focused on the live stream. In the nearest future, we'll be going into the podcast and content creating. But for now, we have a society that is growing wild and it's affecting our lives. I said it many times. We've been focused on fixing our country, Nigeria. We've been focused trying to fix um, the political aspect of our country, our leaders. But we've ignored fixing ourselves. We've not paid attention to the fact that we, the people, we need fixing. We need reorientation. A lot of things has gone wrong with our mindset and the way we see things, the way we think, the way we reason, um, which can be complicated. But then again, it is needed for us to have this conversation just to clear it out, come on the platform, learn and unlearn. It's a beautiful platform for Tom, Dick, and Harry to come and have their voice. And that is exactly what I'm doing. So it has nothing to do with people's political affiliation. A lot of obedient, they've counseled me because APC people speak on my platform here. It's not a political platform. But when we get to the bridge of politics, desperate times require desperate measures. We might transition to that. But for now, it's more about our society and what we have around us. Otumba, welcome. Your laugh actually got my attention to the screen. But yeah, thanks, guys. Um, so yeah, here we go, guys. I mean, I have a situation with one of my family members about this particular topic. Exes, step parenting boundaries, and all that. So eh, I'm gonna be seeing it from a different perspective. But I want to hear from people. I listed out a couple of real life incidents about this topic that actually turned fatal. There was a particular one whereby the father, the biological father, went to pick up the son, a 9-year-old boy, from the stepfather's abode, where the boy's mom lives, the new husband or boyfriend, whatever. So I'm not sure what happened, right? But it was a confrontation between the stepfather and the biological father, and it turned physical. The stepfather went into the house, brought out a shotgun, and the father was not bothered about that. I don't know how that works, but wasn't bothered about the fact that this guy has a gun loaded, cocked, and ready to shoot. The stepfather shot the father dead. It happened here in America. I have the video I'm gonna play. For people watching me live on live stream, which is um, the purple capsule on the top of your Twitter screen or Facebook um, ring light, and if it's YouTube, you see it there on the live. So it involved a lot of issues that needs to be addressed. So the question is, who is at fault? From the little explanation I just gave, the little description I just gave now, who do you think is at fault? We have a biological father going over to pick up his own biological son and was stopped by the stepfather, and not just stopped, was shot dead by the stepfather. And this whole incident happened, I think, right in front of the child and the wife. It happened then. So I think it happened last year, sometimes last year. So now here are the questions. It is clear they divorced. But what people don't understand is this. When there is a divorce, an official one, by the way, it doesn't just happen out of the blues. They go through a procedure, and that procedure requires training. It requires getting educated. I mean, both father and mother. They get trained, educated on handling the child, all the children. Now, that depends on the sex of the kids, male, female, all these things are put into consideration. So the point is this: when there is a divorce, they have to go through a court proceeding, and that determines who is going to be having which of the kids, who is going to have the major custody of the kids. It could be splitted into different forms, sometimes 50-50, sometimes 70-30, sometimes 80-20, sometimes 100% on a particular side, depending on the issues. They put a lot of things into consideration: jobs, source of income, accommodation, a lot. They put a lot of things into consideration before knowing mental health, stability. What kind of job are you doing? Do you even have, does your job give you enough time to spend time with this kid? They put all these things into consideration. So when this happens, you should now ask yourself, who then has the priority over this child? Who has the priority over this child? The system is so designed in a way whereby, even regardless the fact that you're the biological parent, the state can take them away from you. Oh yeah, they can take them away from you. So from the people that have been arguing on the TL on this particular topic, it's the mindset of my son, my own son, I mean one, you know, came from my sperm. Yeah, maybe in Nigeria. In a country like the UK, European countries, or America, nah, they go by the book. Being a biological father doesn't make you a good father. So in this case, a lot had to be touched on, a lot had to be looked into. Number one, the stepfather was arguing, um, stand your ground, which is valid. Stand your ground is a law in most American states whereby whoever comes to your territory, your domain, your space to confront you, you have the right to go lethal on them. So the guy is, the whole thing was recorded, by the way. So the guy was arguing stand your ground, which is valid because the video was there. Saw the video. The father was hostile, forcing with, and I think it's the mentality of it is my son. I don't need your permission to have access to my son. But guess what? The father wasn't even meant to be there that day. It wasn't meant to, it wasn't a visiting, it wasn't his visiting day that very day. So he went there unannounced. And I think they've already planned what they were going to be doing for that day. The mother already planned it, and the guy just stomped the place. So now the father didn't come alone. He came with his own current girlfriend. So the current girlfriend was the one in the car videoing the whole thing. And the wife or the ex-wife was in the house or around there videoing as well. So we have two views to what was going on. So at that point in time, from both video recordings, we could tell what happened, and it was clear the man was not meant to be there at that point in time. And before we knew what was going on, it was shot dead. It was shot dead. And from the video, the stepfather was actually warning. He was giving warning. It was giving warning signals. He was saying things to justify himself, you know. And the father was quite confrontational. It was confrontational, standing right in front of him, almost using his nose to touch his face and all that. It can really, really get nasty, especially when you know how that child came to be. You were there when you gave birth to him, you know, you held the child in your hand, you had the skin to skin thing going on, and somewhere from nowhere, um, just things that can stop you from seeing your child. It's a mixed feeling. It's a different form of um, emotions going on at that point in time, but it turned fatal. But that is just one example. There are many more examples that are going to be cited here. But today, we want to talk about a fragile space between love lost and love found. So, what I mean by love lost is the exes and love found, the current partners they're with now. Between those two, a child often becomes the battleground, and that is where it gets dangerous because the exes, they've got their own thing going on, right? But now, unknowingly, they're affecting their actions and inactions is actually affecting the child or the children in between. That is dangerous. So we're here to open a raw and unfiltered conversation about one of the most emotional, complex dynamics in modern families. Where do the boundaries begin and where does it end with the exes and step parents? Who has the final say in a child's life? Is it the one that gave birth to the child or the one who stayed behind? Is love, as they call it, is love thicker than blood? Or does DNA still hold the crown? From bitter custody battles to blurred parental roles, silent rivalries to unspeakable tragedies, we'll dive into this deeply today. Real life cases, as I mentioned earlier on, have been listed out that I'll be mentioning as time goes on, where jealousy, pride, resentment, turning parents into enemies, turning parenting into warfare, and the children are the collateral damage. Today, expect a poetic reflection, had to judge scenarios, and controversial truth. Today, come ready to see life from the eyes of child caught in between this madness. Engage in a very airtight discussion will be had today. And I'm looking forward to two people coming up to talk about this in particular. One of them is actually here. I'll be waiting on the other person to come up, but we see as time goes on. Um, but in this particular case, it's not about who is right. It's who is raising this child in a manner that is right. Is it the biological parent or the step parent? It's not going to be an echo chamber for me. I have Ikenga here with me. He has a story to share about this particular topic. And after that, we can talk about his story, break it down, and wait for the other person to come up and we hear that story. Then maybe I can share the real life happenings, the real life incidents. I think out of the real life incidents, I have two still currently happening right now, still in court, and about six that ended in a fatal manner. Names, date, location, everything, all checked out. I did the finding myself. So um, thanks for being part of the conversation again, guys. The topic still stands: exes, step parents, and boundaries. Who's really raising the child? Welcome to Off the Cuff with Jimmy, guys. Ikenga, my brother, how you doing today?
Oh, Jimmy, my man. Baba, I didn't teach you the cuckoo.
Yeah.
Give it some time.
No, I mean, yeah. It is what it is. You gotta eat, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of busy making some stuff for the dinner.
Oh,
Just
okay.
one time I will be generate. But I'm still here.
Okay, beautiful. So while we'll wait for you to wrap up, let me just go ahead and state the cases. But before then, I think I have a video I can show people. If you're watching me on live stream, you see the video on the screen, and I'm also gonna put it in the comment section for people to have access to it. But for people watching me, here we go.
From you and fucking. This is on video. Get off of the property. Where's my son? Get off of my property. I'll go get him. I'm supposed to have him at 3:15. And you're playing games telling me that I can pick him up at 6? I'm going to have the cops. I've already got the cops on the way to your mom's house. Because that's probably where he is. It's not when I'm done working. I get him at 3:15. I get him at 3:15. I don't care if you wanted to see him or not. I get him at 3:15. If you want to see him, you see him up until 3:15. You keep trying to keep my son from me. I'm fixing to drag you and Anne-Marie and everybody else into court. I'm subpoenaing your mom. I'm subpoenaing Anne-Marie. On video. Leave! Do it right now. You better fucking use it, motherfucker! Because goddamn it, I'll take it from you and fucking put it on video.
Call the police. Call 911.
Where's my son?
Call 911. Call 911. Call 911. Call 911. Call 911. I have it on video, Kyle. You did it, not him.
I told all of y'all to leave.
We came to get his son.
He's not here.
She should have told that.
Employment.
She should have told
None
that.
of y'all should be here. None of y'all should be here. I asked you to leave. I did everything. I did not want to do any of this.
911. Kyle's going to call my husband.
Okay, so Jimmy, are you free now?
Yeah. So did you guys listen to that? I just put it on the. Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna put it on the Jungle Drop now. So that's one of the videos. There's another one I'm gonna put up. But yeah, now that you're available, let's take you now. You can share the story from your perspective, and we'll dive right into it. Welcome. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm cool, bro. I'm cool. Okay, so the thing is this. Just a quick one. You see, in this part of the world, like the CE and Central Europe, we have more influx of Africans here who are actually looking for greener pasture, just like we all do. But in this case, there is a whole lot of desperation among the young ones here. And a lot of young girls want to make babies. They don't want to make marriages. They don't want to make homes, but they just want to make babies for the benefit of what comes with the baby. So in most cases, in most countries in the CE, like Germany, I would say Germany, they kind of like single mothers in their country. Women without husbands, just with babies. I don't know their reasons. Economically, I don't think it's wise, but they do it. So these are people who sit at home 24/7 mom feeding their kids. They get paid by the end of the month, okay? And it's a whole lot of money in that country. And most guys find it difficult to settle with them, even if they are available to settle with them. But those girls don't want to settle with those guys. So they just feel like, yeah, I want to be with the baby, take all the benefits alone. And the guy who wants to be with her, in most cases, they genuinely don't want to be with you just for the sake of marriage or love. They want to be with you for the sake of what they get from the baby. So the baby is more like a money-making machine for them. In that case, we find many cases here where the guy is always reporting the woman to the police. I'm the father of the child. I'm not allowed to see my child, etc., etc. And the girl in question is avoiding to keep contact with the guy in question, so that she gets all the benefits from the baby. So this is the problem we have here, where women report their so-called baby fathers to the authorities for wanting to have contact with their babies. Not necessarily from maybe they have been stopped from having contact with their babies as a result of the mother of their baby is remarried to another man. In most cases, we don't have that issue here, but the major issue is the child benefit that comes with the child. Is what most women are avoiding the men from getting contact with. They don't want it to get involved in their life because of what they are benefiting from the government. So that's a bigger problem here. And we see that issue making black people look like they are jobless, making black people look like they are hopeless people. They just want to jump on any moving train to make an ends meet and all of that. So I find it more problematic for our people over here, because you see young girls pregnant, but they don't want to associate with the father of the baby. And even though the father is available, most of them are genuinely available to take care of the child, but they are being denied access to their own kids. They are being told not to have access to the kids. Even some get court judgment not to have contact with their babies. The reason is what they don't know. Just because the woman wants to stay with the baby alone, just because they were never married before. You see? So I think there's an economic side to this whole thing.
So it's because they are not married. Does this only happen with unmarried people, or does it happen with married people as well?
Yeah, in the case of married people, I don't see that often. But in the case where it exists, like places like US where you live, or maybe in Nigeria, I think it all depends on the situation that led to the separation of the both parties. So if they're separated on a good ground, there could be arrangement made or without arrangement. Okay, marriage is not a do or die thing. It's not a do or die thing.
Right.
You see, for working, you can go your both ways and make sure you raise your kids the right way also. Because you are separated doesn't mean you can't remarry. So while you remarry, we must give kudos to the man who has accepted the woman with the kids as well. We must accord him some respect. But in the case of asking permission to come and see my babies, we are finding awkward. Information is different from permission. I can inform you that I want to see my baby because we ended on a good ground. Okay, I want to see my baby, but taking permission from the husband of my ex I find it awkward. Okay, because I think he already know I existed. He already know there's a father to the child, so he must always accept the fact that I'm not fighting with my baby. I'm fighting with the mom. Doesn't mean I don't want to take responsibility. And there are most men who actually take responsibility of these kids from afar. And they do better parenting than the man who is living with them, because those babies most times, or those kids most times, feel deprived of fatherly treatment, because the father living with them is not actually their biological father. So they might get some sort of private, some sort of certain treatment given to them. They don't actually feel at home. Okay, but when they see their own biological father, they feel some sort of, they feel comfortable around them. But with the stepfather, they are not comfortable. And in that case, you do not want such a father who has already seen that his own child is more comfortable around him to always seek permission to see his own child. So in a case where it exists, where there is a law for those couples, and there is a verdict on who the baby should be with, I think there are some official arrangements that will be made. So in that regard, you follow the official arrangement made already for both of you to co-parent the baby or the child. But in the case where there are no court injunctions or court verdicts that make such arrangements, and there was a good or soft landing for the both parties, I think they can as well come together and take care of the child while they are still apart. And they don't need to bring up any situation where the man has to give permission. Because when you say permission, it means he's actually coming to see someone he has never been in his life. or maybe he has not been a good father. And right now he's turning around to be a good father. So he also have that feeling that I've not been good. So if I'm given situations where I have to get permission, I should follow that way. But when the man is available at all costs in the child's life, I don't think it's proper for him to start asking for permission to come and see his own child. I see it to be improper. I don't know what to say about it.
Yeah. So this is what when you said permission, this is the picture I had in my mind. So it's a situation whereby the father has been a reckless one, stayed away from, beat up the wife right in front of the kids and everything. So ended up leaving family, abandoning them, and abandoning two kids, right, a boy and a girl. And the mother actually remarried to someone else. Now, the person the mother remarried to is now fully responsible for the whole family. Has an apartment, roof over the head of everyone, and now he has two kids with the mother. So those are four kids, right? Four kids under that roof. So two kids don't have their father in their lives, only a stepfather. Two kids has their mother and their father under the same roof, right? So these are step brothers and sisters. So here's the interesting part. In a situation like that, the kids are now, growing. One is over 18, the other one is about 16, thereabout. The 18 already started working, and the father wants to come and visit them, wants to come and see them. So the father this time around is broke, he doesn't have any money, he's worthless. So, but he wants to see the kids, and there is nowhere to see the kids. So therefore, he started contacting the son. So he found a way of tracing them, traced the son to the school where they go to school. So from there, he saw the mom coming to drop them. So when the mom left, he waited, he hung around, tried to see the boy. He saw the boy, to cut the long story short, he saw the boy. He collected the boy's number. So now the biological father has been contacting the boy, sending the boy messages. Now, the biological father is now the demon in the house. The biological father is now the demon in the house. So everything that is going on in the house, the biological father knows about it. The biological father has access to the ex-wife, which is the biological mother, and he'll be sending messages like, I don't want my kids eating so and so. And I will be wondering, how do you know what your kids are eating? How you've not been in their lives for a long time. So what's your business? What are you talking about? So to cut the long story short, now one of the kids is now 18, a boy. Now he thinks he's old enough to make decisions. He's now confronting his mother and his stepfather. In fact, there was a particular time he almost slapped the stepfather. Now, guess what? Since the stepfather came into that house, well, he had his own house, just brought the family in. He has never for once smacked any of the kids, especially the two stepkids. They are not his. So he's trying to be very careful here. So the son, 18-year-old boy, used this as an advantage. And in fact, there was a time he called police on the father, on the stepfather, that the stepfather is abusing him and all that. it was mad. So now the father out there is now poisoning the mind of the son towards the mother and the stepfather in the house. So he was doing it deliberately. He did it with the daughter, but the daughter was telling the mom every single thing the father was telling her. So the mom got to realize, oh, so this is what you're trying to do, turn my kids against me. So the mother called them both, sat them down, educated them, and told them, look, I cannot turn you away from your father, but I need to let you know what your father did to me and did to you guys. He hasn't seen you for over 10 years. Your birthdays, I've made sure I bought you clothes. I fed you. You guys went to school, best of schools. You were doing great in your studies. He hasn't been here for that long. I have been here. And now he's just showing up from nowhere and he wants to turn you guys around against me. No, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to tell you not to engage your dad, but I'm not going to allow you ruin my life now. Because now she has a new family. The kids still are part of the family. So it's a matter of if you want to go meet your dad, it's fine. Go meet him. But whatever it is he's telling you guys, you cannot bring it into my house. It's not gonna work. So to cut the long story short, the boy left the house. The 18-year-old boy left the house. And before he left, he almost slapped his stepfather. And every time they had a misunderstanding, all he says is, "You're not my father. You're not my biological father. You're not my biological father. You're not my biological father." So he stepped out, and everything the father has been telling him to do, he's been doing it. The father introduced him to some people. At the point in time, all he was receiving from the father was just a phone call. The boy realized he hasn't seen the father for almost 2 years now. And they only talk on the phone. They only talk on the phone. They only talk on the phone. Guess what? The father has been deported back to Nigeria. So the father has been talking to the boy via WhatsApp. So the father introduced the boy to some gangs, and the boy got into selling drugs, doing all these dirty things. And he was making good money. He was making good money. And the whole point was for the boy to be able to send the money to him in Nigeria, to send the money back to him in Nigeria. So now the boy got into credit card fraud, his account got blocked. A lot of things are going on with him now. And the police are on his heels, right? And now he told the father in Nigeria what has been going on. And all of a sudden, the father's phone went off. It's not picking the calls anymore. So this boy is in trouble now. And the only way they can actually come off his neck is speaking to his guardian. This is the same person that almost slapped his stepfather. And the stepfather is in a position of weighing him and putting good words for him and just be like, what is going to be under my control. But that's not the case. That is not the case. So in a situation like that, how does one handle that? How do you handle the fact that, and mind you, the stepfather has been in the life of those kids more than the biological father. The biological father left the kids when they were, I think, 4, 6, One was 6, one was 4. The stepfather took over, was paying the bills in the house. He was the only person paying the bills in the house. Made sure they went to school, bought them uniform and everything. Anytime they're doing something in school, it drops money for them to have equal entitlement in school. It never made them feel any less. It never gave that impression of that their father is not there. It was there all throughout. It was making sure they wear the best of clothes. It was making sure anytime they're having a party in school, it drops money to the mother, buy them clothes, buy them whatever it will take them to just boom. So now the daughter still living under the stepfather's house. The daughter, she's the best student in her class. She is the best student in school. In fact, they gave her an award. And the stepfather told her, whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Got her latest iPhone, got a ticket to go chill out with her friends over the weekend, looking after every single one of them. So now, this boy wants to go back to the house because he has lost all his money, sent money to his dad in Nigeria, and that one scammed him. Lost all his money, nowhere to live, nowhere to stay. He wants to go back into that house. Do you think the boy should be accepted back into that house? Considering the fact that he's out there, he's been out there for a while, close to 2 years. He has mingled with the good, the bad, the ugly. His mindset is absolutely different. He hasn't been around his siblings for close to 2 years. Do you think it's advisable for that boy to go back in the house? Because he seems like a cancer right now. He seems like a poison. Him going back into that household, because in the first place, when he was still in that house, there was always trouble. There was trouble between the stepfather and the biological mother, thanks to the guy, thanks to the boy rather. And these are based on the things that the father, biological father, told the boy to do just to cause beef between the two parents. And he was successful. He did it quite all right, and this biological mother will be saying things like, oh yes, because it's not your son now. If it was your son, you would not be saying things like that. And these things were getting to the stepfather because the stepfather never saw things like that. He took them like his own. But then again, there are some certain line you should not cross. Like he never put his hands on those kids. None. He never put his hands on them. And he tried to keep it that way. That if any of them does something wrong, he tells the mother. If he doesn't like it, they should stop doing it. They shouldn't do it again, and things like that. So it won't look like it's being bullish on them, sort of. But then again, the argument of they need a fatherly figure in their lives. The guy is playing that role as a father, well, stepfather, but he has been a more of a father than the biological father, and that's a fact. So, what do you call this kind of a situation? And the biological father now is struggling to get his visa. I think they said he has actually gotten it. So now wants to come back to London. And remember the time frame I told you, over 10 years. So now he wants to come back to London. And he wants to go and see his kids. The question is, does he need a permission to go see them? Or you can just go to the address and be like, yeah, I want to see my kids, or I want to take my kids out of this place. Let's talk about this, guys. Tudo, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for being part of this. I know you have something to say to this scenario I just painted, or the one Ikenga spoke about.
Ikenga. Well, you know that one skinny, you go like, you know what skinny? No, tell me. Ike means buttock.
Hey.
No, wait. Please, stop. Wait, you know that already. And if not, Jimmy should know it already. One of you will marry to an
I'm not. I played the fit on that.
I thought it was Uku. No, the Uku is the weight now. Then Ike is the buttock.
Tudo, no wonder you like calling Uku Bravos. Uku Bravos. Tudo. Okay, God is seeing you. No wala.
Wait, Jimmy, why is it Ike in Igbo and Ikebe in Yoruba?
Hey, Arojuro de Olumorokan. How did you think about that?
Don't leave me. You see what I did there?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good play on words.
Jimmy, what's up, bro?
How you doing? I'm good. Alive and well, bro.
I'm good. Listen, where is the link to the?
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry.
Through that link,
Man, I am so sorry. I got carried away. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna put up the link to come on the live stream with me. It's more better that way. Coming on the live stream, it's louder, and that way everyone can hear you on all the platforms. Everyone can hear you at a go. But right now on the Twitter space, only people on Twitter can hear you. So I'm gonna put out that link in the comment section right away. So whoever wants to join can be part of that. I am so sorry. I totally forgot.
No, it's fine. But I was coming through there and just kind of hang with you in the studio.
Right. Okay.
And
let me do that right away. I'll put it in the comment section.
And then maybe while you're doing that, in the meantime, I can be talking, I guess.
Yeah, it's actually in the comment section now.
Oh, okay. You know what? Let me just go there.
Yeah, because people will be able to reach out more on there. They will hear you louder on that platform. So if you check on the comment section, guys, you see it there. I just put the link there. In fact, let me put it on a jumbotron so it will be easier for people to access. So to be part of the conversation on live stream, where everyone will be listening to your voice, just click on the there we go.
You see that question you are asking, eh?
Right.
I don't think any right-thinking person would say the man doesn't need permission.
Right.
To do so, or even a police report to even identify.
Right. I know, right? Tudo, you there?
You have been in the life of the kids, so you can't just show from nowhere and then boom, all of a sudden you just show yourself and say, I am the father. I'm father of one nation.
Right.
Jimmy, can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. I can hear you now. So
Amen. Praise the Lord. The Lord is good. All right.
Can you hear Tudo? Can you hear Tudo?
Yeah,
loud and clear.
All right. Testing the microphone, yeah. Terry G, man.
It's louder. It's clearer. I can see your face. Nice see your face, bro.
Thank you. It's good to see you too. Once in a while, we gotta show our faces.
I know.
We gotta let people know we mean business. We're not some bots. We're not. We are real people, Jimmy, in this movement to change Nigeria. We are real people.
I hear you, brother. I hear you.
All right. So that your poll that Kenga was talking about. I mean, you saw my comment, and I think number one thing we have to put in mind is, unlike what we see most of the time. I have never been in that situation. Let me put it out there.
Right.
I've never been in that situation.
Right. Same here.
Yeah. So, but we can observe and read, research, and from experts and whatnot. That's what education is all about, right?
Right.
So you don't need to experience something. You can just learn and then from others, from research. So I think what is paramount is the child that is involved. So whatever we need to do for the benefit of the child, we have to strive to achieve it. So the idea is not to pit one side against the other.
Right.
It is not to be on this war path all the time. We know that these situations are not the most friendly. And even when the man, so let me say the man moved on, or the woman moved on, whoever moved on, but the scenario you created, the man is coming from outside.
Right.
To come and check on his child.
Right.
I think we have to strive for the best harmonious way for the benefit of that child.
Right.
So that's why I said it depends.
In some
So we are
cases.
assuming,
Or children in some cases.
or children. Thank you. To children, it doesn't matter how we're feeling. Doesn't matter how upset we are. It doesn't matter. We have to know that it's unfair. This situation we have created, we the adults created it,
Right.
and it's unfair on that child who has to bounce, number one, between two parents, and number two, you have to now figure out a way to raise this child in this environment, which is is going to impact the child long term. So that's number one, that's paramount. Number two, let's assume there's no preconditions, there is no what you call it, restraining orders. All of those things are out of the picture. So joint custody, he is free to come around. I still think the responsible thing to do is, in the spirit of harmony and peaceful coexistence, let the other person know, because that other man is the current guardian of the child.
100%. 100%.
By way of the mother. And Jimmy, like I wrote in the comment, if anything happens to that child, right? Because the child is under the roof of the stepfather.
That's correct.
If anything happens to that child, the stepfather will be a person of interest.
Number one. The number one.
Exactly. So why would you not want him to know the whereabouts, what's going on, where you're going? Again, it's not about ego. It's not about, fighting all the time. It's just we can get along. We really can. We have said we need to do again. We are going our separate ways. Yes, but now a child is involved. How do we work together to co-parent in the healthiest way possible for this child that is involved? I don't see anything wrong, Jimmy, in letting the stepfather know, hey, how's it going? Look, I just want to let you know that I'm going to stop by. And, he probably already knows you're coming. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal.
So Tudo, regarding that, I think what the problem is number one, jealousy. Number two, resentment, especially if the breakup or the divorce was nasty. And if it was nasty, if it was a nasty one. Sorry, Kenga, say that again.
That was the point I was making there.
Yeah. So the video I played, if you saw what happened there, the stepfather is already married to the biological boy. They went there. The stepfather went there to pick up the boy, right? He didn't go alone, Otudo. He came with his own girlfriend. It is his own girlfriend that was recorded.
Oh, you mean the father of the child went to the stepfather's house?
I went to the stepfather's house.
Okay.
To collect the son. So the stepmother, which is the biological daughter, biological of the boy, that one carry phone, was recording what was going on. The girlfriend, the biological father came with, that one was in the car recording what was going on. So it was a situation whereby maybe the biological mother, of course, explained to the stepfather what had happened. When people meet, I had a son.
Yeah, of course.
Already explained what happened and how it happened. And maybe she cried while saying all those things, and I was like, oh, he did this to you. He's a very bad guy.
And the stepfather becomes the knight in shining armor.
There you go.
And that is coming to save the damsel in distress.
And okay, so it's one thing for you to hear something like that. It's another thing for that person that they claim did that thing to now come and you're seeing that person in flesh. Say, especially if it was a nasty divorce whereby the biological mother still feel home once in a while. She just
Yeah.
busts in tears once in a while. Like something just triggers it and she just goes back into a shell. And the stepfather will be like, oh, sorry, I'm sorry he did this to you. He's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. You know, things like that.
Yeah.
And you now came, now bragging, because these are two conflicting things right now. Besides the
Yeah.
fact that he's going there to collect his own son, the state in which they are, there is a stand your ground law. The guy is already telling you,
Yeah.
in my territory, I don't want to see you here. You are uninvited. So, but this guy is not reading between the lines that this one wants to use something else to hold you. Huh? And at that point in time, the best way of de-escalation is going back into your truck, drive away. If you don't take that boy away that day, it's not going to cost anything, right? If you
Yeah.
come, you have to realize that there's this hostility going on between you and the stepfather. You don't have any business with him. You speak to the biological mother. The biological mother can make an arrangement. You can meet at McDonald's or any closer store around and drop the boy there. You don't have to go to his place. That is his domain. As a man, as the alpha male, he needs to protect his household, right? So I think it was King is laughing. It was a situation that got out of hand and it shouldn't have happened in that manner. But in the scenario I painted, do you think the biological father haven't gotten visa now to go back to the UK? Do you think he requires or he needs permission to go see the kids?
Jimmy, so is again, I go back to what I was saying. These things are not shouldn't be that complicated, right? It's stupid, I think, for any Mr. Knight that wants to save the damsel in distress to be to be behaving recklessly. This man no harm you.
Right,
This man didn't do anything to you. In
right.
fact, the story you heard is just her version of the story.
That's correct.
What if she lied?
There you go. There you go.
What if she embellished the story? Which is true, which is possible. These things
It is
happen all the time.
on 100,
Because
100.
most of the time, when you meet somebody coming from an ex, only a few intelligent people will you ask them maybe on the first, second day. So tell me what's your story?
What happened?
Only a people will be like, you know, we were not just a good fit.
Yeah, I
And
cheated. I already know I
or
cheated.
if they did something, they will acknowledge. They'll be like, oh, I cheated.
Yeah,
And then, but then, if there was no cheating, like, we're just compatible. And I just felt I would just both agree that it would be best to go our separate ways. Only a few people will talk like
right.
that. Most people, they want to paint themselves as the angel.
So is your mic on my mic?
Oh my God, this thing doesn't start again, Jimmy. Can you hear me?
All this, yeah, it's cracking. I wanted to say if it's mine.
Maybe your network, I guess.
No, I think it's the mic.
Yeah, I was speaking with someone from
Yeah,
Nigeria.
the mic.
Yeah, I was speaking with someone in Nigeria.
Tudo, I can't hear you again. Okay, it's gonna come back. It's gonna come back. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I can hear you, Kinga. Go ahead.
Based on what we were just saying about network issue.
Right.
I was speaking with someone in Nigeria and then we started having some network issues in that conversation.
Right.
He told me, yeah, check your network, I said, where are you? He said, I'm in the
Yeah. Jimmy, can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, it's better now. It's better now.
Okay. Yeah, every time I don't know why it does that in this studio thing.
Go and buy Shure mic. Go and buy Shure mic.
I'm not using any mic. I'm using
Oh.
I'm speaking
okay,
directly to my phone. Maybe I should use
no.
hang on, let me use my earpiece. Maybe that will help.
Right. Okay.
So
Hopefully.
yeah, so Jimmy, like I was saying. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's a bit different. Better. Yeah.
Okay.
Crystal.
So like I was saying, I think the paramount thing is to strive for peaceful coexistence and to always prioritize the child.
Oh, sorry. Back to what I was saying. So most times when you meet people, they try to paint the other person as bad, as terrible, and they are the good ones. And most people are not stupid. If you're telling that kind of story, the person might not even say anything, but they're thinking in their head, okay,
Right.
you know, whatever you say, you know. So they might just simply ignore what you're saying because they like you and they really want to be with you, you know.
Yeah.
But the reality is like they say, there are three sides to every story. There is your side, his side, uh, the truth, which is the third side. You know, so it's irrational, in my opinion, for the stepfather to act on information that the girl provided to act towards the man when he comes around, even if it's the devil. It's not your place.
Right.
It's not your place. You are not the father of the child. You are just the woman's new man. So,
Right.
respect yourself. You already know he's coming. He, in fact, he did the honorable thing by letting you know, letting both of
Right.
you know. He comes around, he knocks, open the door. Hey, hi, how you doing? Nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. How, welcome, come inside. That's once you have ascertained the fact that he's the kind of guy you can allow into your home. There is no safety issues, there is no concern, he's not a criminal, whatever. Okay, you guys sit down, you talk. Let me go get your child. The child comes out, maybe you teach out a little, and then he leaves with the child with an understanding of when he's bringing her back or him back, depending on the gender of the child.
Right. Yeah.
So Jimmy,
Yeah.
all I'm saying here is that all of these things will just they drag. It's no reach. Like just yes, things are already spoiled between the man and the woman, but let's just accept the reality of the situation. Other fighting. We don't need that for the sake of the child because that continuous fighting will definitely affect the child.
It
You
will.
know, definitely,
It will.
definitely affect the child. I mean, every story where a relationship falls apart, we often prioritize the people that are involved, but we forget the children that are involved. And those children will pick up on some of those things and they will go on to act it out. And that's how the vicious cycle repeats itself. So I think the simple answer to your question is let's always strive for peaceful coexistence. You have a new girl, Mister. She has a new man. All right. Okay. Look, we didn't work between us, didn't work out, but we have a child. Let's look for the best with the co-parents peacefully. I don't see anything wrong in calling the guy ahead of time, the woman ahead of time, and saying, hey, I'm gonna come over, I'm gonna come check out, what's the deal? Are you guys home? And then he comes over, Mr. Stepfather. There's no reason for you to be acting out on a story. What's funny, Jimmy? And now, because this thing, it can't be like saying that the same script all of us they use, because it can't be like oh, they say it's the same template every time. Why must you be acting stupid all the time? Like, okay, the guy has called you. It's not your story. It's not your situation. You are not the father of the child. You are not. You are just the new man in the picture. Now, unfortunately, all of you have to learn to be what they call blended family.
Right.
That's
Extended.
that's the language they use now, Jimmy. So yeah, you are extended blended. You are now blended together. And that's the reality of your life because you chose that situation. The stepfather. The lady told you a situation. You said, don't worry. Oh, it's cool. I got you. Don't worry about it. I got you. Okay, so now it's time for you to step up and show maturity and stop trying to play a hero and try to fight the fight that is not your fight. That's what I'm saying.
So Tudo, I hear you. I hear you. But
Yeah.
I want to come from a different perspective because now we're focusing on both the parent and the step parent, right? It's not as easy as you say, they can coexist. And I'll explain to you the reason why I say so. You see, having a kid or having kids, it's a different feeling entirely, right? Especially when you love your kids, you're there when they were being born, um, doing the whole skin to skin thing. Sometimes when my kids run crying to me and say, "Mommy did this to me," hey Black, what did you do to this boy? What did you do to this boy? You, if you're not experienced, these kids will actually make you mess up. Like sometimes their mama don't touch them, but the way they go cry come to you, go think say they don't break them out for their head. And you instantly, as a father, that instinct kicks in. Like, what happened? You want to know what happened? And as time goes on, you figure out a way to approach your wife and be like, what did this year boy do now? You know, things like that. And when the mother speaks, she didn't touch you. You just probably said, come on, shut the door. And that one just started crying. And the tears, it will be as if they don't use them a breaking head. Here is where I am coming. I have a problem with the fact that we're concentrating on the parents. You know, sometimes the kids, they can trigger all these things. They can trigger it in a way whereby already there is jealousy going on, there is territorial instincts going on, right? The children can be really confused unknowingly. They can be confused genuinely. They don't know where their loyalty lies. They don't know who, because right now they have two daddies. Before the divorce, they know the sleep and wake up and they see daddy and mommy. They are used to two faces, daddy and mommy, daddy and mommy, daddy and mommy. But now there is a divorce involved. They're now living with someone else, another daddy, right? So now the amount of time or years they spent with their biological daddy, let's say for instance, is 5 years. And let's now compare it to the amount of time they are with their current stepdaddy. Let's say the current stepdaddy, let's give and take maybe 7 years. So that's 2 years more than the actual daddy. So who and where does their loyalty stand? They are confused. They know they have a biological father, but guess what? They sleep and wake up in the house of the stepfather. Confusion is all over the place. They are destabilized. They don't even know where their trust should lie. These are kids. And at that stage of their lives, when they go to school, when they come back, they see a fatherly figure in the house. Someone helps them do some, masculine thing in the house, homework assignment, tell them off, take them out and all those things. Someone else is now playing that role. Assuming a situation whereby the biological father has a different ideology about parenting or how to raise a child. The biological father is broke or rich, whichever way, but let's use broke. Now, the stepfather is wealthy, has money, can do whatever, buys the kids iPad. So the biological father is coming over to take them away, and the biological father is telling me, I don't want to see that iPad. Well, he cannot afford iPad, so it's a threat. It's demeaning him in a way that I can't afford to even buy iPad for my kids. And these are sophisticated toys that you see, but these kids love these things. And the fact that their own biological father cannot provide it, they tend to be loyal more to the stepfather. These are realistic things, right? And this gets the biological father angry, pisses him off, annoys him because he sees it like they're using money to take over my kids without putting into consideration that you put yourself in a situation where this ended up in a divorce. So the bottom line is this. Let's spin it around. Assuming the biological father is rich and the stepfather is poor. The stepfather is poor but wealthy in knowledge, parenting, and how to, groom a child in a good way, right? Knows you don't have to be on your iPad 247. You need to do your homework. You need to have time to watch TV and the kind of TV programs you watch and everything. And the biological father doesn't know all these things. All he just does is drop money. You need a car, drop money, buys it. You need this, drops money, buy it. Whatever it is they need, it just drops money. But the stepfather is into parenting. guidance, right? And the kids are like, oh, daddy, to their biological father, daddy, the iPad you got us, daddy at home doesn't want us to put it on all the time. And the biological father gets angry. These things cause confrontation. So his anger is because he cannot afford it. I'm buying something for my kids. How dare you? Who are you to take it away from them? But the stepfather is trying to bring them up, to grow them in a better way. You can't be on your on your iPad 247. He needs to time them. He needs to schedule how they go on all this gadget every now and then. So it's not necessarily about the two um, parents per se. It could be due to misunderstandings from these kids. It can trigger um, unnecessary murky water rules by either the stepfather or the biological father. It could be the kids worried about stepfather doesn't want me to do this, stepfather doesn't want me to do that. Whereas it's for the betterment. But the biological father will be like, how dare he? These are my kids, my offsprings. Who are you to tell them what not to do and things like that? It can really get messy. So in situations like this, where does the children's loyalty lies? Because there's destabilization of trust. Their emotions are all over the place. They don't even know how to go about it. And what are the roles um, of the father and the stepfather? It needs to be clear. Like they need to spell it out. They need to spell out the roles of the stepfather and the biological father. And what I mean by that is um, they need to define form of disciplines, who makes decisions. I mean, life-changing decisions. In this case, who's going to make decision about their health, about their education, about their what else? Social activities. Who is going to be in charge? Is it the stepfather or the biological father? So
Yes,
this,
the question on the two plenty. Which one will answer?
yeah. So I'm compiling. So I'm compiling these questions for people just joining and people listening in. I always have pencil and paper on my platform. I note these things down. I'll ask those questions again. But
Jimmy,
yeah,
so let can I just say real quick as you continue what you're saying? Can you hear
yeah,
me?
yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I like the way you are breaking it down. That is brilliant. And that is the whole point that I was trying to make. You know, do you know, in fact, you know already that majority of the time people don't take that painstaking approach. We always take the path of least resistance. We react as
Right,
opposed to being proactive.
right,
We don't plan. We're not intentional about these situations. Okay. And that's why these conversations are necessary, right? So that we can should just like even in every relationship, you got to be intentional.
right,
You can't just take things for granted. You can't take your partner for granted, for instance. you know you got to be intentional about things. You got to, yeah. So I like what you were doing by breaking it down that way. It's a task that we are rolling our sleeves and going to work. This situation that nobody wanted, but now we have found ourselves there, Jimmy.
mm,
The question is, how do we do to make the best of this situation? How do we create lemonade out of this lemon? If I can put it that way, you know. So it's all part of it. Um, Let me quickly address what you said. Yes, the kids are going to react because they have found themselves in this situation, and they might not necessarily want to be mischievous. It's just that they are reacting to the situation. That is why communication is very key. So, as a parent, you can't just, I mean, we're all parents. I mean, most of us are, and you know how these things are with kids. We've all been kids before as well. So we know how these things work.
Right.
Um, but unlike the way we were raised, where there was no communication for the most part, it's just dishing out orders. Just dishing out orders. Times have changed, and kids nowadays, you got all these gadgets and all this technology. It's a different world. So I think that the parents need to carry the kids along. This is where we are right now. Mommy and daddy are not together anymore, but we don't hate each other. So we're going to try to help you get the best out of the situation, and everybody is playing their part. The father is playing his part. The mother is playing his part. All of that bickering and fighting. Who is he helping? He's not helping anybody. If the child comes to, like you said, try to play any games,
Right.
Jimmy, the approach remains, which is to ask questions. It's not to quickly jump and react, right, Jimmy?
Right.
Because the child said something, right? The child,
Right.
let's say the father comes around and the child cries to the father, this the XYZ is what they're doing to me, this was going on. The best thing to do is not to rush there, start punching and start throwing fists, because you might get yourself shot. Like you were describing, stand your ground can apply in certain situations. And
Correct.
somebody can claim, he came into my home and I needed to defend myself.
Yeah, I
You
feel
know,
threatened.
I feel threatened. Exactly. The threshold, when somebody says I feel threatened, that the threshold is very thin. Anything goes in that in that window of I feel threatened. You know. So again, the idea is to have a conversation, to ask questions. This child is saying XYZ. What's going on? Talk to the mother, who is your direct person there. This new guy in the picture is not really your business, except that your child is under his roof. That's the only reason you need to maintain that relationship. You can't be aloof to the best of your abilities. I know that sometimes it's impossible to maintain the relationship. If it's, and that's fine, but just do your best. At the end of the day, it's for what's good for the child. So I just quickly wanted to share that. All right.
Yeah, so let me add to that. So I agree with you, but not totally. And the reason why I said not totally is this: when we say custody of a child, in some cases, the stepfather can actually have um, power of attorney over the biological father, meaning the stepfather can have the full authority over the child than the biological father. Like in my own case, my younger brother is with me. His dad and mom are not in America here. So they had to hand over the power of attorney to me as the elder brother. So I have more say on him than them here in America. So we took it to the court and we sorted out all that. So if his dad tells him to do something in Nigeria, calls him and tells him to do something, and he says no, that no will be no. The only thing he can do is persuade me to forcing him to do it, and I cannot even do that, right? Once they realize that anytime they want to pass a message across to him and they want him to do something, they reach out to me first. They are the biological parents, right? But in this case, it's different. So, but my point is this: depending on the split of custody, because it varies. I mentioned earlier, sometimes it could be 50-50%, meaning the father has 50% custody, the mother has 50% custody. Sometimes it could be 70-30, it could be 80-20, and sometimes it could be 100% on the side. Okay. So whoever has, for instance, if the wife of the mother has more percentages on her side, then the stepfather has a say based on the fact that the stepmother or the biological mother rather has more percentage on the child, and it has to be more. And what I mean more is 70-30 and 80-20 in that way. So in that case, there are some key decisions, very very key decisions about a child's life that I think naturally, I think commonsensically, it should be a decision regardless between the biological father and the biological mother. And decisions varies. And what I mean by that is critical decisions like uh, their educational lives, um, decisions that has to do with their health, decisions that has to do with their religion, and what else? Decisions that has to do with their location, where they travel to, where they go on holiday, those and discipline and values. Those are key things that I believe is meant to be naturally uh, empowered to the biological parent, the biological mother, and regardless of the percentage, regardless, right? Because they are the custodian of that child. They are the bringers of that child into this life, right? So again, educational decision, anything that has to do with their school, their grades, the courses they want to do, their homework assignments and all that. Um, anything that has to do with their health, vaccination, they need to decide if they need to be vaccinated. They need to decide if they need to have therapy or surgery in the hospital. They need to decide about their religion, you know, whatever they want him to. If they want him to be 80s, they want him to be Christian, Muslim, whatever, cultural. These decisions should be left to be made by the biological parent. And traveling and location is very important as well. It doesn't seem important to a lot of people, but the reason why it's important is because wherever your kids go, as a parent, you need to know where they are. As a parent, you need to know where your kids sleep, the environment, where they rest their head, how they eat, what they eat before they go to sleep, when they wake up. Because God forbid if anything happens, you'll be the first person to contact. And you need to be able to tell people what you know about your kids, right? You need to be able to know their whereabouts. I mean, we see how different accidents happen um, every now and then, road, airplane, name it. Um, it's important that parents are involved in the decision making of where their kids go to for vacations to prevent any calamity that's going to be beyond them. So these things are very important. But other than that, if they are living with their stepfather, I think they should play by the rules of the stepfather, except these points that I pointed out. Because from my findings, I I listed out the key role of biological fathers and key roles of stepfathers, so it doesn't contradict. So they know the roles they are playing. They know the roles they are playing.
Jimmy, if you don't mind, there were things I actually wanted to speak on that to the brother.
Yes. So what I want to do is take speakers now. I want to take a new. I want to take a new list of speakers. Then we'll take it from there, and people can start having their submission. I just want to wrap up with the last monologue I have before I open the floor for everybody um, to grab the mic and speak on this. So the needs of the child is another thing that needs to be focused on. The needs of the child. Uh, Again, regardless what the custody is, the percentage, the main issue is who's going to be providing for the child wherever they reside. It could be a situation whereby the biological father sends in money and sees something different. And what I mean by see something different is, according to the court has probably given him mandatory, fees to pay weekly, monthly, or yearly. And these fees are meant to let him are meant to improve the kid's life, and the man is not seeing any significant change. I mean, positive significant change in the child's life. So, what do you think happens afterwards? Does the stepfather step in, or does he go back to the court and report what is going on? Does he want to take custody back of these kids? It's not as easy as people think it is, but we'll break it down one by one. Let's go back to Ikenga's um, story. Ikenga, for the benefit of people that weren't here when you say um, your side of the story, which I actually did a quick search on, and it's majorly simply because of financial reasons in Europe. A lot of people do that. Again, it's not because the father, the biological father, doesn't have what it takes to look after or to take care of the child. It's simply because it's not guaranteed that it's going to be consistent. It's simply because they believe, number one, if they declare that the father has absconded, it gives them chances of, and the child was born in that country, it gives them faster way or path to citizenship. They can become citizen or get papers to travel and do whatever it is there. And this comes with a clause. The clause is, if the father is gone, the father is gone. There's, well, he can come back, but the moment he's back, you need to report that he's back. So that way, what they're paying you will reduce, because now they believe a man is involved, is going working, providing and doing his duty. What they've been giving them is simply because they believe the man is absent or the father is absent. So they are closing up that gap to represent, to play that role. Maybe not physically, but financially, in a way to support her. They give her papers to work, to travel. They give them benefits, right? So, but a lot of people prefer the benefit than having a father figure in the house. In fact, they go so strict to this that they deliberately take out pictures of the man in the house, take out any clothes in the house, and it's crazy. A lot of people do these things to get papers. It is sad, but they're depriving the kids of their fatherly um, duties, of their fatherly love, and it's terrible. But anyway, Ikenga will do Ikenga. NASA. Okay, we'll back him up. He dropped. Maybe when he comes back. Ikenga, go ahead. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Jim. See, we must try to make this topic as controversial as it is, because it's a very controversial topic. So we must try to bring out all the parts of it so that people can actually engage in this topic. The part I actually want to speak on before I answer your questions was the part that reflects on the emotional part of it. There is this friend of mine I know from Italy back in the days. So he had a girlfriend, and they were about to get married. It didn't work out, but they already had a kid. So they separated. He's a wonderful father, responsible one of that, always providing, despite the fact they were not living together. You see, he's always sending out his love and money and everything. It doesn't really bother him. It doesn't bother him much to visit, to see the child, because the mother is not married to another person. But as soon as the girl got engaged, he got worried. He always want to be around. I see that to be obsession, not actually for the sake of the child, but for the fact that you don't want to lose that woman to another man. Is what I'm seeing in that angle. I told you, it's not making any sense. Okay, the child is maybe 6 years old. In a year, you don't bother to see them more than maybe 3 times or 4 times. But now you are bothered about seeing the child on a daily basis. You are not bothered about his mental health. There are some men who actually believe their wives or their ex-wives can actually take care of their child properly. They can give, in fact, staying together will be the worst thing that will happen to the child. Separating is the best thing that will happen to the child. So they actually believe the mother is capable of taking care of the child. But as soon as another man comes into the picture, they develop more interest in that child. That's the case where they feel every man can raise a child. So you don't tell me how to raise my child because my ex decided to marry you. So if I buy my child a tablet or a laptop, should allow them to use it because you can't do better parenting than me. So they no longer want to listen. They just want that woman to be with the child and not with any other man. So I see that to be an obsession. You're obsessed with this woman. You don't love this woman. Because if you love this woman and your child and you claim to be a loving father, there's no way you would have allowed that marriage to crash. In some cases, or in most cases, I do say it's better you separate. So you actually know from the onset that you wouldn't make a good father. Okay? You tend to give your heirs and the baby some space so they can live, so the baby can actually be with one person and learn one pattern of living, not trying to learn that the father is a smoker and the mother is not. So you better just register absent in his life and then show interest from afar. It's appreciated. But why come around when you see that the mother is trying to lift her burden by leaving someone else? Because it's not actually easy to bring up a child. So there are some men out there who are interested in their child's life because another man is there. If that woman was to be alone, they won't be interested. So that's why this topic is somehow controversial. Because most men will tell you, I can raise my child. What are you saying? I can raise my child. But when you were with that child, you weren't showing up. But as soon as someone else is there, you want to show up. And now they are giving you situations and conditions where you have to do it and how you need to do it. You are upset. Not in all cases, but these are few cases where people who are not actually interested in raising their child, all of a sudden they now develop interest. They want to be present in the child's life. So I find that awkward as well. That's the part that I blame most of these men. But the part where I blame the women and the ladies is the part where they actually had this man who is loving, caring, responsible, and what have you. And at the end of the day, they feel like living alone without the father is what better suits them because they want to experience freedom because they feel without the man they have a lot of choices to make out there. They can live a whole life, living with their baby. They don't want to remarry. They just want to be with the baby in the kind of life they want to live. That part exactly is where the whole problem comes in, where men, different colors, approach their mothers on a daily basis because they are dating. Their mother no longer stick with one person. Their mother is dating multiple men because they are exploring the freedom part of their life. Nobody tells them what to do. So this is the part that emotionally break down this case that they have to call for one brother on a daily basis. And for some men, they find it awkward that they have to leave their child in the hands of a woman who is going to present too many men in their life, in the life of those kids. So growing up and experiences is going to differ when you have encounter with these children who actually grew up in such environment where their mother is open to so many men after leaving their father. So that is the part that is demoralizing to the kid. Because then the mother is going to tell you that, yeah, I don't want to be in that marriage because it's not a do or die thing. Yeah, you're not in that marriage, but you are not respecting the kids. Emotionally, you are not respecting those kids. You are exposing them to the world that they are not even supposed to be exposed at that point in time. So this is also the dangerous part of this whole situation. So when the man wants to be in the life of his kids, this could actually be one of the reasons because they don't want to leave the child alone with you because you're exposing them to a whole lot of danger out there. So I will leave it at the end for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kinga. Thank you. That's another way of looking at it. That's a good one. I just checked real quick now, and as I said, there are how many? One, two, three, four, five. So there are 5 ways stepfathers can actually have more power over a child, more than the biological father. 5 steps. Number 1, legal adoption. If the stepfather adopts the child legally, like I'm adopting this child as mine, this is the strongest and cleanest path to full parental rights. That is if the stepfather does that. Number 2 is court-appointed guardianship. If adopted isn't possible, a stepfather can apply to be the child's legal guardian. This grants decision-making authorities, especially in cases where the biological father is absent or incapacitated. You know, the ones in jail, the ones that are probably dead, the ones that are not around in another country, busy doing business. On the power of attorney, as I mentioned, number three, power of attorney, it gives you the right to more limited options and flexible options. The biological mother can sign a legal document giving the stepfather authority to act on a behalf in certain situations, e.g., schools, medical care, etc. The biological mother is unavailable for a period of time. Okay, so again, that is getting a legal document to say, as a stepfather, you can make decisions in anything that has to do with education, health, religion, that has to do with the kid. You, as a stepfather, can chime in and stand on behalf of the child as the father. And number four is marriage and stability over time. So the court may informally recognize the stepfather's role more strongly if he's been in the child's life for many years. As I explained to them earlier on, I gave an example of 5 years over 7 years. So the biological father was in the lives of the kids for 5 years, but the stepfather took over the kids under his roof, and they've lived there for 7 years. So that's 2 years more than the biological father. So now they're used to the biological father. So in that case, the court um, can grant permission to the stepfather. That is, if the stepfather is now legally married to the biological mother of this kid. So, courts may informally recognize the stepfather's role more strongly if he's been in the child's life for many years. He's married to the biological mother. He provides financial, emotional, and social um, facilities for the child. The biological father is nowhere to be found. Okay, these are instances. Then the last one, number five, co-parenting agreement. Although not legally binding in all cases, a written agreement between biological mother, stepfather, and ideally biological father can outline who is responsible for what decision the stepfather can make, how visitation and rules are shared. These are simple ways of coexisting, just the way Chudo explained. And I see no reason why that cannot be done. But in most cases, it is difficult to achieve this because many reasons why these divorces do happen is based on jealousy, resentment, hatred, a lot of things. And it just doesn't end there. It fosters on when either of the either of the two marries almost immediately. It creates more hate, more anger, jealousy. Is that the best you can do? Is that you've been cheating on him, on me, with him all this while? Is that him? This was why you divorced me. Things like that. So it comes in different ways and matter. But what stepfather cannot do without legal authority? Again, let me rephrase. What a stepfather cannot do without legal authority, unless he has a formal legal right. He cannot enroll a child in a school. That's number one. He cannot consent to medical treatment. Number two. He cannot stop biological father's access to the child. He cannot claim custody in case of separation. These are factual, points that I think people have not been paying close attention to. So, in this case, the video I played earlier on, the stepfather shot the biological father, shot it dead. Now, he wasn't claiming, in this case, he wasn't claiming access to the child. He was claiming, you're not meant to be on my property. It was claiming, stand your ground. You're not meant to be on my property. So it was the man and the biological mother that were now going back and forth regarding the timing. I just figured out that it was meant to be there, but the timing, and I think the difference is just maybe 15 minutes. You're meant to be here in 15 minutes. It's too early. You need to wait, and all those unnecessary back and forth. But yeah, that was what led to the shooting of one of them dead. But in another case, in a situation whereby that's a total right. So in a situation whereby the stepfather turns out to be um, a useless person, turns out to be inhuman, turns out to be a monster. There's another situation. I have the clip here whereby the stepfather did actually kill one of the step kids. Um, I don't know the full story behind that, but the father was nowhere to be found. The biological father, let me put it that way. But the mother was in the courtroom, and there were two kids, by the way, a boy and a girl. The girl is older, but the boy is younger. So the stepfather, I don't know what he did, but unalived the younger boy. Let me see if I can pull up that video here before I put it on the Jumbotron and put it in the comment section so people can actually watch it. So it's in the courtroom, and they were talking about what had happened and how it happened. For people watching me on live stream, you should be able
An 8-year-old girl tearfully requested the judge to severely punish her stepfather in court. She recalled the day 3 years ago when her stepfather cruelly killed her 4-year-old brother James Andrew and threw him in the trash can outside their house. Stepfather often locks them in the bedroom to prevent them from entering the kitchen to eat. She often hears James crying. Once, the girl sneaked into the kitchen and found 4-year-old James lying motionless under a blue blanket. She immediately sent a message to her mother for help, but did not receive any response. Later, she saw her stepfather put James in a black garbage bag, and she never saw him again since then. Her 10-year-old and 7-year-old brothers also testified in court, telling the story of their stepfather not only brutally abusing James, but also forcing them to live in fear, eating only once every 3 days, and often being beaten by him. He also used children's toys, such as airplane models and Spider-Man dolls, to beat James until he could no longer move. Whenever she and her brothers hear James crying, they feel extremely helpless and hopeless. The girl also mentioned that once James was caught stealing food by his stepfather because he was too hungry. The stepfather used the toys they usually played with as tools of violence and ultimately beat James to death. All of this has caused immense mental trauma to her and her brothers. How many years do you think stepfather should be sentenced to for these terrible behaviors?
there you go. So I'm sure we all heard that. So that is one stepfather, one useless stepfather, and it's led to the death of a young boy. So I'm not sure where the biological father is, and I don't know how the mother was actually in the courtroom. So I don't know this, biggest story behind this whole thing because I'm wondering why would a mother leave her kids for that much time with a monster like this. Um, because from the narrated story, it doesn't seem like she's always around. Doesn't seem like she's always around, and she seems maybe she's the only person working, and the guy is the one in the house. The stepfather is the only one in the house. Whatever the situation is, these are some of the things that I'm talking about. So okay, so I think there's a if you watch the clip properly, there is a particular scene there that a man was aggrieved. I think that's the real father, the biological father in the courtroom. So whatever might have caused the divorce between them has ended up in the loss of life of a young boy, right? And in this particular case, what makes it more controversial is the stepfather is a white guy and the biological father is a black guy. The biological mother is a black woman, and the kids are black. So this white guy ended up, on our life of one of the kids. So that was what actually made it more controversial. So it now went beyond a situation of child abuse and stepfather, step parenting going on. into a racial discussion, right? It was a nasty situation. But in this case, the biological father was in the court. He was aggrieved. He was seen angry, yelling, shouting, at the white guy. And the white guy has this nonchalant attitude. I can only imagine what's been going through his head. Like if they never divorced, maybe that wouldn't have happened. If he probably had access to um, to his kids, maybe that wouldn't have happened in the first place. But the video is on the jumbotron. I just put it on the jumbotron now. Yeah, it's on the jumbotron, guys. You can check it out. So one of the other stories I was going to mention is by the way, these are real life cases that turn fatal and ugly. So there is Emanis Moss. That's EMAI Moss, MOSS. That happened in Georgia, 2013 to 2019. The victim, a 10-year-old stepdaughter. The perpetrator is Stephanie Moss, the stepmom. So it's like we've been focusing on stepfather, all along. But yeah, in this case, yeah, it's the stepmom and the father, the biological father. So what's the motive? Resentment blended with the Cinderella effect, treating stepchild as less deserving. Wow. So it's more like a situation whereby the biological father had a child and the stepmother has a child, and they came together coexisting with the kids. So the stepmother's kids are being more favored than the other children or the other girl. So it ended up in a way whereby the stepmom, Tiffany, um, made sure she starved the girl to death. You heard that right. Starved her to death. And she was, wow. Tiffany was sentenced to death in 2019. Wow. And the case actually prompted reform in Georgia's child welfare system. Wow, this is serious. Starved the girl to death. Wow. All right, so that happened in Georgia 2013 to the case started 2020, so 2013 and ended in 2019. Okay, that's number one. Number two, in 2020, Jurong child killing. That is in Singapore, Jurong. The victim is an 11-year-old stepdaughter. The perpetrator is the stepfather. Hold on. The stepfather and the mother. What triggered the situation? The stepfather brutalized the child over trivial behavior, eating rice too slowly. Can you imagine? The stepfather beat the boy to death because he was eating rice slowly. Wow. And the mother failed to intervene. So the mother was there when the stepfather was beaten. I mean, who beats a child for eating rice? They were actually precise about the food. Eating rice slowly. So who beats a child for that? Who beats a child for eating slowly? I know rice is a delicacy. They don't joke around with in Singapore. But beating a child, an 11-year-old girl, for eating rice slowly, and that happened right in front of the mother, and she couldn't do anything about it. Mother,
That's the height of it, Jimmy. That's the height
bro,
of it.
and the mother failed
That's
to
the height of it.
the mother failed to intervene, and it was so the the beating was so severe that the girl actually died. 11-year-old girl, she died. The outcome: girl died in November 2020. Both parents were convicted um, of manslaughter and child abuse. Mother for child abuse, and the mother was accused as an accomplice for allowing the abuse to happen as well. So they were both sentenced. Boy. All right. So let me take the third one before we move on to NASA. Mother of Harmony Montgomery. So it's happened in New Hampshire, in America here, actually, 2014 to 2024. Okay, so the case happened in 2014 and it ended. I think the verdict came in 2024. All right. The victim, a 7-year-old girl. The perpetrators, wow. Perpetrators, biological father and stepmother. Reason: after the father gained custody, the child suffered repeated abuse before being killed. Mother lost custody and raised alarms. Outcome: both were convicted. Father was sentenced to 45 years in jail, and the mother was sentenced to jail as well. They didn't state for how long. Um, but yeah, both of them were sentenced to jail. And it triggered a scrutiny of family court and protective system. Okay, fair enough. We still have about three more to share. Then we have close to 6 different scenarios we can talk about. But let's leave it at that for now. NASA, you've been going in and out. You've been dropping. How you doing? Chime in.
Hi, Jimmy. I'm fine. Thank you very much. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me, please?
Loud and clear. Everyone can hear you. Crystal, go ahead, my sister.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Hi, Auntie Dunka. It's been a while. Hope you're good. So, I actually wanted to chime in on I think when I came in, you were talking about stepfather, and then the biological father and all that. So I just wanted, like, when you were saying it, I was like, in my head, I was like, this is pretty easy. I was like, this is so easy. Like, I mean, everybody's an adult, right? The 3 they are adults. It's something that they'll just come and sit down. It concerns the children. The children are the priority, right? But then again, I thought, hey, in as much as in my head it can be easy, it can as well be very dicey, based on the fact that the previous party might have, again, grudges. Again, I'm referring back to the last podcast you had. That was last Friday, right? I think we touched on something similar to this, but based on the parent. So I think no matter what might have transpired or occur between both parties, the children again should be a priority. The children should have the most attention, regardless of any grudges the parents might have against each other. And then when the stepfather comes in, and you make mention of rich and poor and all that, so I feel like regardless, the children should have, like, there's some certain value value that the biological father might have instilled in their children, and the stepfather coming in now. Where it's going to be dicey is when the stepfather comes in and wants to set a new rule, and not just setting a new rule, but like enforcing it on the kids. That's where it's going to be pretty dicey, because no matter the fact that you're married to my mom, you're still a stranger to us, right? And they have to give the children that space to get to know this man coming into their life as quote unquote stepfather or their mother's new husband. Again, the stepfather should have it in mind that you are a stranger. Until you stop being a stranger, you have to consider us. He has to consider the children. He has to try in his as best as he could to align with the kids, get to know the kids, get to know how they live prior, or even get to a wise person. I would use the word wise person would sit down with their biological father and have a one-on-one discussion. Again, the kids should be priority. So this is my own personal thought. I'm not married. I don't have such situation. I've never experienced such situation, and I don't wish to experience such situation actually, because it's gonna be a tough one. And when you were talking, I was in my head again. I would keep on asking. I wanted to interject, but I held myself. I kept asking, where is the role of the mother in this situation, whereby the biological dad is probably not buoyant enough to afford some certain things for the children. But meanwhile, this stranger or this man coming into the life of this children is buoyant, that much buoyant to afford whatever these children want, right? And it's kind of causing a ruffle between the biological father and the stepfather, because now the children is in the middle. I keep on asking myself, where is the role of the mother here? Because I feel like the mom has a lot to do. The mother has a lot to do when such situation comes into play. The mother has to be in the forefront, in the middle, and in the backyard of this whole thing. Regardless of the biological father, the mom has a lot to say. She has a lot of power to determine what should go on. And again, I also wish a wise woman would also consider the child or her children first. The feelings of the children, they are always should be valid first of all before any other person, right? So this was what was going on in my head when you were making those statements. And there was something else again. I don't know if it was Ikengo or Tudo that said something that was like, nah, I don't quite stand with him. But then again, I won't say because I'm not married. I don't have a child. I don't have a husband. So I'm just going to leave it there for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, NASA. I was going through some messages people were sending me when you were speaking. Someone actually asked, "Is NASA married?" And you ended your submission with, "I'm actually married." So yeah, that answer that question. Um, so here's the thing. I was asking myself some questions, and it dawned on me that what does it actually mean to raise a child? What does it involve raising a child? Is it by biology? Is it consistency? Is it DNA? Or is it showing up all the time? You know, there is this saying, as I mentioned earlier, that says blood is thicker than water. But have you ever seen a step parent bled love for a child they did not create? Do you think it's possible? Yes, it is, because I've seen it live.
100% it is.
Yeah, you see a step parent showing you more love than your biological parent, but they get gaslighted all the time. You are not the real parent. But when was the real parent? When there is nightmare in that kid's life, there's problem, calamities all over the place. The stepfather is always there to step in. Some of us love with all our heart, but no title attached to it. No title attached to it. Whereas on the other hand, some of us are just ghosts um, in the life of our kids. And while these kids grow up, so does the conflict that we have with our spouses without even knowing that it's growing. Is it about the name? You think because the child has your name, then you have every right over the child because the child carries your surname. It is a silent battle that a lot of people are fighting. It is a bloodline that people don't seem to understand if it's really worth talking about. It's about boundaries. It's about love in war because it's a serious war. The moment you're not with a partner anymore, and the partner is now with someone else, no be small thing, oh, no be small thing. So here is a scenario that I want to paint for us to understand. A biological father shows up unannounced at his son's new home, where the stepfather has taken on full responsibilities since he left years ago. The stepfather says to the biological father, "You need to call before showing up here." The father replies, "That's my blood. I don't need permission to see my child." Who crossed the line here? Who crossed the line? Nasa, you want to say something?
Yeah, again, I'm like, married people should not come for me, right? I think, so the reason why I'm saying what I think, because again, I use this thing. Is there grudges before as in during like the day divorce amicably, something like that? But then again, I'll say this: the biological father is at fault here, right? So, regardless of the fact that you gave birth to the child, everybody know this is your biological child. But guess what? This child is under someone else's care. You, of course, nobody is taking it away that you are the biological father. But the man says, in as much as you are the biological father, your child is under my roof.
Right.
I am now responsible for, first of all, his safety. Yeah, his safety, his provisions. Even though you're paying child support, no problem. As long as the child is sleeping under my roof, please, when you're coming to see the child, let us know. Call before you come. Let it be known that you are coming, right? So that should in case anything, I think Jimmy, you said something about security and all that. Should in case anything happens, we will know how to start, doing investigation or something like that. So if the biological father showing up unannounced is wrong. This is my own thought.
So the biological father crossed the line, right?
Yeah, he did actually. Yeah,
Okay.
he did.
All right.
In my own point of view, though.
All right. I mean, Tudo made that case to you before, and I think it's just that's just what it is. The biological father crossed the line because, again, if you remember, it's stated that the stepfather has taken full responsibility since the biological father left years ago. That's years with S. Years ago. Right. The stepfather is not stopping you from seeing your child. He's only saying, you need to call before showing up here. You don't know if they're going on holiday. You don't know if they're going to be around. You don't know if they have something planned out, if the boy has an appointment. You just showed up. It's just commonsensical. Call before you showed up. But it is this sense of entitlement, this sense of, is my blood. Nami bona. Spam of my spam. that mentality, that it is mine, kicked in. And I will do the same thing in this situation. I'll do same thing in this situation, right? Because guess what? There are cases whereby um, biological parents actually went to pick up their kids, and guess what? They ended up unaliving their kids and unaliving themselves with a note written, "If I cannot have my child, no one can." So the stepfather needs to know if you're coming, when you're coming. And by the way, the relationships between the stepfather and the biological mother, and the relationships um, between the biological father, the stepfather, and the mother needs to be paid close attention to, because it depends on what is going on in their lives. Is the biological father, is he still single? Is he now married, or is he got himself a girlfriend, or what exactly is going on with him? Now, the biological mother obviously is now with another man, stepfather. Have they gotten another kid or kids, except, sorry, besides the actual child we're talking about here? So all these things needs to be put into consideration, because if the biological father is coming over to take the child, there's going to be an absence in the house, and other kids are going to feel that absence. It could be a situation whereby the stepfather knows when the biological father is coming over, and he's planning something coincidental to that same period where he can take his own children out. So they don't feel that absence of maybe their stepbrother not being around or their stepdaughter not being around. This thing is not as simple as people think it is. It involves a lot. Because guess what? When they return that stepson or daughter back home, they're still going to mingle with other kids in the house. They're going to talk about different experiences, what happened in where they went to, and what happened in where the other ones went to. So it can be contradicting, especially if money is a problem here on either of the sides. If the biological father has money and takes the child away to just spoil the child coming back home to that house is going to cause a lot of problem, because the kids in that house already, they're seeing things that their own father cannot afford, right? And they're seeing, and the stepfather doesn't want to raise his own kids like that. It might
And
be,
sorry, Jimmy, sorry for interjecting. And there comes the what's this word again? Jesus Christ, the comparison.
there you go.
Right. The kids comparing, oh, this, that. So your father did this, my dad is not doing that kind of a thing. So
Yeah.
sorry for interjecting.
No, it's fine. I mean, yeah, exactly what I was trying to say. I mentioned to Tudo earlier on. Besides the parent and the step parent, the kids can actually trigger something we never see um, happen regularly. The kids can unknowingly, by the way, unknowingly, in cases whereby the kids went out with their biological father, maybe it's their birthday, took them out, maybe a day or a few days after their birthday, took them out, buys them different things, gadgets, expensive ones, and take them back home. Now they're around their step brothers and sisters, step siblings, let me put it that way. And those ones don't have access to these things. In fact, their parents, their father he cannot afford it. So therefore, it causes rifts within the house. The stepfather sees that his own kids are now distracted. They're not paying close attention. Normally, they love to watch TV, but now they're now, having fight over iPad. Who's going to have iPad? Who's not going to have iPad? Talks to the wife about it. The wife seizes the iPad from them, so they can work together and play together the way they used to. Now, the biological father hears about this and gets angry. He's angry. I bought it for my kids. I bought it for my kids. If you can let my kids have what I buy them, then they have to live. These things they're not as easy as people think it is. These things can be very, very sensitive, and the way they can blow out of proportion just like that, it's shocking. But anyway, another scenario I was going to paint out is 1 minute. Right. The second scenario. The first one, by the way, I titled that the uninvited visit. Now, the second scenario is don't discipline my child. All right, and here it is. The stepmother punishes a teenager for sneaking out at night. Now, let me put this at the back of our mind. These scenarios are deliberately created to be controversial, yet deliberately created to put people in a difficult position of making decisions and telling who is right or who is wrong. So, but based on our critical thinking, problem solving, and decision making abilities, we can debate on which one is right and which one is wrong. So here we go. The stepmother punishes a teenager for sneaking out at night. A stepmother punishes a teenager for sneaking out at night. So there is a mother, a stepmother, punishing a teenager for sneaking out at night. So we don't know if the teenager is a boy or a girl, but let's go. The biological mother finds out and rages. You are not a mother. Now we have it. So the sneaking teenager is a girl. Right. You are not a mother. Don't ever touch my child. Again. Okay, the teenager replies, but she's the only one who ever disciplines me. Okay, that's interesting. So the question is, who has the right to discipline the girl? Let me take that again. The stepmother punishes a teenager for sneaking out at night. The biological mother finds out and rages. You are not a mother. Don't ever touch her again. Don't ever touch my child again. The teenager replies, but she's the only one who ever disciplines me. This is interesting. This is a typical scenario of where parenting comes in, the definition of parenting comes in. Let me break it down. This is loaded. So I'm going to break it down. I'll try as much as I can. The stepmother punishes a teenager for sneaking out at night. So let's start with that. A stepmother punishes a teenager for sneaking out at night. So when we say teenager, that's within a certain range, meaning you're not at the age of an adult yet. Okay, let's get that right. Teenager, you're not yet an adult. So you have limits to some certain things, no doubt. Sneaking out at night. If it was a good thing, you would not be sneaking. You would gladly request for permission, and it's going to be either yes or no. But obviously, it's going to be a no because you're still a teenager, right? It's not a problem for a teenager to go out, but it is a problem for a teenager going out at night, and they know that clearly. But in this case, the teenager knows this so well and knows it will never happen. the permission would never be granted. So therefore, decided to sneak out, was a wrong move, right? Good. Now, the teenager sneaking out happens to be a girl. Are you guys with me on this? It is bad enough that you're sneaking out. A guy sneaking out is not a good thing either. But a female teenager sneaking out, that's a red flag. Every parent would want their daughters at that age to be protected at all costs. You want to know where your kids are, you want to know what they're doing, how they're doing it, you want to be there. Again, you cannot protect them all around. But the fact that they are under your domain, they are under your roof, and you have the absolute right, you are the number one responsible custodian over them. It is your right to know their movement. They know the normal day you won't let them go out. So now they're sneaking out. So who is right? I think the stepmother is right. Because if the mother had a common sense on, she would know that what a daughter did was wrong. Now, when they use the word discipline, I don't know in what context. Was she snapped? Was she smacked? Was she, I don't know, was she stopped from doing some certain things? Was certain privileges withdrawn from her? I don't know the context of that privilege. Sorry, discipline rather. But the fact that she was disciplined, she wasn't just disciplined out of the blues. She was disciplined for doing something wrong. She wasn't disciplined for being a stepdaughter. She wasn't disciplined for being in the house. She wasn't disciplined for even leaving the house. She was disciplined for doing what she knows was wrong, but she did it. She snuck out knowing it was wrong. Because if it was right, you don't need to sneak out. You walk out of the main door. She probably went through the window. She snuck out of the house. Now, the mother, out of envy, out of jealousy, that, I mean, you're now the one sleeping with my what used to be my husband, or who used to be my husband, my ex. You're the one in bed with him now. How dare you now want to touch my daughter? She's not focused on what the daughter did, if it was right or wrong. She's focused on the fact that you dare not touch my daughter. Again, I don't know if she was smacked, slapped, or whatever, but there was discipline. And another part people didn't pay attention to is the daughter said, but she's the only one who ever disciplines me. Meaning, the mother is known as someone that doesn't discipline the child, no matter what you do, if it's right or wrong, no matter how bad it is, you will never be disciplined. You will never be disciplined. And I think that is wrong. We can argue on our approach on discipline, but not disciplining a child, not disciplining a child is actually wrong, especially when they do bad things often. So for this girl to make that statement means she has done a lot of, bad things, and she never got disciplined by her own biological mother, except the stepmother. The stepmother has set a standard of how to raise a child. She has set a standard of the do's and don'ts. What is acceptable and what is not acceptable. The girl clearly knows what she was about to do was wrong, but she still went ahead to do it. The scenario then say the stepmother punishes a teenager for leaving the house at night. The phrase used was sneaking out at night. Because guess what? The way she snuck out and she goes out, go clubbing. If she gets abused, um, you know, if she gets raped, um, or worse, it's gonna be on the stepmother because she's under their control. She's under their roof. It's their responsibility to know her whereabouts. So if anything had happened to that girl, the first person they will reach out to, the first person they will hold accountable will be the stepmother. And guess what? The biological mother will be one of the people that will be shouting, say, I knew she wasn't competent enough. How dare she? How would my child go out in the night and you never know? You never knew about it. How dare she? I knew it. She's not a good mother. Especially if the stepmother doesn't have a child. There are different kinds of condemning words. Now you would understand what it is to have a daughter. Do you have one, or do you have any child? And that's the reason why you're smacking. So these things are not as easy as people think it is. But again, I'm deliberately coming up with these scenarios to let people understand a different perspective to this topic that they're not paying close attention to. So exes, step parents, and boundaries. Who really raises the child? Who or wherever the child stays, sleeps, whoever is in charge of that place is the person that raised that child. So in this scenario, who has the right? I think the stepmother has the right. Now we can argue if she has the legal right to discipline that child. The social activities of that child should be that of the uh, the father and the mother's responsibility. But in this case, she knew she was doing something wrong. She snuck out, and it was because she snuck out. That was what she was. That was why she was disciplined. I don't know what Ikenga, I don't know what you think about that. Karigwe, Tudo, I don't know what you guys think about that. The stepmother punishes a teenager, happens to be a girl, for sneaking out at night. The biological mother finds out and rages. How, sorry, you are not a mother. Don't ever touch my child again. And the teenage girl says, um, but she's the only one that always disciplines me. Karigwe, you wanted to say something?
Jimmy, the biological mother, first of all, the craze. Do you know why I say she's crazy? For that girl, for you not to have custody of your girl child, it shows that it's the first red flag first.
There you go.
And for you to also get angry that somebody, your girl, is living under her roof, disciplined her because of what she did wrong. You are crazy. The only thing that I wouldn't support is if the stepmother is abusing the girl because the girl is not her child. That is wrong, but
no, that's not the case. Because
disciplining a child that you live with, it is not wrong as long as it's within the limits of best interest discipline. As long as it doesn't raise a safeguard issue, you're good to go.
Yeah, so Karigo, in this particular issue, there is nothing to it. It was just simply because the girl snuck out at night. That was the only
that is
reason.
why I said that the biological mother is a crazy person. She's a crazy.
So, and if you listen to the scenario, it didn't say abuse. It said discipline for going out. So if it was abuse, it would be something she's been doing over time, constantly, right? But that wasn't the case. It was just simply
and
because.
Another thing, you added a good spot to it. The girl said she's the only one that ever disciplines me.
Not abuse me.
The girl doesn't have issues with that disciplining.
There you go. You get the point.
Knows I did something
wrong. Thank you.
So if it's like the girl is complaining that this woman is beating me too much, it would have been another story. But the girl is not complaining. What you should be doing as the mother is find out the reason why your girl child is living with the father instead of you.
There you go. That's a good point.
Deal with it.
That's a good point. That's another
for
good.
For the woman to talk like that shows that it already tells you the reason why the girl child is
living with the father. Thank you. God bless you. I was just going to say that. God bless you. I mean, the girl says it because, I mean, she knows that she's not perfect and she might, do some things wrong sometimes. And she said it. But she's the only one who ever disciplines me, not abuses me, disciplines me, meaning she knows she does some things wrong at times. And the only person that cautions her, that calls out to other, is this woman. Is this woman. So who is right? In my own case, the stepmom is right.
No, the stepmom is right.
There
I
you
don't
go.
even know what anybody will argue against the stepmom.
You'll be shocked, Karikwe. People will be like, "What? You're not the biological mother.
And they wait for the person.
You are not the biological mother. You cannot. How dare you touch her? Again, we don't know the context of this so-called discipline. We don't know if she was smacked, if she was, I don't know, whatever, but whatever it is.
If the disciplining was an abuse,
the girl will talk
the
out.
story would have said it.
The girl will talk out. That's true.
So if they said disciplining, let's say it's a discipline within the limits of discipline.
I know don't get disagree with us because I've been seeing her doing thumbs down, but I would love to hear from her. I know she disagrees. But yeah, Tudo, what do you think? Oh, Tudo dropped on the live stream. Okay, Tudo, you're still on Twitter. Yeah, what do you think? Ikenga, what do you guys think before we go to Duncan?
Come again, bro. I was listening to something.
Oh, did you hear the scenario I painted?
No, not
okay.
Really. Sorry.
All right. So let me rephrase real quick for the sake of people just joining. So, the stepmother punishes a teenager for sneaking out at night. The biological mother finds out and rages. "You are not a mother. Don't ever touch my child again." And the teenager replies the mother, "But she's the only one that disciplines me." The question is, who has the right to discipline the child? Does the stepmother has the right to discipline, or she doesn't have the right to discipline? That's the question.
It's a very big one because look, in the real sense of it, whoever that is taking care of the child is who disciplines the child. There's no two ways about it. You can be the biological parent, but if you're not in the child's life, you are not actually the parent. So parent means parenting.
Right.
Okay? Parent means parenting. So whoever that is taking care of the child, telling the child, the child is now able to differentiate between good and bad. So all kudos to the person who is doing the parenting, not the person who gave birth to the baby.
Right.
Okay? So in the real sense of it, it all also depends on what she dishes out as punishment. You do not beat a child beyond his or her age and you call it discipline.
Yeah, but in this case, it's not. It's just discipline. They didn't put out the discipline is, but what we picked out is it's just discipline, and the girl, she's not concerned about the discipline. In fact, she's accepting the fact that the stepmother is the only person that disciplines her. So the phrase there is discipline, not beat or abuse.
Okay, so there are disciplines that reach deep into a child's head, and it could also be seen as an abuse, and then the child gets comfortable with it and sees it to be normal. So when the real parent of the child sees the level of what we call discipline, he or she will feel like, no, for me, this is too much for my child. Okay, so because everybody has a way how they want to treat their own child. So we don't actually know why the parents are not present in the child's life. Maybe they had issues. Maybe the child parents, biological parents, were not available at a point in time, or some sort like that.
So in this case, the daughter is actually with the father instead of the mother. Why do you think that is?
are so biased in the way you're telling the story. It is more than obvious.
My job. Look at my job is to make it debatable. My job is to make it controversial, so we can hear from both sides. I'm not going to condemn anyone.
So Jimmy, look where we go, but I just have this to say. Whoever that gives birth to a child should also have the obligation to parent the child. As soon as the child is no longer in your possession, you are no longer the parent.
Right.
That's how I see it. So if you want to parent your child, be in the child's life. As soon as someone else is doing it for you, they might do something you don't like to your child. And then other people around might consider it good, but to you, that's not what you had in mind to give to your child.
So Ikenga, now let me get your point straight. Your point is that this girl, this teenager, might have actually misinterpreted discipline or might have gotten comfortable with the discipline, even though it's an abuse, right? Gotten so comfortable with the discipline that she doesn't see anything wrong in it, and the mother might see something wrong in it, but the girl doesn't see it. Okay, that's another angle of you putting it out there. Again, I just create the platform for people to debate. People comes and debate. I have my own reservation.
Jimmy, do you know this about me? Why growing up, I didn't grow up with my mom. I didn't grow up with my dad as a kid. I grew up with my uncles. I grew up with my uncle while I was still maybe 12 or 11. At that point in time in my life, I actually differentiate too much between what is discipline and what is abuse. So what they were dishing out to me, I consider it to be discipline. So it got to a point where it beat me, the woman beat me to the point where I no longer feel pain. And I got normal, but I started taking it to be a normal thing. So I go outside, I do the same thing she asked me not to do. And all I could think in my head, the highest she could do is to beat me. I got comfortable with that scenario. She can beat me and break mobs stick on my head. I won't cry. So someone else by the corner, I see that as an abuse. For me, I see it to be normal. So this is the problem we have out there. So when my mother found out what was going on, because she's not around, she got upset about it. She's like, so you went through all of this and nobody knew about it? For me, I was angry with my mom. Why weren't you there? But now I grew up to see that most of those things she did to me was actually discipline. I learned a whole lot from her as well. Because if I were with my mom, there were some certain things I wouldn't know how to do. But because she forced me to do those things as a little boy, I cannot do them. So I won't take out her flaws. At the same time, I won't give her all the credit because there are some certain elements of love that I missed while growing up because I didn't actually meet my biological parents at that point in time. So that's it.
All right, thank you. Okay, beautiful said. Thanks. Don't care. Oh yeah. Let's go. Let's have it. Fire.
I see that you already prepping yourself for preface. I'm just here, just trying to push the debate, Jimmy.
Oh yeah. It's good. It's good for the platform.
Biased reporter. Okay, because the points you were stressing is to make the juror, already be against the mother simply because the child is not with her. That's what I have an issue with, and I noticed there was no females up here.
Caribou make that case.
I never finish. Now, to counter your point of the child is not living with the mother, I say we've seen many cases where sometimes when a man is the richer person, he goes out of his way to take the child from the mother. And obviously, if this mother was there and knows that her child was punished, then in some ways she is in that child's life. So I just want to cancel that one out. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury in the public. Yeah, I've canceled that one out on Jimmy. Now, I would say going through divorce and stepchildren and stuff, as Jimmy has reiterated the whole evening as we've been talking, is very stressful thing, not just for the parents, not just for the adults, even the children. I mean, like teenagers who are in, quote unquote normal families, with their biological fathers and daughters. Anybody who's had children will tell you teenagers are the worst things to raise. Even you as an adult, you know fully well what you were like as a teenager, right? So it's not easy raising teenagers. But I would say that if I was somebody's stepmother, I would never, capital letters F, never discipline another woman's child. You might say it's a women's code, but it's wrong. If I found myself in a position of being a stepmother and my stepdaughter did something, I would ask her father to discipline her. Because these things, you've talked about nuances all day, right?
Right.
It doesn't matter whether they're separated. The child's mother obviously does not feel comfortable with her daughter being with another woman, with her ex-husband, and her child is living there. So unless you have those rare cases where the stepmother and the biological mother happen, to like be sort of friends, in inverted commas, at least sort of comfortable with each other, that they've had this conversation. And it's a conversation that should have been had. Okay? It's a conversation that should have been had where it's like, okay, yes, if my daughter does this, I'm okay with you, discipline her because I believe we're on the same page, we have the same things. And you need to understand that is the whole point of being in a civilized society. The way that you decide to raise your child might not be the same way that somebody else would decide to raise their child. I decided to raise my children in the exact opposite direction of how my parents raised me because I didn't think they did it right. But they're my parents. They're not even strangers. So you need to respect that, And then, yes, you kept stressing discipline. And like Ikenga has pointed out, one man's discipline is another man's abuse, especially for us Nigerians, right? Because, like, for me, at this point, even though I'm Nigerian, even shouting at your child, I consider it abuse. Yes, I consider shouting at a child abuse. It might not be physical, but it causes mental issues. You remember we've had even that space, one of Tudor's spaces, where the doctors can come and tell us about how shouting at children causes, sort of mental stuff. You can see how I am. I'm a result of African parents that will do nothing but shout at you. Then it becomes the only way that I know how to have a conversation. You can have a conversation with a child. Like if I was the stepmother in that situation, yeah, I would sit my husband down and say, look, this is what your daughter did. What are we going to do about it? Because it's very obvious that she does not have a relationship with the child's mother. And disciplining the child's mother is going to do nothing but cause problems. Even if it wasn't even abuse, any sort of discipline, unless it's a conversation you've had as a family unit, because that's what they are now, family unit, stepmother, stepfather, whatever, then it's a conversation to be had. I find a lot of times it's adults that cause problems in the world. They will not sit down and have a proper conversation. You have found yourself in this unit now, then the conversation should be had. What do we do when it comes to discipline? Who does the discipline? But that stepmother should know, as woman to woman, don't touch anybody's child. Okay? Women know this. It's like drawing a line in the sand. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dunke. You came from a different angle. So you eradicate the fact that she snuck out. So let me put it this way. What would you have done in the situation that we're talking about?
Should I tell you how many times I used to sneak out when I was a teenager? Seriously, Jimmy. Like, seriously, you're acting as if it's some big, huge crime.
Yes.
That is what teenagers do. If it was my stepchild, I would sit down and have a conversation and say, listen, sneaking out is very dangerous for you. Something could have happened to you and we wouldn't know. And then I would have a conversation with her father. If I'm not on talking terms with her mother. It's just a conversation.
Yeah, so again, you see the discipline we're talking about here. I don't think it's physical, right?
It doesn't matter. I told you, even shouting, as far as I'm
No,
concerned,
it doesn't even have to be shouting. It could be.
and you shouted at her.
So
I would consider it abuse.
So discipline. I mean, the phrase is discipline. If it was abuse,
exactly,
it would have been abuse. But what I'm saying
no.
is,
Everybody's definition of abuse is different. I've just told you that for you, shouting at a child, you might consider it as discipline, but I consider it as abuse.
So
do you see the problem?
I get the point. I get that point clearly. So my point is this: it stated that she was disciplined. We didn't know the context of that.
Exactly. We don't know what kind of discipline.
My case is, the case I'm making is, the discipline could be, you know what, moving forward, there is no more girls' night for a week. There is no more girls' night for a week. Maybe she goes to a female friend's house to chill out and do all those things that she loves doing, and she's being stopped from doing that. That is a discipline. It's equivalent to.
Now you're just to try to make the biological mother seem like some sort of unhinged woman who would go and yell at the stepmother just because they put her child on curfew.
Yeah, but the girl said she's the only one that disciplines me.
Exactly. Except Inkenga has even just given you his personal story, saying, "I thought they were just disciplining me." Okay, you cannot, from this story, cannot in no way support that stepmother, because I say that stepmother crossed the line. You cannot,
even though we don't know the context.
Even to talk to the child, ma, she is not authorized. Okay, this is a woman thing. I'm telling you now. Do you understand me? Once you have to go through that scenario that there's a stepmother in place, but the mother is still around, it means there's still animosity going around there. And the best thing that stepmother can do for herself and that family is to stay out of it. She could have very easily had a conversation with her husband and let the husband deal with it. You see, if she had, even if it was just like you said, they said, "Oh, you cannot go out to see your friends." The person that delivered that bad news should have been the father. Then the biological mother wouldn't have anything to say to the stepmother. Do you see what I mean? It's already a complex family unit. As a stepmother, you should know that you stepping in is a problem.
Well, I think it should be a woman to woman kind of thing. There's some certain things that
it cannot be a woman. You see, this is the problem. Okay, now let us reverse this, Jimmy.
All right,
I have your point.
Yeah.
Let's reverse this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn.
Yes.
Don't bring feminism problem to deal.
Yeah,
I don't bring feminism problem to deal. They go to kiss me and you.
So if it was the other case, right, and it was your son is in the stepfather's house, and you heard that this stepfather has disciplined your child. I put discipline. Like, as I told you, like for me, even if somebody shouts at my child, I consider that abuse. Let's say you are in the same scenario. Do you not have a right to be angry at the stepfather and say, "That's not how I want to bring up my children. I don't want them yelled at"? I specifically don't want that because I went through the trauma of that as a Nigerian child. And I made that conscious decision that that will not happen to my children. So if my children have step-parents and I hear that somebody shouted at my child, we will reach court. Let me give you an example. I have a friend that went through a divorce and stuff, and her husband was he married to that girl at that point? I can't remember. This was in France, yeah? I think, maybe he was newly married to this new girl that he got married to, and she happened to be a Nigerian girl, okay? So she's in France doing madame. Do you know what the fight was? So my friend's daughter is a teenager, and this new stepmother was insisting that the teenage girl call her auntie. Okay? And the teenage girl says, "I'm not going to call you auntie. You are not my auntie." Fight ensues. Do you know what my friend did? She called the police. police, and the police came to the house, and the police explained to this Nigerian woman that in this country, you cannot force anybody to call you auntie.
So who called the police? The auntie?
No, the biological mother. She called the police on the stepmother.
Oh, okay.
Let them go and explain to her that this is not Nigeria. You cannot force your stepchildren to call you auntie. Do you understand what I'm saying? These scenarios are very sensitive. That's the thing. They're very sensitive. And even in my friend's case, her children weren't living with the father and the stepmother. They just used to go for visitations. You know, like they have like visitation times. The father got them during holidays.
Right.
Okay? And then when the father got them during holidays, auntie stepmother wants to, you know, especially when you have children, teenagers. Teenagers are terrible to deal with. You're talking and saying, hey, it's because your children never reached teenage yet. Yes,
well,
but
I have one. I have one
you
that
don't
just.
know how many times I snuck out as a teenager.
I have
Even
one
when
that
my
lives
sisters are
with me.
talking these days, you better be careful how you deal with your daughter. Otherwise, she will rebel. You know what they call rebel with a cause? That was me. You think I'm feisty now? You should have met me when I was a teenager. My parents' friends used to be afraid to come to our house. They would ask if I'm around because I will insult you, adult or not, if you overstep your boundaries. Teenagers, there's a reason they call teenagers from hell. Even when there's no step anything inside, teenagers are a handful. So a teenage girl sneaking out, how about Ogajimi? That one a big crime. Seriously? Sneaking out? I'm being a party, not today.
So.
You know what? I didn't have sneaking out.
Wait. Do get sorry to us, if you don't mind. Are you married? Married
2 adult kids, grown up and left the home.
Okay, so you have all it takes to advise us on this issue. That's why.
Exactly. My first one is 23 and my second one is 19.
Okay, so you are no longer a baby in this situation.
See, guys, what is it with Nigerians always saying you have what it takes? That somebody is not married with kids yet doesn't mean they can't advise.
Different from information.
Yeah, experience is different from information, but the world we live in has made it possible for me to harness other people's experience to use it to advise another person.
100%.
That is what psychology is for.
For it, you are right, but not 100%. In this situation, there are cases whereby parents are being asked of to advices on how to deal with kids in general. They don't ask people who have never handled kids before.
So I think.
Let me use mental health for this for you. There is what they call person-centered care, and that person-centered care, what it tries to do is to tell you that everybody in this world is an individual that is unique and different from the rest. That you raised a child doesn't mean your children and mine are the same. You can't advise me based on how you raised your children. The only thing you can tell me is this worked for my children. Try and see if it will work for yours.
But on that ground of asking that what worked for your kids, you are still going to ask someone who has been a parent.
Yeah, but do you know that if you go to an unmarried professional, they will give you better advice than that person that is married.
So that's the thing. Advices you give to people without experiences most times are not based on theory, right? It's not based on theory. It's based on just mere public objectives, information, and you put them together because
it's on your personal experience as a child.
Come again?
I mean, when somebody who has not had children gives advice on perhaps how to deal with children or teenagers, they could be giving that advice based on what they experienced as a child, which I think is also valid.
Okay, but you know.
Yeah, but I mean, even at that, I think the time frame is different. how we were brought up is different from how people were brought up now. We can use
So,
that.
Jimmy, with this Ikenga theory, you know what it means? It means that an unmarried marriage counselor, that a married person give better advice than a professional unmarried marriage counselor.
No.
That is what if you go by that theory, that's what the theory is saying.
I mean, if you have a counselor that talks to couples that are going through all these things, not just one, not two, not three, not four, not five, in their numbers, a counselor that's been in the game for 20 years, he has had engagement with different folks, different parents, different kids. He has way more experience than people that have been in a relationship for 50 years, because he has experiences of over 50 people with different lifespan of years within their marriages. So I think it has to do with about understanding the nuances and putting each scenarios into consideration. In the first place, I forfeit the right of allowing someone caution my kid the moment I'm divorced. The moment I've come to
That's
an
not
agreement.
true.
So
Even the court will not agree with you on that one.
yeah, I forfeit that right because look, here's the thing. The moment the divorce is finalized, right? And I get to realize that what, this is the timetable. This kid will be coming to at a certain time, it will be going to, my mind is already prepared, right, for the eventualities. But all I can do is talk to the other party, talk to the partner that, what, these are the things I would not tolerate. These are the decisions that can only be made by myself. Do not touch my kid. Well, tell your partner not to touch my kid. Okay? These things can be discussed. But in this case, you made a compelling argument, same as Ikenga, but not totally accepted. And the reason why I say totally accepted is this. Even though some people don't know when they are used to being abused or disciplined, right? But in this case, this particular scenario says she snuck out. And she admitted that what she did was
Jimmy,
wrong.
I beg to argue that the fact that that child felt the need to sneak out of that house tells me that that stepmother is not a good parent. What say you about that?
Yeah, so
Because-
okay, go ahead, because
if you were a good parent, I know that from when I was a teenager,
right,
the reason I snuck out was because you couldn't sit down and have a conversation with your parents and say, I want to go for a party. So I snuck out. And what did I do when I had children? I never did that. I would drive my children to their party. Or I would make sure a driver took them. Or I would even tell them, come and have the party in the house. I'll leave. So for me, you see, from my point of view, the fact that she has a teenager that feels the need to sneak out, there's already a problem.
right. So what if the party she's going to is not a good party? It's a party they have drugs and all the things.
It's usually this
Yes.
is the reason why you need to have conversations with your children.
I beg to differ a little bit from this one.
So I'm coming from a different angle from this. I love the angle she's coming from. She has a point there. To be fair, she has a point, but in this, I'm trying to stay focused on this particular scenario. And even though other scenarios are coming into pictures, but I'm trying to focus on this particular one because in this case, she's sneaking out. In this case, the fact that she could tell the mother that this is the only person that disciplines me, right, shows a level of comfortability with that girl still being in that house because she could
already did that one, Jimmy.
so she could have easily told the father she doesn't want to stay here anymore. They'll probably go to court and everything, but the point is she stood she's still in that house, but she just knew her stepmother to be a disciplinarian. They'll probably not like me going to a party like that. They would allow me to go to a party in daytime. They probably don't want me to go to party at night. Maybe because of the neighborhood I'm going. Maybe because of the you know the nuances are actually peculiar, and I want us to pay close attention based on the particular scenario we're talking about. She said she's the only one that disciplines her, right? And she knew what she did was wrong. Again, the stepmother punishes. So when we say
opposing counsel, Jimmy,
so when we
she
say
did not
punishes,
say, Jimmy, she did not say, I like that you're the only one that disciplines me. You know, that's a different sentence, right? Just saying.
okay, yeah, okay. That's another angle. I love how you're coming at this with facts, right? And you're paying close attention to the statement one at a time. So let me take this again. The stepmother punishes a teenager for sneaking out at night. The biological mother finds out and rages. So how did she find out? Let's put that into perspective. How could she have found out? Maybe the daughter told her, right? Maybe they just gisted and she just mentioned it because the way it sounded, the the biological mother now contacted the stepmother. You are not a mother. Don't ever touch my child again. Then
Did
the
she use the word touch?
yeah, touch. Yeah.
That means there was touching involved in the discipline. Now you see now, Ikenga.
Yeah.
See,
So
Ikenga,
so
there
I'm
was
so
touching involved in the discipline.
so okay. Yeah.
Jimmy, if there is touching involved, that means I'm changing my solution.
Yeah. So
Because I'm not an advocate of touch.
touch. Yeah. So guys, hold on. There's a reason why I'm retaking it again. And I told everyone, let's pay attention to the words used carefully, right? So you are not a mother. Don't ever touch my child again. Meaning the stepmother actually touched the stepdaughter, which is
I rest my case.
which is in quotes disciplines, right? So you are not a mother. Don't ever touch my child again. The teenager replies, but she's the only one that ever disciplines me.
The teenager is Ikenga.
No.
Who has the right? So Karigwe, Dunke and
Jimmy,
Ikenga.
in this case,
Right.
touching the child, the stepmom was wrong.
Right.
Even if
Absolutely.
even if you beat your own children,
Absolutely.
in raising children,
Right.
everybody has a different pattern to raising their child.
Right.
You are not this child's mother, and her mother has raised her a certain way till she became that teenager she is.
Right. So
in this case, you can punish her in other ways. For me, maybe if you do not take honor for your children, ground. You can ground her for sneaking out.
Right.
Or touching her is something you should tell the father, look at what your daughter did. Can't do this.
Right.
Or you call the mom, look at what your daughter did. I want you to handle it so that it doesn't happen.
I don't even think she has the right to call the mother herself. I don't think
you can call the mother and tell the mother your daughter is giving me problem. Look at what she did. Handle your daughter. Or
well, I think depending on the relationship, if they are
even if they don't have Jimmy, even if they don't have relationship, instead of you to touch somebody's child, report the person to the mother. If you're walking on the street and the child insults you, you don't go beating the child.
right.
Don't forget this woman beating this child is the stepmother, okay? Not
Right.
just anybody.
Not the
That is
biological
what I'm
mother.
saying. Beating, if it is other kind of punishments, I don't have issues with it, but beating is extreme. Before you give someone's child an extreme punishment, you need permission from that person.
Well, beating and extreme are also two different things again.
No, beating now. See, in my profession, Again, in my profession, beating is last resort, and it's extreme. Before the police in the Western world touches you, they will make sure they've tried every other way to get to you, and they couldn't. You don't just lay hand on someone.
They've gone through due process.
Yeah, that is it. You don't lay before you lay hand. It is because it's extreme. You should consult the parents. You should report to the parents. Let it be that it's the parents that did it, because with this thing now, touching the child, the mother can go to court and seek custody of the child.
That's correct. That's correct.
I told you that all that lady did was demand that her stepchildren call her auntie, and the police came to the house to come and tell her no.
Yeah. So
not to talk of touch.
So I was, when Dunke was making a point, I was taking note of some phrases she was actually pointing out. So I noticed her stance was firm on this particular scenario. So all the phrases she was using, I was paying close attention in picking them one by one. So what I did was I went back to the scenario, because I've already moved to the third one. I was going to read out the third one. I went back to the scenario. So when I read it, I also, because initially, if you guys remember, we couldn't establish if the discipline was verbal, if the discipline was maybe you're grounded, you're not going to be having girls' night out anymore. But when I read it again, I now picked up something that I missed the first time. Even when I read it at first, I missed it. Was when that mother, the biological mother, said, "Don't ever touch my child again." And the moment I saw the word touch, I said, yeah, you guys gonna be happy with this. Okay, let me take this again. So that was why I read it out. And I'm glad that the moment I mentioned that, everyone else picked up the point, the losing point that we all missed from there. Dunke was like, wait, did you say touch? I said, yes, you heard me right. And Karigo like, Jimmy, touch the idea. Okay, I'm changing my stance. That shows we all have a different perspective towards this. But once something that is not necessary is involved, then it's not just about debate or having back and forth for the sake of it. It's about understanding the nuances in topics like this. So yeah, Dunke, you won that one. Yeah, you won that one. Who has the right? I think the biological mother, has the right to tell the stepmother off. Because if you guys remember clearly, I mentioned it, what the stepfather, which is not just the stepfather, what the step-parent cannot do without legal authorities. And I listed out all those things, which include not even.
Jimmy, where is this child's father in all this?
Yeah, so the way the scenarios are painted is to give you the impression that it's just the two people engaging. But then again, we ask these questions: where is the stepfather? Another thing is, you don't know, especially if the biological mother is still single and decided not to get married, it gets more intense that way, right? But if she's married to someone else and she's living a good life, she'll probably have the custody of that girl, and that's the honest truth. She'll probably have custody of that girl, and maybe again, Dunke might be right on this. Maybe because of the father's status financially, that's the reason why they have the custody of that child. If you guys remember, I listed out the chances of you having full custody of your child, and the kind of job you do, how wealthy you are, meaning you have the resources to providing whatever the child needs.
Or they could just on the holiday, like usually divorces provide,
right,
where the children are there during the holiday, in the summer break or the
right,
Easter break.
Right. Yeah, that's right too. So, but I mean, then again, they can put it in a way whereby, for instance, if you're a doctor, you're making 7 figures, They put all these things into consideration. But you can have the money, you can have the resources and everything, but would you be available for the emotional support, physically be there for the kid? Will you have time based on your profession? So they put all these things into consideration. But if you say, oh yeah, I have a wife, she's a housewife, she stays at home all the time, oh, maybe she can take care of, she can take care of, she can look after the kid. So meaning the wife now turned herself to the police of the house. The police, the Alpha and the Omega, the CCTV camera, monitoring everyone, doing everything in the house. Because if you get work, if you don't go work, like your husband don't go work, the king go school, they'll be doing their thing. When you get home, you'll be tired and all that. But it's just based on the fact that the whole scenario changed from that single word touch, which has now turned the whole scenario into a physical thing. So the discipline was in naughty corner. The discipline was not even yearly. The discipline was not banning her from going out or having girls' night out. The discipline was striking her because the word touch was involved. Don't ever touch my child. So in this case, the stepmother was wrong. The stepmother was wrong in this case for touching her. That single act, regardless if she snuck out, the single act of touching her, in fact, it is now concerning, so much concerning that the teenage girl feels comfortable with the discipline. She's now used to the discipline that she doesn't think it's wrong. In fact, she's now defending the stepmother, saying, but she's the only one who ever disciplines me. She's now seeing her own mother as, you don't discipline me, it's only her that disciplines me. Right. So
even the act of sneaking out is an act of rebellion.
Yeah. So not necessarily. Not necessarily. I get what you mean in the fact that you can rebel to say, you know what, you guys don't want me to go there, yeah, I'll still go, or maybe a compilation of I want to go out and say no, I want to go out, no, third time I want to go out, not in a single day, but like occasionally. Maybe she had tried it 4, 5, 6, 7 times, and now she's been bullied in school. I mean, we're talking about teenagers. They talk about these things in school, in class. They bully they bully themselves with this one. She's still a house girl. She doesn't have the nerve to go out. She's still a daddy's girl. She dare not comes out. Things like that get to them, peer pressure. But they just want to do it so they cannot be bullied in school, and she just want to do that. So I don't think it's that easy, but I get what you mean. The possibility of that is we can't sweep it away. We cannot sweep it away. All right. Thanks, guys. This is getting interesting. Before we proceed, let's take a quick one from our sponsor, and we move right to the next scenario. That way, we've covered, I think, four scenarios by then.
Give me better. Are you ready for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and ukazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails. Obidi Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients, the quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. Obidi Foods, in Nigeria or abroad, Obidi Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients. For our smoked knife fish and panla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood smoked flavor. Fully fermented and sieved, resulting in fine grain. Our garri is processed from cassava grown in Obidi farms, ensuring high nutritional content. Red and bleached palm oil, organic farm sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, okazi, or herb, all sun-dried to retain the natural color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings from Ehuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper. Our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. info@obijifoodsLimited.com. Website www.obijifoods.com. Obiji Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
All right, welcome back, guys.
Sorry, Jimmy. When did you start this off the cuff thing? I know I've been off Twitter for a long time, so I must have missed this one.
November.
Ah, wow.
Yeah,
Cool.
November. I started since November last year, and I've had series of interviews. It's been going well so far.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed last week's one. I just heard you at the start of it today. You said
Oh, really?
you got back TikTok because of the one last week. I was like, damn, what did I miss last week?
The last week one was I think it was Bright Price. Yeah, last week one was Bright Price.
And that would explain that Bright Price thing is hard.
Man, it was hectic. Yes, last week was Dasbos. But the major ones you missed was the feminism and masculinity. Oh my goodness. My God. My God. That was nah. I don't think I'll be doing it anyway. I don't think I'll be near that topic anytime soon. It's not scary. It's the intensity it comes with. You know, all our masculine brothers will be here. You know, quoting Bible. You know, they want to rip everything off. Yeah, the man of the house, the Alpha and the Omega. You know, but yeah, it's been interactive.
There was a post just today that I saw. It was someone in parliament in Zimbabwe, and he was complaining about how even in social scenes, women just talk back to us. We can't have peace at home.
Hey, voila.
They're going to find that post. And I'm like, oh, African men are so going to be extinct very soon.
Well, a lot of them, they've not gotten used to it. Man, it's my goodness. The last masculine versus feminism space I had. Oh my God. You need to hear the things you're hearing. You know, you'll be like in 2025 for crying out loud. You know? Yeah. And my goodness. The topic is it's something else. But yeah, I interviewed a couple of people too myself. I put a stop to the interview because a lot of people want to come, but they don't want to be seen, and they're scared because of their voices are known. And these are people we know, right? So, but they have a lot of stories to share. They have ideas they want to talk about, but they're holding back. So, what I've tried to do now is search for neutral people, unknown people that are willing to share their story. So, I've affiliated myself with some NGOs in Nigeria, motherless baby home stories of people that they were abandoned and they grew up in the motherless baby home, and now they're well to do. They have money. They're looking after a lot of motherless babies, rape victims, and different people. So it's not just going to be searching. It will be a situation whereby they want to speak about it, more like a therapeutic thing for them, and they want the world to hear what they have to say. So then I can create that platform for them. But again, it's not as easy as people think it is. You can fix an appointment with them, and they'll be like, I don't know. I don't feel like I want to talk now. I'm scared. I don't know how people are gonna. I need to pay close attention to those things. So it's not all about bringing people on my platform. I consider them being in the right state of mind, their mental health, because it matters to them. So until then, I will just keep talking about topics like this until they feel comfortable coming forward to speak about it. It's one of the respect I have for them, and they really so much appreciate. If you know how many cancellation I've done, and they are still shocked that, will you still let me come on your platform? This one where I don't spoil your show. I say, look, it's because I understand what it's like. You don't know how the people are going to accept you, how you're going to be seen, how they will look at you. But yeah, just take your time. Let it not be as if you just want to come and do this to support Jimmy. Let it be you wanting to let it go. You want to say it out, and it's going to relieve you, and we'll take it from there. So, but yeah, that's just what it is. But yeah, we started since November. There's a version, the most watched version of it is the interview I had with Tudo. Oh my goodness. When he explained how he stopped being a pastor, a minister after 20 years. If you know how many people in my DM since then. So these are the kind of alagbiri, onpansaga, people that knows my father. They saw the interview. They're like, "Ṣáwọn tó ń bá ṣe nu àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ rẹ nu, àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ rẹ nu, those are your new friends. Àwọn tí wọn ò mọ Ọlọ́run, àwọn ọmọ èṣù." Oh my god. And they came across one of those spaces, and that day, oh my goodness, Dr. O was boiling. Dr. O was saying things like, "That's your useless God. That's your Abraham." It was so specific. He's so dumb. He's so this.
Doctor has serious grudges, man.
My
Serious
goodness.
grudges.
And Kariwe chimed in with, what he has mental health issue. What kind of God is that one? What kind of, hey? So they screenshotted it, they screen grabbed the video thing, and they deliberately did it because I was in the listener section. So they were like, "Ha, ìjọ tọmọ yín lọ nù o. If it doesn't say ilé ìjọsìn wọn nù lórí time." So that is my church on the internet. So they sent it to my people. And I was like, you guys are not well. I'm a grown ass man. I can do whatever it is I want to do. I just don't know. If you think that way, want to be what? Want to say this, want to say that. I said, oh my God. Okay. So they've left me the way I am. They believe I'm now mingling with children of the devil from the underworld. Dr. Ho. The way they were describing Dr. Ho, what's a Nikan? Doctor New. Doctor New, Ọlọ́run ló gbàkóso ayé rẹ̀ dé di doctor o. Àmọ́ nísìnyí kò sí tí ò lè sọ tán sọ́lọ́run. There's nothing I cannot say to God. Doctor, the God that made you a doctor, you're insulting him. I said, look, it has nothing to, I'm just listening to their on the board issue or àwọn ọmọ issue. Ìjọ àwọn ọmọ èṣù nù, ìjọ àwọn ọmọ èṣù kò yẹ ọmọ rí ọmọ Ọlọ́run ni you're not meant to be there. You're not meant to be in their midst. I say, with my whole internet. This is where I'll be worshiping now. I say, I just don't know. So I follow long back to so yeah, those are the kind of people I've been dealing with for being human on social media. All right. Welcome back, guys. Welcome for people just joining right now. We have how many people watching? Oh wow. 200 people on live stream, 190 on X, and 3 on YouTube, Facebook 6. Okay, welcome. Very soon people are gonna be getting off work in America, and they're gonna flock in. That's when the space will just skyrocket into its thousands. But yeah, I love how we trashed out the for second and third scenario. The new scenario I want to lay out now, titled New Dad versus Real Dad. New Dad versus Real Dad. And this is it. A child starts calling his step dad daddy because the biological father is really present. The biological dad hears it and threatens legal action, saying, "He's trying to steal my son." But the child says, "He's the one who makes me feel safe." Who is really raising the child? And does the title even matter? There you go, guys. Let's talk about it. What do you think? Dunke Ikenga. Oh, Karigo dropped. What do you think about this? New dad versus real dad.
I think the biological dad is very insecure, and I think the biological dad is very mean to his son. I think that, again, like I said, once your family unit has become that, adults just need to stop being selfish. Yeah, and I think that if that son is calling his stepdad daddy, it's because he really likes him. You know, and I say the biological dad should just get over himself. That's all I have to say.
Right. I like that. I mean, the boy said something. He said, he's trying, oh, well, the father said he's trying to steal my son. Well, the fact that someone else has taken over the responsibilities you're meant to have over your son in the first place, I think you shot yourself in the foot in that regard. But the most important thing is this: the boy said something. The boy said, "Is the one that makes me feel safe." Do you know? Do you know the weight of that? The son was saying that to his own biological father, that I call him daddy because it makes me feel safe. Do you know how shameful that is to that? Because this is the father and son, biological son and biological father having a conversation, and your biological son is saying to you that someone else makes him feel safe. And that's the reason why he's calling the person daddy. Then that father has failed. The biological father has failed. He has failed from his duty, he has failed from his responsibilities as a father, because your son now feels so comfortable and safe around someone else. So it's not by DNA, it's not by who gave birth to you, whose sperm you came out from. It's about the quality of time spent, who cares, and who can go to heaven and back because of you. And that is what really does matter here. And it's sad that in some cases, step parents are actually way better than the biological parents. Step parents are way more useful than biological parents. And the only thing we get from biological parents is just the title, daddy, mommy. It is sad, but it's real. And that is the case here. That is the case. Um, the, s- the boy start calling the stepfather daddy. You know, the case Dunkel was referring to earlier on about someone calling stepmother auntie. You don't need to force it. It is your reaction. It is how you treat that person. It will organically happen. In this case, the stepfather was playing his role so well that it wasn't forcing the boy to be like, "You have to call me daddy because you're under my roof. It is by force. You call me daddy." No, the stepfather created a conducive environment, a peaceful terrain, a place where the boy can call home, a place where the boy can go to and be like, "Yes, I feel safe."
Let me give you a story, Jimmy.
Please
There's a
go
story
ahead.
I read recently about this lady who was getting married, And so her biological father had not really been in her life pretty much at all. He was her stepfather. That's always been there. So when she was getting married, her biological father resurfaced and started insisting on walking her down the aisle. And I mean, I just thought it was beautiful that it didn't matter how much everybody sort of insisted. She said, absolutely no way. The person that will walk her down that aisle is her stepfather. Because that stepfather had been with her since she was a baby. Her father was nowhere to be found and had seen her through her whole life up to her getting married. And now that the biological father felt that it was his right, because he was her biological father, despite the fact that he was not present for over 30-something years of her life, and now decided he wanted to walk her down the aisle, she was like, nope, it will not happen. And I totally supported her.
Wow. And I know of a similar situation like that, exactly the way you just said it. But the biological mother doesn't even want the biological father to be there, doesn't want the biological father to be at the wedding. But the stepfather stepped in and said, no, he has to come. He has to come there. That is the daughter, not mine. I just took care. I just filled that gap for him. I'm not going to take away his title. I'm not going to take away his duty. So guess what happened? They had the wedding. The biological father was there, and the stepfather walked the stepdaughter down the aisle. And before they get to the altar, the stepfather cited the biological father, and he was so moved that he just stood still, dropped the girl's hand, walked towards the biological father, pulled him up from the seat, and handed the daughter over to him to walk her to the house. And the biological mother was mad. She was she was boiling. She was boiling. So the stepfather just went to sit right next to the biological mother. The biological mother was boiling. The stepfather just acted like they didn't see anything. So the biological father was tearing up. He was crying, and he walked the daughter down the aisle. Now the stepfather stole the show that day. People were focusing and concentrating on the stepfather for that single act. They respected him more. They loved him more for that act. And it was just like, you know, the biological father was just there. He wasn't even wearing the same clothes like everyone else. He doesn't have money to buy the, material and everything. But the stepfather had to step in and fill up that gap. And after the wedding, the the wife was angry, was yelling, "Why would you disgrace me like that in public, in front of everybody?" And he said to her, "I would not love my own daughter to go through the same thing. I wouldn't love anyone else to walk my daughter down the aisle. No matter how much they've spent in my daughter's life, I wouldn't allow such a thing to happen." And that struck the mother so badly, and it explained the reason why the woman actually married that guy. He was such a good guy, in and out. So that's a beautiful, that's a beautiful example that Dunke just gave now, and I think it's only fair for us to understand that you being a sperm donor doesn't make you um, a responsible father. It takes way more than that. In this case, the boy, the boy, no one forced him. He feels No, this man is my daddy. He's a definition of daddy. And he's calling the stepfather daddy. So even when the boy is with his biological father, he still refers to the stepfather as daddy. So now the biological daddy is now confused. Which of us is daddy? I will allow you to call him uncle. Don't call him daddy. But the boy believes daddy's role is to put shelter over my head, clothe me, feed me, and this guy is doing it. I hardly even see my biological father often the way I see this guy. When I go to school in the morning, he drops me. He picks me up. We sleep in the same house. Come on. We do this every single day, and the only time the biological father comes is probably once a week or twice. It feels comfortable calling the stepfather daddy. And the biological father is angry about that. Now he's going to court to take legal action. The stepfather he didn't force the boy to call him daddy. It wasn't as if, it's not the case Don't get mentioned that, they're forcing someone to be calling them auntie. You don't need to force anybody. You need to earn it. It will happen naturally. Let them call you whatever they want to call you. Some people, some step fathers, they are called names by their step kids. They call them names. They ridicule them. But it's the way you carry yourself, the way you package yourself, the way you present yourself, and the way you act towards these kids that will determine how they will respect you. And that is exactly what happens here. So I don't think that case is gonna see the light of day. It's a useless case. If those threatening legal action, I don't know. It's not gonna go anywhere. So the question is, who really raising the child? And does the title matter? No, it doesn't. The title doesn't matter. And clearly, the stepfather is the one raising this child. If the son could stand in front of his biological father to tell the biological father, I call him daddy because he is the one that makes me feel safe. That is huge. That is a big one right there. Karibe, what do you have to say to that, Kinga, before we move to the next one?
Jimmy, I wasn't listening. If you notice, I dropped.
You dropped, yeah. So okay, let me take it again. So it's a short one. The title is New Dad versus Real Dad, and it says a child starts calling his stepdad daddy because the biological father is rarely present. I missed that part. Rarely present. He's hardly around. The biological father hears this and threatens legal action, saying he's trying to steal my son. This man is a fool because already the stepdad has custody of your child already. Your child has already been stolen. So this one that you're saying that is trying to steal my son. So, but guess what? The person who stole your son in quotes is making your son feel so happy. And your son is saying, is the one who makes me feel safe. That is an insult to you as a father. Your son, you dey threaten say because your son call him daddy, you are going to court, and your son they tell you say no, you don't have to do that. He's the one that makes me feel safe. It's a shame on that man as a father, just because of that. So the question is, who's really raising the child, and does the title even matter?
The man. Well, the man is a very stupid human being. Very, very stupid human being. First of all, what I have a friend here that he has a child with a British person. The British person is married today. But this little boy is just 3 years old. But he doesn't call the stepfather dad because my friend is always in his life. He knows his father. Your child starts calling another person dad if you are not there. If that person starts playing the role of a dad, naturally, they will call him dad.
True.
I have a stepmother. I never called her mom. because I knew who my mom was, and I knew my mom, if she's alive, she would have been in our life.
Right.
So I couldn't call another person mother. So if your child start calling another person father or dad, that is not a problem. What you should do is start playing the role of a dad and see if they will start calling you dad too. Which court is he going to? If I'm a lawyer, if I'm a judge and you carry that into my court, you go to jail.
Thank God you're not a judge.
You go to jail for wasting my time.
Thank you for that. I mean, that's the same thing I said. Which court is this guy going? Which court is it going? CNL, you came up, you want to say something?
Yeah, Jimmy, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, I can. Jump in.
This one you're saying loud and clear. Funny enough, my mic is quite a little bit small tonight. I don't know why. I just became a speaker and the mic is no more audible.
But we can hear you.
Just try and speak while I try to listen as well.
We can hear you clearly, though.
Oh, okay, it's fine. So good evening, everyone, and every panel on this matter. This is a very great one. It's just like the case I am facing presently. So I'm actually a single father, and it happens to be that although what you are telling me, Jimmy, what the narrative you are giving is like international, while the narrative I'm trying to play is the one of Nigerian here. So it happens to be that when I met my ex-wife, because we actually got married, but it happens to be when I met my ex-wife, she had an 8-year-old daughter as at when I met her. That was 2020. So this time around, she's 14, the girl. But I noticed something that aside, every time I visit her, even before we separated and we divorced, every time I visit her, she always called me daddy. Yeah, I noticed that. And she always called the people raising her presently, or that has been raising her, is my ex-wife, older sister. She and the husband, they have been the one the girl has been staying with, and they have been raising, this girl, paying for her school fees and catering for her and all that. So, but I noticed that ever since she knew, that children are sensitive, but ever since she knew that I am with the mom, even though she doesn't know her biological father till date, and according to what the lady told me, that's my ex-wife, the guy never turned his back towards the child, even when she carried the child to the man and all that. Although I found out that some of the things were forced, and all that. But let me not just go deep into that, because some things she narrated to me is the thing that is playing out now, which I found out that truly there were some things she did which made this man not to push any further.
Right.
You get?
Right.
So for me to even push in now, for me to push in to be in the life of my own child presently, my daughter is 4 years old. She also had a girl child for me. For me to be pushing every day, every time, with the treatment she's giving me, I sat myself down one night. I told myself, I said, this must have been what that same guy that impregnated her the first time and never stood to become a responsible father meant that made him to run away. And he never turned to look at this beautiful girl face till she turned 14, or she may grow and become anything in life. You get? Now, where am I going to is in the placement of calling of name. My father said something that, there is something we call father. That song that Fino did that they call father is actually a nickname, and is a guy name that has come to play the southeast part of Nigeria. So my father said something that, don't call me father when you know that truly in your mind I'm a guy to you. Is a proverb. So what my father meant is, don't disguise by calling me father. You know what? So let it not be that I'm being tribalistic. The Yorubas claim to be respectful, and truly they prostrate. That's a culture.
Right.
They prostrate. Igbos don't prostrate. The Igbos, they only knew that's their female. They knew to give kola nut during festive season and all those kind of things. But my father will assume that if you as an Igbo man sees him and you prostrate on the floor, that means it's just what do they call eye service. So he will tell you, don't call me father, when you know that truly in your mind I am a guy. I'm a guy man to you, and you are calling me father. So back to what I'm explaining, let it not be that I'm drifting away from our topic. This girl always call me daddy whenever I am visiting, and I will always buy some things for her. And she also calls the in-law, the first in-law, which happens to be the husband of the older sister to the mom. She also calls that man daddy. So one day I sat and asked myself, how does Princess, because that's her name, I said, how does Princess figure this man is daddy? Me too, I am daddy in her life. What about the real biological father? What if she sees her? What will she call the person? Now you see where this is coming from. The girl that is calling the father, the girl that is even telling the real biological father that she feels safe, or the boy telling the man he feels safe whenever he's with him. The man has entirely failed. That's the real biological father has entirely failed. In one way, he failed in the essence of trying to fight for this. By fighting it, children are spiritual. Let's just call a spade and not a family implement. Children are spiritual. The more they grow, I still told my mom yesterday, I said, there are some quarrels I saw them had, that's my mom and my dad. And I told myself, thank God that they did not separate. But had it been they separated, as at that time that thing happened, I would have sided my mom. But now I am a man. I'm not just a man. I have housed a woman. A woman has also left my roof. I have a child that I'm catering for. It has also changed my type of thinking. There are some jobs I don't take anymore. So whenever I'm doing things, I'm not doing for one only. I'm doing for two, knowing that someone is somewhere which I am responsible for, whether I like it or not, because it's a commitment that I've already made already, which heaven approved and sent that child to me. So the man has already failed already by saying, filing a case in that court. What he's supposed to do is start making amendments. Okay, how do I reconcile with the mom? How do I start being present in this girl, in this boy's life or in this girl's life, so that this person can know that I am the real biological father? Are you harsh? Are you speaking wrongly to the mom? The truth of the matter is that I went deep into my own because of what my ex-wife is a baby mama before. Even when people were telling me, come back, she's older than you, she's a baby mama, I was like, no, she's different. But truth to be told, with what I've tested from her, it's not even what I want to go to now, because if I go, some single mothers will be like, you only went to one person that is evil. And you are generalizing, but truly my hands were burnt. I regretted, let me just put it out, I regretted ever confiding, fighting for her as a single mom. She showed me the real typical Nigerian single mom. Even though not 100% all of them are bad, but she represented the full group, to the admin group of a single mom that is manipulative, gaslighting, and so much more. I'm not saying that I am all around good. With what I said, when I started this statement, I said with what she did to me and what she's still playing now, I would have given up by not even being in my daughter's life because of what she has shown that same thing to that same man. So let me assume, to the first man rather, let me assume that this same woman is showing.
Sorry. Sorry, CNL. It's an advert from YouTube. Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought someone is actually driving with Google.
No. It's an advert.
Okay. So, okay, I'm rounding up already. So now I'm saying the truth of the matter is that women will always use children as a weapon. Especially, I've never seen a woman start dragging house with you first. No. So long as there is a child involved, there is another life involved which was brought forth by both of you. That's the first thing the person will hold on to, especially if that thing is still on her bosom. They will use it to taunt you. They will use it to. This is someone that I know what I passed through and all that. But if you see me talking to her yesterday, I was still petting her as if we are dating. okay, please now, or yeah, bring her out. Don't worry, you don't need to bring her out in society. Just bring her in an open place. I'm even the one creating that trust now. Bring her in an open place, let us see and all that. Even when we spoke yesterday, this is 4 years, this is 5 years, this month, this year, now 2025, that I have not set my eyes on my child. If I tell her bring her out, she will not allow, even when I want to see her, not even when I buy presents. Do you understand?
Wow.
So, and funny enough, you don't want to put her into school. Now, you don't want to put her into school. You don't want to bring her to the school I recommend. I've also said, okay, take my card. I have 100,000 naira inside the account. Take it for Uber. Drop her off in the school. Take the Uber and go to work. In the evening, still do the same routine and all that. So for me to even go this far, even when she's the one that offended me with so much more that I went through in the marriage, I still see that this person is what? Is devilish, is dark-hearted. This person has said that you love your daughter so much that you can't do without that girl. So she's fighting every means to make sure that you are not in her life. But you know the funny thing is that with prayers and with God and everything that I've been pushing forth with, I have been winning. Okay, yesterday I spoke with my daughter and she was like, Daddy, I want to come to your house. I said, okay, don't worry, very soon you will come. And when we ended that call, I asked myself, how did this girl know that me and the mom, we are not living together? How did she know that I'm living apart? Because you can't tell me that the mom sat her down, a 4-year-old girl, that the mom sat her down and started telling me and your father, we separated, we are quarreling. How did she know? Why didn't she say that when are you coming back from work? Do you understand what I'm saying now? That's to tell you that they are sensitive. They know what is happening within them. They know their environment.
How long has the girl been away from you?
This is 5 years now.
Yeah, so I mean, daddy cannot go to work for 5 years.
Do you understand? That's exactly what I'm telling you now, that they are sensitive. They know the environment they are into. They see even the course they are picking and how you
speak. So what I'm saying is the girl, she probably went, she wasn't told about the separation. It's just
anything.
Yeah,
yes.
She wasn't told. She just figured it out. She probably have friends in the neighborhood, and she will see the way daddy goes to work and come back. Daddy goes. So where's our own father? So not necessarily, that the mother sat her down to tell her all these things. So let me get this straight. So the mother has 2 daughters with her right now.
Yes, the mother has 2 daughters with her with 2 different men.
Okay.
So I myself am the first guy. Do you understand?
Right.
So now, even when I'm fighting, playing my role, okay, school is resuming September. I was the one, I went to locate a school here on the island, here in Lekki, to locate a school as at last week. And I gave her the school list, gave her the form and everything, and I made a payment. Told her, okay, I made a payment. This girl has not been in school before all this while. And go to the school, pick up the items and all that. She said, no. That is my decision that I didn't carry her along. Meanwhile, she was still the person that told me, since you are complaining that she's not in school, or put her into school. You get. Now, I've made a commitment, find the school, and she refuses. She flagged the school down, and the school refunded me. They just told me, okay, they will refund me what I've paid already and all that she should. Then I told her, go ahead, make a payment, find the school, and let me make a payment. Now, why am I doing all these things? It's for me to have an upper hand tomorrow. So I can't, so that it won't be when I want to tell her, okay, I need my daughter.
CNN, before you go ahead, quick question. Did you guys go to court? Did the court dissolve that marriage?
Oh no, the court did not dissolve any marriage. It's
did you guys marry?
Oh yes, I did normal traditional marriage. I did everything.
Did you do court marriage?
To Lagos to do wedding. No.
You didn't do court marriage?
No, but we did our normal traditional marriage. Yes, the customary marriage was okay. But coming to do wedding in Lagos, that was when we started having issues.
So
I came back to Lagos January 14.
Did you speak to the family members about attitude? The same people you went to do the traditional.
If you are able to say that, I don't. That is why I said I didn't even want to go deep. She's a mommy's girl. Like I said before, she's a mommy's girl, and her mom is the chief enabler. The dad is dead. And in Igbo land, if a girl child, God forbid, the father is dead, there is every tendency. There are some things the girl will do. Let's call a spade, because this marriage really opened my eyes. There are some things the female child will do. So There are actually 7 in number, and out of that 7, she's the only one that listens to the mom, and the mom is a very ruthless being. The mom doesn't see anything wrong in whatever she does. You get, the mom has been siding her. She has 3 people that have been siding her. The mom,
I mean,
the second son in the family.
I mean,
the second son in the family that is in Sokoto.
I get the picture you're already painting. I get that picture. But it is.
There are some people that are engineering.
So it is your.
Fueling that have.
Right. So I mean, sorry to cut you short. It is your word against her right now. You know, we on this platform, people listening to you, we cannot verify all this. Yeah, we cannot verify all these things you're saying. But I mean, I'm asking this question based on the things you've said, and I'm just wondering why would she take away those 2? Is she remarried now? Or how is she managing 2 kids? No, I mean her. Is she remarried?
No. Oh no, she hasn't remarried. I can't tell. I can't tell presently because I don't even know her location, her address.
Is she working?
Presently, but
is she working?
Oh yes.
Yeah. So, because
my child is the only one that is present with her. My child is present with her. Like I said.
So what about the other girl? What about the other child? What about the
first girl? The first child, which is 14, is with her older sister. It's her older sister's house that girl has been.
The older sister needs to tell you where your child is because your child is your priority, not even your stepchild.
Not a stepchild. No. I mean, I asked the question.
Sorry, Jimmy. Did he not just say that he found a school for the child?
Yeah.
How did you know which school to find? You don't know where the child lives.
So no, I think he did. He found the school to let the mother know that.
I love what you asked.
Yeah.
I love what you asked.
So CNL, hold on before you proceed.
Don't be offended.
Yeah, I want to pick something. Don't worry, I'll give you more time to. I just wanted to let you hear their questions before you proceed. So what I think he's trying to do is what they call due process, right? He's trying to show the court that he's a responsible father. He's doing everything to have the custody. Yeah, to have the custody of the daughter regarding the child's education and all that. So whatever it is, and that's the reason why I asked, did you guys marry? Was it a legal marriage? Did you guys go to court? Because I thought it was a divorce that the court actually stepped into, and I was going to ask, what's the custody like? Do you have full custody?
We didn't get to the court, dissolving any issue. It's only that traditional marriage that we did.
Right.
So
before you go ahead, Karigwe, he can still approach the courts, right, regarding custody, regardless.
Yes, it's true. Now, but let me tell you, Jimmy, the what I'm playing here. I can approach the court for custody, but let it be. I'm a very how will I put it? I'm alright. So there's a background. I'm having a background.
Karigwe, your mic is on.
Over the road.
Okay. Now, Jimmy, let it be. Why I don't want to go to the court immediately is I am doing all possible things for me to have an upper hand. Now, what do I mean by an upper hand? I wanted to do law in school, and ever since law didn't work for me, I still have interest in law. But one thing I always love is let it be that you are coming with an upper case. You are coming with a case, but you have an upper hand in it. Now, what do I mean by an upper hand? Let it be that you've done 90% of things to your proposed daughter or to the daughter you claim to love before you come to the court for custody. First of all, I cannot get a custody at 4 years. My child is just 4 years. The truth of the matter is that even if she gives me that child, let me be truthful, I will give her to my mom. My parents are very much alive. I will give her to I will resort in giving her to my mom, which I wouldn't love because I love my daughter so much. Now, that's why is what I'm telling, is what I want to answer. Now, why I might give her to my mom is because I might not have time to look into her, to take care of her with work schedule and everything. So that is one. Two, I want to be playing my major part so that even when you get to the court can be able to grant you that custody without looking back. First of all, you are not paying child school fees. You are not sending money for welfare. You don't even call the child to come out weekend. Let's you guys see. You don't even send food or even clothing. How do you think that even if we say, okay, let Omona discuss it or Omada, you know what they call like kindred. Let kindred discuss. They will even tell you, they will say, one now, you're not doing right now. What do you think? You get.
So at what age? At what age can you claim custody of a child in Nigeria?
Well, there are some. It depends on some matters. Some matters may give it to you at 12 years, or some they may give it to you at 18. But there are some. If God is so good on you by your side, and you and the woman is very much in good terms, even 9 years, you can get your child. You can just tell the woman, okay, this child is so and so now. I need to have my child fully to myself, and they will check everything you've been doing. And that is what I'm playing. Now, someone asked me a question, I think a female. I'm so sorry I can't see my screen for now. Someone asked me a question and said, why did I went ahead to look for a school when I had not seen my child? Now, to a level, I know the spouse I had. You know, no matter how wicked or no matter how bad someone is, you know your spouse more than yourself. Yeah, that's just the truth. You know your spouse more than yourself.
Not in all cases. Not in all cases.
Yeah, all true. Not in all cases, but you can tell to a bit, even until the person changes. Yeah, that's true. So I know that definitely school is the only thing that can bring me to have access to my child. I'm not coming to kidnap my child, God forbid. I'm not coming to even throw tantrums or make trouble. Okay, auntie or madam, I've gotten a school. Enroll this girl in this school. Do you like it? Yes. I like it too. Oh yeah, you enroll. I'm coming to see her so day. I see. There is no way you will tell me. That is why when I started this statement, Jimmy, I said children are spiritual, they are sensitive. There is no way. Okay, now I told you that I made a call yesterday, right? And my daughter said something.
If I can just interrupt you for a second. The question on
what is it?
If I can just interrupt you for 1 second, because you didn't actually answer my question.
That's what I'm answering. You said why did I went ahead to get a school?
Hold on.
When I don't know her location.
Exactly. So how do you know which school that if you don't know where she lives?
But that's exactly what I'm telling you. I called the mom. The mom told me where they are.
But you just
you understand? She didn't tell me the address. Now, what she told me is that find a school around so and so place. That's what she told me. So that simply means that they are around that region. That's what she told me.
Oh, okay. So she didn't give you the address.
I can't tell this is the house exactly. I can't tell this is the house, this is the address, this is the house number. But she just told me, just like you coming to Lagos, someone tells you if you come to Lagos, go and look for a church in Lekki, around so and so place in Lekki, and get a church.
So did you do that? Did you do that?
Of course, that's what I did. You didn't hear me. That's what I did. And she flagged it down.
It's strange that you don't have an address. And somebody just says to you, oh, I live in, I don't know, one of the areas in Lekki phase 1. And then you just go and find school. It sounds to me like you have a communication problem with your ex.
CNL, hold on. Let me say this. I think what is going on is desperate. CNL is desperate to see his daughter. And he's being strategic.
Yes, you are right.
He's being strategic about it. Hold on. So he's trying everything in his might to make this approach towards securing how he can have access to his daughter, right? And one of the ways is through a school. So having your child in a particular school, if you know the school your child is going, that is one comfortability in your mind because you know you can go there and you see your child there. So at the point at which
sorry to interrupt you, Jenny. Why do you need to wait until your child is old? Why not just go to court and ask for visitation rights?
There you go. So here's the thing.
Okay, now.
Hold on, see now. You don't worry, you answer these questions, but I want to say these things based on what Donke is asking because from my own perspective, I know people that have been through that too myself. The court, the Nigerian court favors the mother when there's a separation.
But surely not from visitation. I'm not talking about custody here. I'm talking about visitation rights.
There is a way that what Jimmy is saying is that there is a way she will still narrate. She might twist it. Here is Nigerian, and the system is very corrupt. So sorry to say, she might still twist it, and the court will tell you that there is a restriction to you. She might just raise an alarm that, okay, you are coming to kidnap the child, or she doesn't like your presence and all that. They will just flag it that there should be a restriction.
So,
do you understand? So that was what I meant mention.
So just because you're paying school fees means that when she goes to court and says, oh, she has flagged whatever she wants her to flag you, and the fact that you paid school fees is like...
Of course, because I have something that I'm doing to the child. At least there is an education running.
So do you know if your daughter is actually going to school? Do you know if she went to nursery school, primary school currently?
That is even what I'm telling you now. She's 4 years. You know, this is the third time I'm mentioning her age. She is 4 years, and every 4-year-old child is supposed to be in nursery 2 or 3, if not actually. But she was in nursery 1, and she dropped her. And she dropped her was because of what? When she separated from me, the school could not, the education couldn't continue.
Is it because of lack of financial problem?
Yes. Now, it's lack of financial problem and also ego to reach out to me. Okay, how far? This girl is not in school. So I have still been the one to be calling. Okay, how is she? How is school? So most times, whenever I call my daughter and I will say, how is school today? My daughter will be confused. She wouldn't talk. Until one day, and this thing started around this June, ending of June, I called her. So she just did her birthday April 19th. Okay, that's when she just finished her birthday. She clocked 4 years completely. So that very day I told her, I said, don't worry, mommy, I will bring cake for you so that you and your classmates will share. I purposely used that word. So she said, classmates. So when she said that word, I was like, are you not in school? She said, no, daddy, I'm not in school. So I told her, I'll give your mom phone. So she gave the phone to the mom, and I asked, I said, please don't be offended. Is this girl not in school? That was exactly what I said. She said, how will she be in school? I said, excuse you, and whom did you tell? So you understand now, this is where the agitation started, and I became worried. I was like, oh, so I was now like, oh, did we, you still offended me, you packed out of the house, and it got to you harming my child from foundational education and all that. So I became mad, and now, I ended the call, and I came on WhatsApp, and we started talking, and I said, okay. So we finalized everything by she telling me that I'm worrying her, that I'm disturbing her, that if her education is so important to me, that I should go and find a school by myself for her. So that is what prompted me to start looking for a school. Now you understand what I'm saying now, even without knowing her location and her address. So when I asked her, which region do you want me to find the school, she told me. So I don't need to start asking her, where do you live, where do you stay? It will still pose threats. It will pose kidnapping. It will pose so many things, because that was why I made mention. I said, I know someone I am living with.
Listen.
Okay.
This is
Okay.
You should go to court if she's not letting you see your child.
But there is money that you used to
hold on.
Money that you used to go to court.
Yeah, so CNL. Yeah, so CNL.
I'm telling you. I know.
Because do you know the evidence you need to be gathering? The evidence you need to be gathering is not even for the court. It's for this child. When she grows up, she will see that you fought for her. Because if you see all I'll tell you is, when my mom was making up, how did you fight to keep me? So your child should see evidence that we are fighting, but the mom is not letting you. Don't just
I understand.
If you don't have money for court, carry your own and go to her own so that you have witnesses.
Reverend, like there's something they say in Igbo language. Oh, we go Reverend, see. Let me come out to the open and tell you guys something. Now, you might ask me I love what Jimmy said. Jimmy said something that he just judging based on what I'm telling, that he hasn't heard, from the opposite party and all that. And let me tell you something. I'm a very committed man. I don't praise myself, but I know that I came out from a well-to-do family, like well-trained, and I'm very responsible to an extent. Let me put it that way. Yeah. I love it when there's something, so sorry that I have to still use my language. There's something they say that meaning that you just have to do your own very best, or you just have to do your very best so that the fault should be from the person that is accusing you. Do you understand? So I am not doing all these things because I don't know the step to take.
So
Of course,
CNL,
I've been watching.
CNL.
Yes.
People are actually in my DM and they're saying from your submission and everything that you're not being honest. They're saying,
Okay.
yeah, they're saying there are other side to the story. I mean, that you can actually get a visitation right to your child. You don't even have to do court marriage, traditional marriage, whatever.
Well,
You deserve
yeah,
a visitation right. Except
anybody that is saying that there is no, anybody that is saying that there is another side to the story, the person is right because, of course, my partner hasn't said has rights. Abi, it's only from one party you guys are hearing, so there's no problem. I've grown so big. Reverend, don't be offended. I'm coming. You will say something. I've grown so big in this case that I don't normally share my story on platforms or this thing because do you know the funny thing? They will still tell you, are you sure you're telling the truth? Are you sure? It is my child. It is someone I brought under my roof. So I know what I am going through on a daily basis. I know what I have been through. I know what I went through even in the marriage. So on her own side, she might still tell you that she knows what she went through and all that because of what everybody went through everything.
Right. So we're not. See. So CNL. Here's the thing. I'm not bothered about the two of you. I'm not concerned about. I don't even care about what you guys do. I'm concerned about the child, your own daughter, and the reason why I'm concerned about your daughter is because you're the father and you're speaking on my platform. I'm concerned about the welfare of that child, the educational background of that child. Is she going to school? Is she going to go to school? What is going on with that girl right now? Why is it so difficult for you not to be able to visit your daughter?
Okay, fine. On the flip side, Jimmy, do you know when I started talking about she not going to school and all that, some women still came to tell me that, are you sure that your daughter is not in school, that she might be in school and she's not, and she's trying to lie to you? Now, this is physical, not online. Now, I started digging deep. That was, I told you that she was in nursery school before she dropped out. Right. Now, I started digging deep. I started querying her. I'm like, okay, if this girl is not in school, let me know and all that. And then she didn't talk to me. I think the reply she gave me was, whenever she gets into school, that I will know. No. She said whenever she need me concerning school, that I will know. Yeah, that was her chat. I still remember. So I said, okay, I locked up. I kept on sending money. I've been sending my welfare. But truth to be told, I stopped sending money. Reverend, I'm coming. Reverend, hold on, don't be offended. Now, I stopped sending money December. I still remember, this is 2025. I stopped sending money December 2024 when I spoke with, I think, a barrister friend of mine, but the woman is no more in Nigeria. So when I spoke with her, she was like, if this... No, you know the funny thing is that there was a whole confused lot. People were telling me, forget about the child, and whenever the child grows, the child will come to. I said, no, that narrative, you can't play it on me because even me, you can't tell me now that my own parent didn't put hand or my father didn't put hand in training me and all that, knowing fully well that he didn't even make an effort. And tomorrow you want me to go and look for the man. No, I can't even do that. So you don't expect my own child to come and look for me.
All right.
I know that I need to play my card now that I'm alive and everything. So I started fighting only to find out that she was in school then. Now listen. So sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, I want you to wrap up on that real quick so we can move ahead. I need to. Okay. I need to move on to another.
Now this school she was into was paid 55,000. They were paying 55,000 for the school. But she falsified the school list and gave to me, which was 120,000, which I still remembered very well. So that was what got me annoyed, and I told her I won't make payment for that school fees. Of course, I went to the school and I found out.
So was that why you guys?
Was 65,000.
Was that why you guys split?
No. That's when we've even splitted the earlier stage of our splitting. My daughter was in school, so I found out that she was in school, but she falsified the amount, which I found out.
If you can find that school, that means you can find your daughter. If you could find
that is exactly what I'm telling you. But now she has pulled her.
And yes, you're telling me that if they pulled her
school, she has pulled her from the school. No, hold on.
You speak to this girl's elder sister, according to you. You You speak to the elder sister, you have access to your stepchild, whom you don't owe duty of care to. The person you owe duty of care is your daughter.
Your own daughter.
If the elder sister is letting you see your stepchild, you should talk to the elder sister about knowing where your own child is.
Of course, that can happen.
So,
yeah, it should happen, not can.
so let me just sorry, Dunke. Sorry, Karibu. Let me CNL. I'm gonna ask you. I'm just gonna go straight to the point. I'm not gonna beat around.
Okay.
So, was there any situation whereby you abused your daughter?
I abused my daughter. No, now begin where the just born went.
No.
No, there was no abuse now.
Yeah, so don't disregard that. So I asked that maybe because I've seen cases like that. So and there is no. Hold on. So and there are no cases about abusing the mother as well.
Oh, there was a case of abuse. We had a
With the
domestic
mother,
violence
right?
when she started beating me. Yes, she
There
was
you go.
actually hitting me.
Okay.
Oh yeah, she was actually hitting me and then tearing my shit and so much more.
Right.
You know, like I stated earlier, she's older than me.
Right.
I think she's older than me with 4 years, and then she's a single mom. So I'm not even counting about those ones. Those ones are just normal basic. So it started from she fighting me first, and retaliation and everything. So it actually led to us separating, going both ways. But it didn't stop me from not taking care of, from not doing my commitment. Even the welfare I've been sending, we never went to court. One day she never tell me, you're not sending money to each other. No. I started sending money right from 6 months because I was still very much annoyed. But 6 months after, everything, I started sending my upkeep to them. And I've been doing that, which I stopped December last year. Of course, you heard me when I said it. It's on recording space. So
Beautiful. I heard that. I heard that. And I love the fact that you came up bravely to speak about this. Don't get your mic. We can't hear you. Your mic is actually breaking. You want to drop and come back. I want to create a platform where people can actually engage him and ask a question one at a time. I love the fact that you came on my platform because it has to do with the topic. And I want it to be something where people can learn from, and the people on the speaker.
Oh yes, and this one follow me so much.
Right.
That's the one where I have to put him out.
Thank you. So, but then again, I don't want to create a platform where people will be scared on speaking on my platform. I want you to be comfortable. Okay. People are going to be asking you questions based on what you said, and the whole point of these questions is for us to understand the nuances, that are attached to situations like this. I'm glad that you came on my platform to talk about this. And when I asked about the abuse thing, it was based on what you said so far, because I knew there was something. It's almost as if the woman doesn't even want to see you, right? So there must be something that had happened that might have led to that. So now that you mentioned that you guys had a physical altercation, so that being said, I have people in the speaker section. They're going to be asking you questions one by one. I would love you to do a one-on-one engagement so we can move on with other people.
Okay, there's no problem.
Dunke has a question for you. Then we go. We take Sonia, and if Karibu wants to chime in something. So Dunke, go ahead.
Thanks. Do you know what? I actually changed my mind. CL, I'm very sorry for the situation that you're in.
There's no problem, ma'am.
With you that you should consider your child. I know that the love isn't there between you and your ex anymore, but you have a child together. And from what you've said to me, what I'm gathering is that what you're after is custody of your child. But I would also like to remind you that as much as a child needs their father, they also need their mother. So instead of looking for custody for your child, find how to get visitation to your child, because your child is growing every day, right? So you need to find how to get visitation, not how to take the child away from the mother.
Right. That's a beautiful one, okay? Because he has already said it himself that even if he gains the visitation right, he's going to take the child to the mother, to his own mother. So that's a beautiful point you just made now. Oh, he left. Okay, he's coming back. That's a beautiful point, and I hope you heard that.
Except Jimmy, there's another thing we need to consider.
Right.
He said the domestic violence was involved.
Right.
Was I the one that left or someone dropped me?
Yeah, your network did.
Don't drop him.
Okay.
Yes,
Because
yes.
I thought my data has finished because I have limited data.
So
Okay.
sorry, Karigwe,
Yes.
hold on to that thought. I want to be clear. If he heard what Dunke said, did you hear what Dunke said? It's quite important.
I heard a bit. Dunke said something. If I got it right, she said, no matter what, she started by saying that she's sorry for what happened, and she said no matter what happened, that so long as there is a child involved, I shouldn't stop playing my part. As
So
a
hold
father,
on to that. She's still here. Dunke, do you want to repeat that so you can hear that? That's a very good point for him.
Let me try. Yes, thank you. At least you remember the part that I said that the child needs both of you. And saying that instead of trying to get custody of the child, just try to get visitations and work through, your relationship. Because you trying to get custody means that you want to take the child away from the mother, and that's not good for the child either.
I'm not even fighting for that. We are not even talking about custody. If you heard very well, you will see when Jimmy said, when does one get custody of a child? So I'm not even, God knows, I'm not fighting for any custody now. In fact, I even stated it to
you want to visit your child?
Of course, I want to visit my child. I still stated it yesterday on the call we made, what she asked me. So, of course, I want to visit my child. I want to know where they are. I still want to know how they are faring, you get, no matter what happened. Now, let me put it out here so that it doesn't look as if I have been painting this woman black and everything. I have a fracture on my left hand presently, which I can't really lift my left hand up, and it's because of infidelity. So it's through the person she's sleeping with, which happens to be my neighbor, that stabbed me with bottle, and this hand broke. So I went to a scan, and I have a complete fracture. So I didn't want to state this out here because I know it's my image. I know I don't want to put out some things here, but I just want to tell you guys, like, if I start to drag this, I will win this, even now that this child is still very small. But I am very committed with a whole lot of things, and she is a very big distraction. Let me put it out here. So she knows that, okay, definitely the child loves me, and she's a girl child. The more that I'm calling, the more I'm coming close to her. The girl keep on talking about me, keep on trying to be with me. So that is what she's fighting for me not to get close to her. And me, on the other hand, I have to be strategic. If I play that part of, I need this child, I want to see this child. No, she will come out. That's why I said I know the person I put under my roof before. She will come out in the sense that you are trying to run away with this child. So I am playing on trust platform. Can I come to visit my child in school? Whenever school closes, can you bring her for me to spend 2 weeks with her and 2 weeks with yourself and all those kind of things? I am not interested in the girl custody for now, and God knows that. So that is just the level I am. So it's not that being I'm stupid.
Yes,
it's
so
not
CNN.
as if I'm stupid. I'm
Right.
being strategic on what I'm doing.
Can I ask you something?
Okay, go ahead. I wanted to, but I remembered I stopped you, so go ahead.
You know the woman. You're the one that experienced her. We just know what you told us. From everything you know about her, what do you think is in the child's best interest?
Good question.
Exactly. I love this question, Reverend. This woman with my child is not safe with her. Let me be honest. Because right from when she was with me, she was taking my child to nightclubs. She was taking my child to lounges when this child was 8 months, which I reported to the older sister many times. And the older sister rebuked her. It's only 2 people that she's afraid of in that family, out of a family of 7, the older sister and the first son in the family. But the second son in the family is the one that is training her first child for her, which I stated as well.
The 14-year-old girl, right?
As well.
The 14-year-old girl. The 14-year-old girl.
Yes. So that one only also is an enabler with the mom. So both of them are enablers to whatever she's doing presently. Now, see, with my daughter, with her, no, she will be corrupt. God forbid that. But, I can't fight that much. Do you understand? I can't fight that much because of what? 1, I am lacking the financial capability. 2, I still need most information. And 3, not just information. 3, I still need to play some part in order to hold her accountable. And those parts are what? Her education and her welfare. Okay, now, she was judging me as at yesterday when we spoke. Sorry that I want to go deep a bit. She was judging me and telling me, okay, that since this year, Have I bothered to send money to them? And I told her, I said, you got me annoyed because any little thing, you will ask me which child, knowing fully well that there is DNA involved, because it's a whole lot of things. I don't want to go deep into this story. I don't want to go deep. So knowing fully well that there is so many things underlying, which I overlooked, and I keep on training this child. Now, you are telling me, any little thing I will tell you where is my child. Let me see her. You will ask me which child. And you knew what you did when you were pregnant. And I sidelined that. And if you listen to my statement in the first place, I said that there are some things that she did which she showed me that she's a typical Nigerian single mother. And I know that if I say that, so many single moms will come out to tell me that I am generalizing.
So,
I still made that as a statement.
All right. So regarding that, hold your thought on that, because I want to move on to Sonia now and Dr. O to ask you that question. I'm certain they came up because of you. So regarding the statement you just made now, sometimes I think it was 3 weeks ago or a month ago, one of the topics I treated was why are divorcees, widows, single moms, and 30+ women stigmatized for marriage. And that stigmatization, I heard it like a couple of times. You've emphasized on it today more than, she's a single mom, she's a single mom, she's a single mom. It's a stigma that, a lot of men try to use to paint a woman as a promiscuous kind of person just to get a point.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that has anything to see. So here's my point. Whatever you're saying here today, I'm not concerned about your relationship with her. I'm concerned. I'm not concerned even how you guys met or whatever happened.
Jimmy, hold on. I think at this point we are advising you. You need to tell us everything. Be as honest as you can.
Which is impossible. Which is impossible.
Jimmy,
So, CNL, hold on. Let's hear Karibu. CNL, hold on. Let's hear Karibu.
Jimmy, I just came to tell you to check your DM of the cuff. Check your DM. You have a message, Jimmy.
Okay, all right. I'll do that.
So for us to understand where to advise you from, we know we can't get your side of the story, but tell us everything.
Of course. No, Reverend, what happened now is this is 5 years already going. So of course you can't tell me to narrate the journey of 5 years as you summarize it in 20 seconds or 1 hour in all that. But what I'm saying is,
sorry, Jimmy. Okay.
Okay.
I heard you say you have not given her any money since December last year, which is like 7 months. So how?
No, since this year. I just said December last year was when I stopped.
Yeah, so
this is the 7th month now. Oh, yes.
So this year you have given. So how has your child been feeding?
Okay, well, if you may ask how my child is feeding, my child has been feeding. Of course, I know. And a whole lot. There are pent up angers. Let me put it this way. There have been pent up or built up angers, and a whole lot. I said it before that I was sending my money without us even going to any issues and all that. I've been doing my upkeep, but something made me to stop.
Two of you should stop.
So let's try to fight.
Right. So let's get Sonia's question. Then we move on to.
You did not reiterate the point that I just asked him.
Which was?
It is July, and he has not sent any money to feed child.
Okay, that is why I
No, okay, that is why I told him that they should stop using this child to fight, because just say pent up anger. You can't because of anger to abandon your child.
Right now, this child is the collateral damage.
You abandon the child because of the issue you have with the mother. If I have a child, a woman that I don't talk to, I've seen the situation in this country that I live now. People that don't talk to each other, but they still take care of their child together.
So, Karigo, before you proceed, CNL, let me say this.
Start sending money, even if it's 10,000 that you can afford. Start sending money again.
So,
if you can't send
Sonia has a question for CNL. Then Kolade is going to go. But before then, let me let me say
Okay,
this.
okay.
Or no, you know what? No, never mind. Sonia, go ahead. Go ahead, Sonia. Then we take Colade.
So good evening, everybody. Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Duke. Hi, Karigwe, and every other person. So very quickly, I want to say this. So this is the first time that I've heard CNN talk about this situation. I think, I would think so.
Yes,
I don't know, but I think exactly. I think that's why.
Yo, sorry, I was gonna bring someone up, but the person left. Sorry, that was not being mute. Sorry about that, Sonia. Go ahead.
Okay. So, as I was saying, there's something about me, right? I like to go from empathy to being a very realistic person. And I'm going to say this. First of all, I'm not saying you're lying or you're saying the truth. But what I'm saying to you is this. I do think that I need to give you I need to tell you where you're lagging behind. And
okay.
I'm not going to empathize with you.
Mrs. Sonia, please don't be offended though. No, you are still holding because I'm running out of data. In case I'm no more online, then my DM is open. Anyone can still drop message or if I need further. Yeah,
and I'm going to say this to anybody who has a child. When you are a parent,
this is recorded. So whenever you have that data, come back and listen to this thing.
When you are a parent,
okay, that's wonderful. Thank you.
There's a level of responsibility that's expected of you. And one of them is both protection, provision. And when we're talking about protection, we're saying you're protecting the child's mental health. I said as a parent, not as a mother, not singly as a father, I said as a parent. Now, here's the thing. I've heard you say how bad this person is. But for 1 second, you never said how you intend to protect this child from this person who you claim takes a baby to the club, even though I don't know what club allows a baby into the club, but okay, let's agree because there's cigarette there's shisha, secondhand smoke, loud music not good for this girl's eardrum. And at what point are you going to wake up from your slumber? Because here's the thing. I always, sorry, I'm not about to make this a gender thing, but please permit me to do this. A mad woman, have you ever tried to rescue a baby from a mad woman? A mad woman, mad. I didn't say somebody, all those women you see on the road who gave birth, and then you try to take away their baby. Have you seen they turn into every type of legion and demon that you've ever seen in your life? Because of that child. Have you tried to take away a baby from a woman? Do you think that CNLA, do you think if the tables were turned, and this is one thing, say, the system will be against it, but have you done it? Have you done it? Oh, they will say, let me tell you, there's no courts. Even as useless. And I say this because I've handled too many cases to know there's no courts in this world that will take your children away from you without giving you visitation rights. Let me tell you, FFK tried it. Yes, they gave him, he was using Agidi to take away his child from a woman who had not a lot. Not a lot. But did she not fight? Why is it that, and this is why it feels like, it's women that they favor. No, it's because women who are fighting. No woman will let you take a child. Not one. So CNLA, I'm sorry, but the excuses you are giving here is annoying me, especially because you are saying that the person is a bad person. Why? If I cannot leave my dog with the woman you are describing. My dog. I won't leave my dog with the woman you are describing here. My question is, why are you leaving? But let me say something. I'm glad you also admitted that even you are not ready to be a father, because if you collect the child, you will go and dump the child with your parents. You understand? So I have so many things in my head. Does the woman want to destroy the child? Is she intentionally trying to destroy the child? Or she's not destroying the child, but all this is you? You understand? I'm not saying you're a bad person, no. And I'm not saying she's a good person. Please understand that I'm not holding brief for this woman. I'm holding brief for the child. You have not tried to seek help. And I'm not saying financial help from anybody because there are so many resources that you can use to get you. There are many people who go to welfare and reports. Have you gone to FIDA?
Right.
Have you gone to welfare society to say, look at I've not seen my child for months?
That is the information I'm telling you that I'm lacking now.
And now you're getting it.
Sonia, you did well.
Yeah, so just hold on.
And you know that I'll be honest. Sonia, I really love the fact that you still came up tonight to say this. And that is why I told you that
you know
I'm
Sonia?
an honest person.
You know Sonia?
Oh, yes, I know Sonia very well. And she's not lying against me. She's not lying against me. This is the same time I'm being on a platform with Sonia. But the thing is, yeah, Sonia, you've always advised me. But you know the funny thing is, whenever I feel like taking it up, it's a manipulation. Let me just come out clean. So she's just using it to manipulate me. Do you understand? Whereby it turns, I think I need hands. I need hands. Let me just come out clean. And those information is what I need. Because truth will be told, I'm not fighting much about this. Yeah, I'm not fighting much about it. Let's not even talk about finance. She also know that, yes, you are being lackadaisical about it. After all, you only love the child whenever you see the child. That's when you can act up. So since I'm not there now, what will you do?
Did you hear what she said? She said you're not fighting at all. It's not about you fighting. Yeah, it's not enough. You're not fighting at all for the daughter.
I'm going to be being totally honest. Let me tell you something. I had a cousin on my mom's side. My mom's half sibling. She was in a domestic violence situation. And my mother, they are 66 in number. 66. So when her husband was beating her, they rented coastal buses and went to Aba and beat the shit out of the man and took their sister. And she had yes. Those ones, my mother's people are not the 1, the 2, or the motherfucking 3. They beat if their own brother beats their wife, they catch him and beat the shit, tie him to a tree and beat him. My mom's brothers, those ones are not even, they're not here for let's talk about it. Now when they took her and her only child away, she was, I think the trauma from that marriage it made her very disconnected. Like she wasn't doing well. She needed some therapy, and she was literally leaving the boy on his own. But when you want to come and take the boy, she will fight you. You won't be able to take it. So what did they do? The women in the family, because like I said, they are 66. They caught her one day and dragged her until they were able to take her son away. And they brought him to he grew up with us. He grew up with us in my house. And she said she will call the police. We kidnap her son. The mother that kidnapped her son. My mother said, don't worry. We're trying to also get you help. But this boy, he has to be better. These are people who the child is not even theirs. They recognize that with the way my auntie was going at the time, something could go wrong with the boy. Because the man had beaten what kind of beating that my mother got a landline telephone call. I can't ever forget because I was young at the time. They got that landline call. I said, if you don't come and take your sister out, she will just die. That kind of call. They will kill her in this about I will be here. Come and eat rice in your house. That's how they heard the gist. And so she had been through so much that she was spiraling. She was sometimes taking it out on the boy because he was a replica of his dad. You know? And they took away that boy from her to raise and so that she can seek help. People fought for a child that's not from their own loins. Talk more of you. Talk more of you. The truth is this. Let me say something. We need to get to a place where if you say that somebody is dangerous to your own child, that's two of you did genitalia meet and greet. Sperm flu, egg catch. And then you are the one. You are not leading your child. I said, with the person you described, I don't know that it's true or not true. I said, I won't leave my dog with the person. And then you left a full-blown human being with this person. And And you're making excuses for why you've done nothing. So yes, what the worst thing in here.
Every month, no money has been spent.
Exactly. I mean, you said, I saw in like some questions that you've answered here are very contradictory. Because I explained, if not giving that child money for 7 months, and you are sure that the child is eating, it means she's not really about mama. I mean, they give them food. You understand? You understand? I'm not saying she's a good mother. I'm just saying that at least that minute, should I call it the barest minimum? Oh, I don't go carry my motor to enter something. You understand?
Sorry, Sonia.
But I'm just gonna say this. If you say this person is dangerous, I hate to hear that you are having this casual conversation on Jimmy's on the cuff space. You understand? On the cuff with Jimmy. Please go and be on the cuff with welfare. Can you? Go and be on the cuff with the police. Go and be on the cuff with FIDA. You need to do something. Forget that we're here saying it, because God forbid that, let me tell you, the man I married, he will chase me until I die if I take away his kids from him. This one that I married, he will chase me and be coming soon. I will run and go and jump inside Ted Mainland. If I take his children away from him, he's not going to take it. And so if you say that somebody has taken your child away, you have no custody, no this thing, and there are no court documents mandating you to stay, and then on top of it, you are saying that the woman is lying Oringo, like her own Oringo is Bukweha, on top of it, that her own Oringo is full blown. And then you are leaving the child there, then you want the child dead. And I have no respect for you at this point. I'm telling you the honest truth. You need to go and do something. And this is me being honest.
Right.
Go and do something and be totally honest. It is wrong. It doesn't show any level of responsibility. And I'm being honest. When you're a parent, you must be responsible for that child. You must be. It doesn't matter what the color of the sky is. She didn't ask to be born. She didn't tell you to go and meet Tiger. And
100%.
did not tell Tiger to meet Hyena. You people saw yourselves. She was not there. You decided to lay down on your mattress and do genitalia meet and greet, and brought her into this life without any option, without asking her, do you like to come to this God-forsaken Nigeria? You should be responsible. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Sonia. I love the angle at which you came at him. We cannot all agree on the same side. But let me say this. I just saw in your profile now that your video script writer. I hope it's not one of your stories you write, you say here. I hope not. But that being said, okay, thanks.
God forbid, why will I do such a thing? I don't understand.
No, I mean, it could be. I just went through your profile. I just saw videos.
No. God forbid. Will I be using my child as a joke? No, I don't do that. That's what I do. That earns me money.
Okay, all right. So that's good. So I mean, again, I respect the fact that you're sharing this on my platform, and I'm gonna protect you as much as I can, because not everybody has the courage to come up here and speak, and we're encouraging people to come up and speak about things like this. I guess your data just finished. Well, Mr. Kolade, go ahead. He's going to be listening to the recording. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, my brother.
Oh, he's coming back.
You, everyone.
He's coming back.
Okay, and thank you, everyone. Yeah, people have spoken so well. My sister, I think we reason alike, because what triggered me to really come up was because they mentioned that they stopped giving input the mother money for the child. And I was like, you stop, and it's been about 6 months. That is a red flag. I'll be very honest with you, my brother. I'm a man. This is it. We know some women, truly, some women have wahala. They're just troublesome. But no matter how troublesome a woman be, once you guys have, in quote, a child between you guys, The child did not ask to come to this world. And I'm very sure that before you had a child, you would have known one or two things about the woman. So, despite knowing one or two things, you still brought a child to this one. When you brought the child into this world, every man, not just you, every man at that point need extra wisdom and patience and perseverance to direct the house. So no matter what has happened between the two of you, it should not warrant the points that you now say. You that you said you need in quotes, you are building, you are piling up things you can use in future to like fight in court. And now the same you is saying that you stop sending money for the welfare for whatever reason best known to you. My brother, you moved right there. I will be very honest with you. I'm not here to condemn or to praise you, but I'm just speaking like
call there. A good lawyer will destroy you with that rule. A good lawyer will mess you up
with that simple act, because the lady will say she's been the one feeding for your child in the last 6 months. Even if you look, if you don't have money, you've been doing, and you don't have, and you are like you really don't have, and you open up to the woman. No, I always say women are I don't know. It's only when you give the woman if you give her room to assume that you have and you are not doing, or that truly you have and you are truly not doing. But if the woman sees that, oh, you've been doing and you don't have, she would not take offense. Take it to the back. She might be angry, she might yell, she might what do they do? What's this English word that we usually do? Nag. She might nag and do everything. But she's only reacting at that point. That is when you look less than the reaction and you just be a man enough and double your effort and just make sure you provide something. Even if you are giving them 10,000 before, it is 2,000 you have with the right word to her that, look, I will take care of her. This is what I have for now. Like, I'm working towards to get this done. Then it will be on record that you are still taking care of your child. But right now, she can tell you that in the last 6 months, you've done nothing. So you expect her to go get something to take care of the daughter from. And I'm not sure you even communicated that to her, like that you don't have. You just said just cut her off. So my brother, please, just for the sake of that little child, just like bury your mind and know that, look, whatever has happened has happened. But there's a child right here whose destiny, whose future is at stake. So that is why you have to do everything. You can't. Also, I support the argument that why take custody? There's no point. You can't leave custody. To just, if you want to fight at all, fight for visitation. Fight so that you can visit. You can be able to have access to this child.
He had said that in the baby's best interest, she shouldn't be with the mother. So, if you really believe what you told us and you think and it's true, if everything you told us is true, you should fight to get that baby away from the lady.
You can even like if the things you said. Then one question I want to ask you, my brother, what is the family's take in all of this? Did you ever talk to the lady's family?
Yeah, he already said it. He said the lady's mother is in support of what the lady is doing. You know, she's enabling the lady. And I don't want to concentrate on that.
It's okay. I mean, they went to the village to do marriage, no?
Yeah.
Traditional wed marriage, right?
Yeah, traditional marriage. Yeah.
The village to go and stop in the village.
That's another way of looking at it. Then he mentioned something else that I need to call people's attention to. How did you know she was taking your kid to the club? CNL, how did you know she was taking your kid to? I don't know how that works.
Jimmy, I had your question. You said, how did I know that she was taking my kid to the club?
Yeah, you can answer that. Why Kolade finishes?
You asked that. So, first of all, let me not forget before I answer your question. Of course, I will remember very well. So, thank you, Sonia, for your word. And it's one thing to be truthful. So I don't know if anyone that thinks that I'm being dishonest. Well, it's okay. It's left for the person, but at least I'm happy now that It's one thing to be truthful. It's also one thing not to get annoyed when you are getting criticisms, because I love the fact that I open up and I also got the criticisms that I need from I think Mr. Colade that spoke to me is not even my age mate. Looking at his picture, he should be in his 50s or thereabouts. But at least when you open up to people that have been there before you, is a good thing. So I also got it. Like I said before, I never lied. I said I stopped because of pent up angers based on how the mom treated or reacted. Now, thank you so much, Mrs. Sonia and Colade and everyone that has been contributing. So for you, Mr. Jimmy and everyone listening, you said, how did I go to know? Now, I'm into entertainment. If you can check on my profile, I work with events. I do event planning. And even though our job is seasonal, our job is during the later season, from anything September till February, till January. Maybe if you are that strong in entertainment, February, you can still be getting some gigs and all that. But if you are a non-brand, I think every day is like a Christmas tree. That's how it is. So it's not once, it's not twice. I went to a show. Like I said before, there are some things I didn't want to dig deep, but since we've started discussing this, I still need to be a bit open here so that I can get the best I could. Yeah. So I went to a show, and from that show, like sometimes I go for 4 events in a night. So I went to a show, and then from that show, I finished setting up. It was an event planning, like a birthday for a pastor in a church. So he called me, of which I narrated to her, and I went. So after I drove down to, what's the name of this lounge? There's a lounge here. For those that are in Lagos, there's a lounge, a newly built lounge at Mega Chicken called Gravity. So for everyone that comes into Lagos, you must meet Gravity Lounges. Actually, they have a club presently before Askamaya. They've been existing before Askamaya came to board. So I went there, and I was greeting people that knew me, and some people and others. So I saw someone jogging a baby on air. You know how baby might have trying to be throwing tantrum. You are just jogging the baby on air like to keep quiet. And music is playing. I'm like, who could be this person that's brought a child into the lounge? And funny enough, on that table was a friend of mine that was seated on the table. And then I went to greet the person. So I went to greet the person. I saw a clothes that looks like my daughter's own. I was like, this clothes look like my daughter's own. What's going on? I went close to greet the woman that is holding the child, only to find out things are happening. Only to find out that it was my daughter. So I didn't greet her. I did not even greet her. But I made sure that we made eye contact. But of course, eye contact, we know how it is while growing up. That kind of eye contact, like waiting, bring this rubbish and all those kind of things. So we made eye contact, and I didn't touch my baby.
I'm sorry, but can you see how this thing you're saying, I'm not going to lie, it's annoying me. You saw your child in the club and you made eye contact.
Hold on. Sonia, let me land.
It sounds like you saw the person wear your knicker. Not carry your child to the club.
Sonia, calm down. Okay. I'm coming. So I came outside, and I came outside. So actually, the person that greeted me was a friend of mine. So I came outside and I called my friend on phone. I was like, man, don't be offended. How did my daughter get into this place? So he said that he was going out, and she asked him, where are you going? And he told him that he's going to a club, and she said, okay, let's go. That she will follow him.
With your friend?
Like, excuse me.
Your friend?
Yes. So I'm like, excuse me, you're telling me that now remember, don't forget that she's older than me, because so it shouldn't look as if when people are trying to be like, but she's a child now, she doesn't understand better, and this person is older than me with 4 years. So I asked him, I said, are you telling me that you left home, get into your car, and you carried a newly born child and she to this place? Or is it that you don't know that I go around the club, that I might bump into you guys, or what? What's going on? Is that something that I need to know? So he now told me that, he now said that I shouldn't be offended, that she was the one that mandated that she wanted to go out with him. I asked him, is it that she doesn't go out with me? I'm into events. Is there any kind of event that she has never been to? Or even before she took in, hasn't she been telling me, okay, let's hang out in lounges or other. Is there any new thing that she hasn't tested now that is making her to come out? Or is there something I need to know? So I was very furious, and I told him, I said, from here that I'm standing with you, please be going home. And I don't know how you guys can, but you guys should be going home. And I won't lie, in front of me, the guy walked to the car park immediately and then started driving home.
So
I don't know how she found her way home.
So
But all I know was that she went home that night.
okay.
Now I got home and I didn't talk because I was very much furious. So in the morning, I asked her, I said, what could be the thing that prompted you to even leave the house? First of all, you didn't call me, and this guy did not call me as well. So which means something is fishy. And both of you went to a club, and you are carrying a child at that age.
So hold on, but at that point in time, you guys are not you're not more together, right?
We are together. I'm telling you what is under the roof.
Oh.
I'm telling you what happened under my roof. Like some of the things are piled up before.
Oh, so it was when it was while she was under your roof, she went clubbing with your child.
Oh yes, that is why now, because someone asked me, I don't know whether it's Miss Sonia that asked me, I said, how did I know that he was? That's to tell you that I bumped. It's not as if someone gave me information. I went for an event and I bumped into her. So it's not as if she told me she was going
I thought the story you're sharing it's after you guys divorced.
No. This was a recorded thing that happened under the roof then. So in the morning I started asking her what could prompt you. She was like, she was bored and she decided to go. I said, you were bored. Did you call me on phone? Did you ask me where was I? And I tell you, or even there, it was during December time now. So there were so many events going on. Like people were having some birthdays or some openings outside. I said, even if you needed to go out, there are some places you can even go, even if it is a cinema. So what could be the thing that prompted you to start going to a club as bad as that place? Like for anyone that knows where I narrated, we understand what I'm saying.
Right.
So I didn't talk. Now, the next day, this thing happened on a Saturday. On Sunday morning was when I asked that question. On Monday, welcome action. On Monday, she served me a meal and I rejected. So now this is where I'm going to answer because someone also made mention what is the mother doing about it. Maybe the person didn't hear. Now I rejected the meal when she served food on Monday.
Why? Why did you reject it?
I rejected.
Why?
Now my anger was the action that she took because of course she's an adult, she's supposed to know better. So I called the mom. It was the mom that I called immediately. I was like, look at what is going on. And let it not be that I didn't tell you guys. I called the mom, I called the elder sister. The elder sister was very mad. She was like, what did I do to her? I said, what do you want me to do to her? Should I start beating your sister? I'm not beating her. I didn't beat her. I didn't do anything. So the elder sister ordered her immediately to start coming to meet them at mainland because they live at the mainland. So she just told me to give her the phone, and I gave her the phone. She refused to answer the older sister. And the older sister called her direct and told her that anyone she's seeing now should be her in her home. But I called the mom. The mom was like, is she not old enough that she even decided to take my child out? And I decided that I don't want them to go out and all that. What is it that I'm disturbing her for? There were so many things. So I'm the only one that I don't want to share these things.
Yeah, it's fine. It's absolutely
it's
okay.
It's coming from one side.
Yeah.
It looks as if it's coming from one side. And
it
we
does.
not heard from her.
It does.
What could you? Funny enough, one woman asked me, a lady asked me in the compound and said, what did you do to her that made her to start going to club with your friend that she couldn't go with you?
So
CNL. Should you do something to
CNL? Don't worry about all that. I mean, I've gotten what I wanted, but I want Mr. Colade to wrap up what he's engaging you on, so we can move the mic on. It's quite it's quite insightful and engaging. You said a lot. It's not as it's not as straightforward as people might think it is, so it's difficult not hearing our own side of the story. But Mr. Colade, go ahead.
Oh yes. I will just make a speak. So my brother, truly, what Jimmy just said, it's difficult because there's more to this. I'm sure if you ask the lady too, Yeah, she will say her
Yeah, she will still direct her answer exactly.
her
I
own
said
side.
that
So
before. Yeah.
which is fine. But I care less about you. I care less about the lady. That the two of you cup of tea. But I care more about the little child that you guys don't laugh, don't laugh.
Right. Yeah.
I care more about the little
The
child that
child.
you guys brought to
Exactly.
this world.
Exactly.
Please consider the little child and do everything within your power. And if you can go the extra mile to do what is even you get it above your power just to help.
I understand, Mr. Kola.
Please,
I'm an good person. I understand. Yeah.
If it's and I'm not saying anything evil or anything bad. If it's swallowing your pride and or even just massaging or caressing the lady or just playing, you get it. Anything it will take you. Just do that. Manage it. If it entails you lose money, you said it inflated the school fee. My brother, look less about the inflation. Just know that, okay, the school, find way to just like, okay, you know what, you pay directly to the school account. You go and buy the school, the price. Because let them the price. You just pay directly to the school and manage things like that. I'm very sure every woman, every lady, they always think they have afterthoughts. You get it? And that afterthought, one day you really want to say, you can see your child, you can, but you know you can't fight it out. And that's the honesty. From what I've heard from you, I'm sure she has her own story. And sincerely, you may not be able to fight it out because you said you are into events. Do you stay out like if you have events, do you overnight like out on days?
Oh no. Yes.
So now we are talking. So my brother, there's just a lot. You just let to manage it as a man, and God will give you the wisdom and the resources to do this. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holiday. Thank you. I've gotten a lot of messages regarding moving forward. A lot of people still want to hear more of the scenarios. But thank you, CNL, for bringing that into perspective. It's one thing for us to engage in.
Now, Jimmy, so sorry. It now looks as if I drifted our discussion tonight to my own chapter.
No. It's good. No, it's all right. It's okay. It's more. It serves as a practical aspect of what we've been talking about. Having someone directly dealing with something similar that has to do with stepfatherism. So it's understandable. So thanks for that. It's one thing for people to have stories like this. It's another thing for them to be able to talk about it on my platform. But yeah, thanks for that. And I always welcome people to share.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for your question.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, you're welcome, my brother. Thanks. So I encourage people to come and talk about these things. It's not as if we want to use them as a guinea pig. We want to learn from them. You know, people are going to learn and prevent something similar from happening. I try to protect people that come on my platform, so that way others will be willing to come and speak. It's the comfortability they get when they come and speak on my platform. It's when they have the clean hair to breathe deeply and speak freely without being held back, without being castigated. So thanks to all the speakers that I engaged in. They tried as much as possible um, to be precise with their questions, strategic with their questions, and at the same time truthful with their questions. So it doesn't look like they're pushing back or they're trying to diminish your points. But then again, everything you said cannot be taken hook, line, and sinker. That's the honest fact. We need to hear from the other side to balance it. Maybe in the nearest future, I'll have a situation whereby both sides can actually be on the platform to speak. Um, that reminds me of a program back in Nigeria. They call it Jacob Maria. Where husband and wives will go on a TV station, TV program to lay out their issues, and they are recording. People are listening, and people will be making judgments wherever they are. But I think that's just the only balanced way of engaging situations like this. We hear from the right and the left. That way, the people can actually be the judge of that situation, because we've at that point in time heard from both sides, and we'll be able to make a commonsensical judgment regarding that. All right. Other than that, thank you so much, guys, for being part of the Coffee with Jimmy. Today's topic. We still got a couple of scenarios to cover, but yeah, the topic still states exes, step parents, and boundaries. Who is really raising the child? And that's a very important question, which leads to the next scenario I was going to paint out to you guys. It's the next scenario is called the court order exchange. The court order exchange. During a custody handover, the child cries and begs not to go home with the mother, the biological mother, referring to the judge that she prefers the stepmother. The mom accuses the ex of poisoning the child's mind, but the court demands shared custody. Who is emotionally manipulating the child? Or is it just the child's truth? That's the question. This is the scenario number 5. Let me repeat that again. During a custody exchange in the court, the child cries and begs not to go home with the mother, speaking to the judge, stating she prefers to go home with the stepmother. The mom accuses her ex of poisoning the child's mind, but the court demands shared custody. Who is emotionally manipulating the child? Or is it just the child's truth? Here we go. Ikenga, what do you think about that? That is if you're listening, because I know you're always busy. Ikenga, are you there? All right. So here's the case. They're in the court, and probably there's a judgment, and it favors the mother. The child doesn't want to go with the mother. In fact, she begged to go with the stepmother. Now that's a big deal. The only reason why that would have happened is simply because she might have spent some time with the stepmother and compare that to the time she spent with her own real mother, and sees the stepmother as someone she can live with, someone she feels comfortable staying around. And so she begs the judge to stay with her stepmother. And the stepmother, the biological mother doesn't like that. The biological mother didn't like that one bit. So he's accusing the ex of poisoning the child's mind. Whatever the case may be, the judge ended up sharing the custody. I don't know what percentage, 50-50, 70-30, 80-20. I have no idea, but they shared the custody. So the question is, who is emotionally manipulating the child? Is it the biological father or the stepmother? Because now the child doesn't even want to spend time with the biological mother. So who is manipulating the child? Or it's probably not a case of manipulation. It's probably the child's truth. Ikenga, I can see you back.
I didn't get that question. Can you come again? I didn't get it.
Yeah, who is emotionally manipulating the child? Is it, in this case, do you think the father, the biological father, is the one telling the child what to say in the court? Or the stepmother told the child what to say? Or it's just the child speaking his or her mind? It's just the child's truth. Who do you think is manipulating? Is it any of those two, or the child is just speaking his or her mind?
Anywhere the child sleeps and wakes up from, she could easily be manipulated over there. And secondly, we have to put the age of the child in this conversation
into perspective.
yeah, you need to look into the age. How old are you for us to actually know if you are speaking your own words? So you can't say a child of 6 years or even 10 years is defending himself. You understand?
Yeah,
So you
but
have to draw the line.
a child of six can tell the judge, "I want big mommy," or "I want that
Yeah,
mommy."
yeah, you want that mommy, you want this daddy, but when they ask you questions like, have you seen daddy beating mommy? And they say yes. Some sort of questions, you can actually sense manipulation there. Some women do it a lot. They kind of tell their kids what to say before they call the police on their husband. So when the police comes around and then you see the child say, just direct question, did you see daddy beating mommy? Yes. Yeah,
Even though it might not be true.
yeah, even though it might not be true. So women do that a lot. So it's their thing.
Yeah. So, but why do you think the stepmother would say this to the child, to do that against, the biological mother? Kinga, did you get that? Why do you think? Well, why do you think the stepmother would do that? Why do you think the biological father would do that? Why would they want to tell the child not to? Yeah, go ahead, Kinga.
Yeah, I didn't actually get it. Sorry, I have visitors. So I'm trying.
Yeah, I thought as much. So let me. You can answer this, and I'm gonna give you some time. So, why do you think the stepfather would tell the child such a thing, or the biological father would tell the child such a thing, or the stepmom would tell the child such a thing? Why do you think that is?
Anybody that stays with the child, okay? Anybody that can make a case to be in charge of the child. So the reason could be for me to be in the child custody. I want to be the one that takes the child. That could be the only primary reason why anybody would lie against the other person to get favor in court. That's the only thing, because nobody wants to be the one looking for how to contact the child. Nobody wants to go through that stress. They want to be in position of the child. Where the next person is just looking for ways to come around them.
Right.
That's what I think.
Okay, that's another way of saying it. But from my own perspective, I don't know. I think the child had spent enough time with the stepmom for the child to feel like, you know what, I see my dad every day, and this woman is quite nice to me. Going to see my mother seems like maybe she's the only, especially if the biological mom is still single, not married yet. Um, it could be one of those reasons why the child feels like being in an environment where there's this fatherly figure in the house. You never know. But as you said, it might be a situation whereby, the child has been emotionally manipulated. It might be. Um, it might be a situation whereby the child is just speaking um, his or her own truth. You know
Jimmy,
what?
why do you like provoking me? Why? I went down to literals. Why do you like provoking me?
It's your first time joining my platform. I do this all the time to bring people up and have a conversation. I've been training myself, reading a lot of books to put out controversial questions, to rile people up and come up and speak to these issues. But I mean, and by the way, all the scenarios I'm reading out, they were I typed in the the idea of something controversial to put out, and it generated these scenarios for me. So it's the generation I'm now reading out, and at the same time trying to break it
AI
down.
has issues. AI has psych problems.
There you go. So, but then
Especially Grok. See, even Elon Musk has taken Grok offline to go so he can attend therapy.
right,
It's probably therapy
and they're working on Grok 4. So that's the whole idea. Then when the AI does their own thing, we human beings, which is what the AI doesn't have, right? Feelings, sense of humor, reasoning, right? Emotions and experience, real life experience. So, and that's the reason why we have these conversations. We put all these things into consideration and we use it. and people can relate. People listening on Twitter space right now and on the platform, people can relate with what everyone says as they give their own solution. But in this case, I'm eager to hear what your take is on this particular issue. Who is emotionally manipulating the child? Do you think the child is just speaking as he or she feels, or someone is the puppeteer?
I find the question very curious, to be honest. It's a very curious question that because a child is saying, I don't want to go to my mother's, I want to go to dad's, who's emotionally manipulating the child? Why that question?
Right.
Why is somebody asking, why would you not want to go to your mommy's?
Right. So they believe there's an emotional psychology game being played on the child and the mother, because obviously people believe naturally, right? You're meant to always want to be with your mom, biological mom, right? So why would you want to say you want to be with your stepmom instead of your mom? So that there's a confliction in emotions from the mother. The mother will be like, yeah, I carried you for 9 months. She didn't carry you for 9 months. So why do you want to stay with her? That's the emotional part for the woman in this case. So the question is, obviously there's emotions involved. So who's emotionally manipulating the child? So what the question is trying to do is figuring out, is already telling that someone is up to something, either the father or the stepwife or the stepmother rather. They're up to
But
something.
the third scenario, that's the biological mother is abusing the child. That's also a scenario.
There you go. There you go. So again, who is emotionally manipulating the child? It could be that the biological mother is manipulating the child through abuse, right? But the child doesn't even know how to say it. But the point is, we can debate on definition of manipulation, on how or the forms at which manipulation comes. So it could be a situation whereby the biological mother abuses the child, and automatically that's manipulating on the child's side. I don't want to go to her. I don't want to be with her. I prefer this other woman because I've spent time with her and she takes good care of me. Like the is it the second or the third scenario I read out earlier when the girl said she's the only one that disciplines me. So maybe in this case, the biological mother is the only one that disciplines in court this boy, right? Again, if you pay close attention, remember that we missed the word touch in that first part. Not until I read it out again, we missed the. So that means there was a physical abuse. There was a physical um, interaction in that aspect. But in this case, the question is, who is emotionally manipulating the child? Or
Does it tell us how old the child is?
so let me try something.
I'm just asking because I mean this is like a huge red flag on all of the parents, on all the adults, as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
It is not normal for a child. It is normal for a child to be sad that they have to switch houses, when their parents are divorced.
Right.
But it is normal for a child to be protesting. Like, I wouldn't even think it was that abnormal if a child was protesting going to with the father and a stepmother.
Yeah.
But a child protesting to go to its own biological mother raises so many red flags. A red flag that the biological mother, there might be a problem there, or that he's been threatened from the father's side that he will do such and such when they get to court. I mean, usually the court does not bring kids into court anyway when they have these sort of divorce things, unless it's absolutely necessary.
Necessary, right? So I did a breakdown. I did a breakdown to make it more specific. So the child should be within the age of 6 to 12. So whatever decision or submission we want to make has to be focused on a child between the age range of 6 to 12. And how did I come up with that? So I went through the age subcategories, which states that 0 to 1 year is known as an infant. 1 to 3 are known as toddlers. So preschoolers are 3 to 5. And child is between the age of 6 to 12, which is school age. Adolescent, which is slash teenage, is between 13 and 17 years old. So in this context, let's say the child is between the age of 6 and 12, meaning
okay, 6 to 12 is fine. I can work with that.
There you go.
I would say that between 6 and 12, the only scenario that works is that somebody will sit that child down and ask the child, why do you not want to go to your mother's? It's very simple. Most things, it's just about communication, I'm telling you. Because it's just that there's just too many possibilities, I think, to be able to really talk about this one. I don't think I've got enough information. Like I said, you were like on 2 scenarios because, first of all, that question is a bit who's manipulating the child.
Right.
That would have been my first question if I had experienced that scenario.
Right. It will be, why don't you want to go with mommy?
Exactly. My first question would have been, why do you not want to go to your mother's place? That would have been my, yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, that should have actually been the number one straightforward question instead of asking about the emotional manipulation. But again, it's designed to trigger people and rile people up to come up and say something about it. But the next one is actually it has to do with gift, guilt, and gaslight. And here it is: the stepfather buys expensive gift to win over the child. Stepfather, right? The biological dad accuses him of trying to buy love and undermine his authority. But the child begins to expect material reward just to behave. Who is spoiling the child? That's the question. Who is spoiling the child and who is being selfish? So let me take that again. The stepfather buys expensive gift to win over the child. The biological father accuses him of trying to buy love and undermine his own authority. But the child begins to expect material rewards just to behave. Who is spoiling the child and who is being selfish? Here we go. That's another one.
The stepfather is selfish and buying love and manipulative and everything else. He's an irresponsible man.
The stepfather, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the biological dad accuses him of trying to buy love and undermine his authority. Don't you think the biological father is just jealous because he doesn't have money?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You do not bring up children by just giving them whatever they want and buying them presents and all that. You're buying their love. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Where's the money?
So, are you saying it's wrong to appreciate a child behaving well
with gifts?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. That's not how it works.
So, from the scenarios, but the child begins to expect material reward to
because
just to be.
So children are a clean slate.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I would liken them to a dog. When you get a puppy, yeah, and if your puppy pees in your living room, and you go to the cupboard and bring out a sweet and give it to the puppy, he will continue to pee in the living room. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's never going to know. So it's just like, just because a child has done something nice.
Well, why would you give your puppy a sweet for peeing in the room?
Why do you give a child a sweet for behaving well? You're supposed to behave well if you want to fit in society. You do not reward a child for behaving well, like constantly, all the time.
So again, let's work with the age range, 6 to 12, a child. So at that point in time, they are at the learning age, and you're at that stage of when you tell them to do something, you should be rest assured that they would not obey you almost immediately.
Jimmy, I think what Dunke is trying to say is if you start rewarding children for doing something good, they will start they will be doing that because of the reward, not because they know that is good.
What they're doing
they'll
is
be doing
good.
they'll be doing it because daddy will give me peace if I do it. Not because they actually know that what they are doing is good. And tomorrow, if somebody gives them something to do bad, they will do bad as well. Because they don't actually understand what is good
What the
and bad.
gift is all about. So in this case, it's not saying if the stepfather is gifting the child for doing good or bad. This specifically saying the stepfather is spending or buys expensive gifts to win the child over. So you do good or you do bad, or you don't even do anything at all. I just go out, come back, see, I see one lovely iPad, maybe blue iPad. I buy them, I carry and give you.
What kind of parenting is that?
You just so again to buy.
What kind of parenting is that? That's
Sorry,
not parenting.
sorry. Let me rephrase. To win over the child.
Yeah, to win over, you are trying to buy the child. You're trying to buy the child's love. That's not parenting.
So the biological dad accuses him of trying to buy love and undermine his authority. So
he's absolutely correct. 100%.
So he's just trying to do things the boy loves, and knows the boy is going to listen to him whatever he says, over a dad that doesn't have money, or probably has money and just believe you don't throw money at every single thing. You don't use money to buy whatever it is you want to buy simply because you have that money. So, but the child begins to expect, which was the point Caribou was trying to back up Duncan's point. But now the child begins to expect material rewards just to behave. So, meaning the boy doesn't think behaving right is right. The child now expects something like, I'm going to behave. What are you giving me in return to behave? So if you don't give me something, I'm not going to behave. But
that's why I said the stepfather is not parenting.
So if I see someone that is ready to give me something to misbehave, I will misbehave as long as I get something in return.
Yeah, Jimmy, in that situation, the stepfather is actually trying to undermine the father.
So yeah, that is 100%. So, but the question is, who is spoiling the child and who is being selfish?
The person we all know, and the stepmother, say I go always give on. The stepfather is an idiot.
Do you know how many people you've called idiots and stupid people here today?
Let's add to it. That stepfather is an idiot.
So
I-O-T, capital letters.
Right.
And he's selfish and he's manipulative and should be taken away from that child.
You'll be shocked that some people don't agree with that. Some people don't agree with that mindset. We're spoiling the child.
That's okay. I mean, some people believe that is the right way to parenting.
Jimmy, people that don't agree with it, if they find themselves in that situation, they will agree by force. If you find yourself in a situation where somebody is constantly trying to undermine how you raise your child, guy, you go understand that stepfather. Is that in Nigeria or abroad?
It could be anywhere. It could be anywhere.
Yeah. No, you don't understand what I mean. If it is abroad, they can collect the baby from. The man can win custody of the child.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. So. And that's the reason for the argument. So, because the father is actually going to court the father is actually going to court to fight it. The biological father is accusing the stepfather of trying to buy love and undermine his authority. Because that way, if the father tells the boy to do something or not to do something, the boy wouldn't listen because the boy will be expecting the father to give him something in return. Just the way the stepfather does. The stepfather throws money out there. And it was specifically specify that buys expensive gift. It is bad enough.
Not even just ice cream, but
Yeah,
expensive.
so it's bad enough to even just give a
It's
gift.
for a criminal.
Right. So it's bad enough to even give a gift just for doing everything. Doing everything is bad enough, not for the sake of doing what is right, which was the inspirational talk I had.
Jimmy, doing what is right, like Duke said, is it when my child passes his or her exams and then I want to appreciate his good job? Do you see that manipulating or also bad parenting?
But that's not. No. That's not the point
what
here.
Duke is saying, Duke is not saying don't give your child gift for doing good, but
Or don't reward.
make it a habit. Don't make it a habit.
If my child sweep the floor or
there are people that do it. If you come back and the house is tidy, you say, oh, you could eat well, let's go and have Chinese. Tomorrow they will do it again and start expecting Chinese.
Yes, but the thing is, people who actually started that way of parenting actually didn't make it. Like, a child is a clean slate, like Duke said. Okay? When you start rewarding good for good, and then they can actually be able to differentiate between what is good and what is not. They actually know that good things always comes with reward. So you are not only giving out the action.
Right.
No, but if you understand what I mean is, it's just like Christians that are good because they want to get the reward of going to heaven
Right.
and avoiding death.
Right.
They are not actually good because they want
They're meant to be good. They're not doing good because it's good. Right. They are doing it because they want to go to heaven. They are doing it because they want to go to heaven.
Let me use dog as an example for you, Ikenga. If a mailman start coming to your house and you have a dog and he always gives your dog treats, one day he will give your dog command against you and that dog will go after you.
Well, that one I can argue it's not a fact. You're just maybe it's an assumption.
If they start it's not an assumption. Understand what I mean. If they start giving your dog a treat that is better than what you're giving, the dog will follow him.
Thank you. If you say that, it's a fact. Dogs always follow anybody that fits them. And
so that then let's bring it. If we bring it back to children now. Nobody is saying don't give your children gifts, but don't make it a habit that anytime they do something good, you give them something for it. They can do something good and you praise them for it, but not buying them things for doing something good.
Even that praising
praising is telling them that this is good, but buying them something is telling them that with being good comes
you cannot run out of praises. But if you don't have money and they're expecting you to buy them something, and you don't have the money to even buy anything.
Expensive gifts.
So no, we're even talking about buying gifts ordinarily. So now we move to expensive. So buying gift alone is bad enough. Like regularly buying it all the time, just to. So I understand where Ikenga is coming from. It's good to reward kids when they do right. I have no single doubt about that. But when you're now making it a regular thing, making it a constant thing for a particular purpose, and the particular purpose is to either buy the love of that child over to you, and it happens in some household. It could be between couples. It is bad enough. We're not even talking about step parents here. We're talking about couples. Like, if it becomes an habit, that's only when daddy goes out, he buys you toys all the time. The kids will be tilting towards daddy. If it's now expensive toys, they will be tilting towards daddy. But if it happens on a balanced level, occasionally on their birthday, you buy them something, reasonably expensive for their age, is okay. I mean, we see parents buying Bentley for 6-year-olds, buying horses That's ridiculously expensive, right? But that's not the case here. This man is clearly buying expensive gift to win the boy over, to win the boy's love, and to undermine the biological father's authority.
And to demand how the boy is parented doesn't concern him.
It doesn't concern him.
His own is just let this boy like me.
Like me, thank you. Let this boy, it's not just like me. Let this boy like me more than his father.
Yeah, if he's an armed robber, it's not my business, but let him like me.
Like me. There you go. Like me more than his father. So that way, if the two of them, which was exactly what probably happened in the other one, maybe don't buy, they can't go the court. And the boy knows, say, when they were leaving the house, going to the court that day, the father already bought a drone, maybe 2025 latest drone, remote control drone in the house. They just deliver Amazon on their way out. And the father says, you know what? When we get back, it's all yours. You can't reach court. The person say, maybe they go with other mommy. Another mommy come with one nylon bag with bread and butter inside. Say he won't give you bread and butter. I'm going with drone. You must be joking. I need to go back. I want to go and see that drone. 2025 drone. No. I'm telling you, mommy don't buy bread and butter. Say I'll package this one for my son. Now you get this one and like Sarah. And the boy, before they left the house, they just deliver drone, remote control. The man opened it, they showed him and everything. Like, whoa! So no worry. Let's just go to the courthouse. When we're done, we're coming back home. The boy he got disown him, mama. He got disown him, mama. For that court to go tell you, my lord, she's not my mother. She's not my mother. So that is the danger of buying expensive, outrageously expensive gifts for kids like that. So the man understood what he was doing and he wants to take it off. And now this is the beautiful part of it. When you take things like this to the court of law here in America, here, they put it into consideration because that's not parenting. That is you spoiling that child. It's not parenting. It's you buying that child with expensive gift. And you're deliberately doing it simply because you know the other or the biological father doesn't have money the way you do. You're using
you're making something here.
Which is
look as if it's two couples that are no longer together. It happens with three couples who live together.
I just said it. Yeah, I just said it.
So where the other one wants to buy the love of the child more than
there you go. No, I just said it.
Should in case there is an issue with nearest future,
so even when there is a divorce and both couples are not they're not married yet, they're still single, separated, and the kids are just visiting and everything. There are situations whereby when the kids they have custody and they have scheduled timing, spending time with daddy, spending time with mommy, there is a course they need to go for. In fact, they will write an exam before and they will get a certificate before they can actually go ahead and approve that divorce certificate. So the point of the course is for them to go through training. They will lecture them about how they're gonna become single parents and how they need to work together. Like making sure you don't argue in front of the kids, making sure you don't raise your voice in front of the kids, don't say certain things in front of the kids, and most especially when it's the kids' birthday, both parents they need to communicate. They need to have a conversation on what to get them. The father might be richer than the mother, it doesn't matter. They both need to sit down, talk about it. What do you want to get them? I want to get them a car. I cannot afford a car. We're not getting them a car. We'll get them something I can afford, we can both afford. It's either no matter how cheap it is, it has to be something within the same price range. Because if you're buying them something more expensive than the mother, you're winning those kids over financially. It's part of the cost that you go through before you can actually have access to these kids. And I'm not even talking about this is with the absence of stepfather and stepmothers. Both are separated, but they're still single. These are things that they need to go through to make sure one don't buy the kids over. Because that way they've scheduled how you'll be visiting, they make plans on if it's 50-50, they don't want it to change. If it's gonna change, let it be based on different issues. Let it not be because of financial issues, whereby the kids will come up with daddy um uh bought me a new what's the name of this thing? I forgot. Uh, Motorbike. That's not what I wanted to remember. Scooter. Yeah, daddy bought me a new scooter, electric one, and mommy couldn't afford a scooter, and mommy got me a skating board, but I want a scooter, and the scooter is electric. Skating board is just backhoe and tire. Just ride it on. These things do make I'm just laughing. These things do actually make impact in the life of the kids. So they are meant to sit down together, talk about it, make that decision before they even buy the kids gift. And it also depends on the sexes of the kids. If it's male and female, what you get the male will be different from what you get the female. The way you treat your son will be different from the daughter. So these things are sensitive and they need close attentions before we can actually, jump into conclusion. But in this case, in this particular issue,
Jimmy, and tell you that in divorces, the people who are actually stupid are the adults. The children are very, very clever and know how to manipulate adults in divorces. You people do not understand. These children are not us in the 70s and 80s,
They read your emotions. They know you will fall for it when they play that trick.
Oh yeah.
They know.
Oh yeah.
They know. If I tell this one about what this one is doing to me, the other one is going to fight for me with that Christian.
I said that. I said that in the beginning. Did I'm sure you guys can remember. I mentioned it in the beginning. I said we're focusing on the parents, but we don't know the roles that these kids can actually play. They are so corny. Oh my goodness. They are so corny. And I was saying it in the morning now that sometimes, even my own self, sometimes they will come and cry and meet you. You think their mother smacked them. The old man doesn't even touch them. He just probably say, you know what, no more TV, switch off the TV. The way they will start crying, what happened to come up for their hair, you go think say they don't break something for their hair. And you, as a father, when they come and meet you, and you be like, why are you touching these boys? Why are you? And it's when you get there, you now realize, mommy didn't even touch them. But the fact that you are angry, and you be hearing things like, I carried them for 9 months in my own tummy. So you think I will not know how to handle my kids? I'll be like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, same thing goes to preachers in Nigeria.
Hey!
When they preach to their members and tell them that it's their mother
that wants to kill them.
You need to ask yourself, this person
carry for 9 months, and he no kill you during that time. So
as soon as I started progressing,
he wants to kill you. So as time goes on, you now realize that, and guess what? Sometimes, kids, sometimes they will leave the living room. Their mom didn't do anything. They'll come and meet me in the room. So before they get to the room, they will now increase the volume of the kids. But guess what? Now we have camera in the house. This is when I check camera. I'll be like, hey, well, nobody touched you, Mr. Man. Why are you crying? That is when you now realize, nah, this guys, they have your
number, Jimmy. They have your number.
They, as in, when you now check the cameras, you now realize, oh yeah, this little rascals, these people, they can cause enough fight. If you're not experienced enough, because they know you love them. They know you don't joke with them. When you go out, you get back from work, they are the first set of people that will come and meet you at the door, and they want to tell you everything that happened. And
you know this is happening because of we are in the West.
There you go.
Back home, if your mother says sit down, you run to your father, he will hit you again on your head.
Oh no, we were not trained back home. We were abused.
That was how I was brought up. Man.
Oh no, we were all abused. We are talking about it.
It's training now.
It's not training. We were abused, and it's affecting us. That's why we are talking about it now. See, back home is worse, because if they smack you, you go meet your papa. Your papa will come on belts before you even hear and say, if you don't run, come out.
Jimmy, we are beating for what we will do tomorrow. Like we are being beaten ahead of what we will do tomorrow.
Oh no, that is different. That is
your mother will just say, you now if I leave this house, I know you will spoil it. She will knock your head.
That is different. You're beating for someone else's mistake. Like you,
another one.
Yeah, you went to the market with your mom, and you're there carrying nylon bag. Your mom is pricing something, and you see another kid that the mom is smacking that. You're telling me to shut up. You are stupid. The mother is smacking that one. Now, it's none of your mother's business. It's none of your mother's business. But your mother heard what that boy did and why the mother is smacking the hell out of it. Your mother will just give you back and say, if they born you one day, all of Nana the same. Make you make mistake. Talk to me like that one day. It's none of your business. You didn't do anything. You still carry line of pomo and vegetable and everything. You go just hear backhand for your head. Be like, what did I do? Say, one day, if you think about, I never even thought about it. I never even heard what was going on. Say, I'm just telling you. I'm telling you. We were not trained. You go once by that beginning. Like you're being threatened in advance. And they're letting you know that look at that. That's the Niger version of fuck around and find out. You see what just happened now? It's gonna be worse when it gets to your turn. If you dare think about it. I will never. I said, no, I'm just telling you, I'm reassuring you that if you ever think about it, it will be worse than that boy. So back home, we were abused. And you know what made it worse? When your mom is beating you, especially around market areas, and you're running, there are some elderly brothers in their group. Those ones have most. They will chase you. They will catch you. They will be the one to hold your leg and hand. Then your mama will do what things she won't do to you. They will be the one to hold you. Or you did something wrong. You went to your neighbor. You told your neighbor, okay, let's go. Go and beg your mommy. When they start beating you, you're meant to hide behind your neighbor, that woman. Now that woman go hold your hand, draw you, come back. Your mother is beating you. Don't run away. Stay here. Those are the kinds of things we went through while growing up. But here, you can't do that. It's thinking about those things back then. It's emotional damage. It is. It breaks you. It breaks your sense of personality. It breaks your it breaks you as a man, as a woman. It breaks your confidence. Yes, that's the right word. Breaks your confidence. Another one that really crack your confidence and makes you think less of yourself is when there is a particular issue going on between you and someone, and it involves that person's parent having a conversation with your parent about what had happened. They are complaining that you did something, and they came to report to your parent, and you're there standing with your hands at the back, with your head facing down, and they said everything they want to say, but everything they said was a lie, and you were told to speak. Fair enough, right? They want to hear from you. Okay. But the moment you want to start talking, Ben Mushi song, keep short. Get out. But you just told me to speak. I'm about to speak. Can I at least speak? No, you're not going to speak. They will shut you down. And the way they will do it in a way that it belittles you and it breaks your confidence. They will say things to you like, "You don't have anything to say." You know, she's song. What's your man saying here? That's how he does. We know him. That's how he is. That's the kind of person he is. They've not heard from your own side of the story. But that way, right in front of outsiders, they've broken your confidence. They've broken your self esteem right in front of them. Just to justify, I don't know why that happens. Maybe to indirectly beg those people to say, don't be angry. Because at the end of the day, that's what they will end up saying. "Ah, man, you know, what you man say in the end? We taught him. He didn't listen. We taught him, we told him how to behave, but he refuses. He refuses. And that breaks you, even though everything they've said about you is a lie. The situation of what happened wasn't what happened. But based on that, you know you're already guilty even before you even commit the crime. A crime you're not even sure you're capable of committing. So we're brought up in a different manner, and that's not going to apply to this. In this particular case,
Jimmy, don't say we were brought up in a difference. Just say it as it is. We were abused.
abuse. I said it earlier on. We were abused.
The abuse where they abuse us, If not that, it made us strong. Let me say, if we were all born in the UK, maybe half of us would be a mental health institution.
That's if we don't end up killing our parents.
Our parents will be in jail.
Our parents will be in jail.
Those are the ones that will be lucky.
No. Look at what I'm saying is, maybe it was accepted in the UK then now they have it, this system they have. Most of us will be in the hospital.
Of course.
Taken care of.
Of course. We'll be, they're going to use us to do experiments. Say, these are the kids that were abused. Look at them. Look at their behavioral traits. This is how they act. This is how they respond when you talk to them. They're always aggressive. Don't worry. We're working on them. They'll get better.
They go get lost. They go get lost when they use our name big.
Yeah, of course. It will be the Carigwe clause. They'll be like the Jimmy uprising, you know, the Tudo kickback, you know, crazy laws just because of the things they've done. The don't do's of the don't cares.
Jimmy, it's not crazy laws. It's kind of laws to prevent
that thing from happening. Yeah, the don't do's of don't cares. You'll be like, which one the don't do's? No, you don't do what they did to don't care. You don't do it to any child. It will turn to law. They say, go to the don't do of don't care. Paragraph 11.
Social workers and psychologists will be reading them for school.
They're going to read them for school.
There are laws in the UK presently that was named after the people.
The people, of course. Of course. For instance, there's one they call Amber Alert here. Amber Alert. Amber was the name of a girl that got missing. She was kidnapped she was stolen in a shopping mall. And the name of the girl was Amber. Back then, there was no CCTV camera active, so the kidnapper took the child, abused the child, and strangled her, killed her, or whatever. It took them days before they found the girl's body. So it was, I think they ended up apprehending the guy that did it. So what we don't pay close attention to in Nigeria is the moment they catch people like that, they just want to kill them. Jungle justice, they want to kill them. No, that didn't happen. He was arrested, he was interrogated. They asked him questions. They gave him everything, cigarette or tea or coffee, we were giving him. And we're asking him questions. And it wasn't just police people asking him, psychologists, therapists, people that knows how to calm their nerves. They want to know what pushed them into doing it. They want to know how they went about it. And the guy broke it down. He explained every single thing. How he preys on little girls, how he goes looking for them, the ones that their parents are not paying close attentions to, and he grabs them and run away with them, deceives them with candies, something, take them away, chuck them in the car. He explained the whole thing. And he explained how the police were announcing all around and he was listening, he was hearing, he was just smiling. He explained the whole thing to them. And they came up with the idea of Amber Alert. So Amber Alert is now a national thing where if a child is missing and they report the child missing, immediately there will be an Amber Alert in that location. Sometimes it could be within the whole country, depending on how serious the case is. But normally it has happened many times in Chicago here. Amber Alert. Your phone, your iPhone, you see a message. Your phone will, the screen, the message pops up on your screen, on the screen of your phone. You cannot do anything on your phone until you access that message, you read that message. Amber Alert. It will explain the description of the missing child, the suspected vehicle of that child, and if lucky, the plate number of that child. That message goes on all TV stations, radio stations, people's mobile phones, people driving. If they're using their phone as navigation, it will pop up on their phones. They will describe the kind of cars, and immediately they describe that car. Your sense will just kick in immediately. You're looking for any, if it's Volvo, you'll be looking for any Volvo car. The moment you see a Volvo car, you check the plate number on your screen, you check it. If it's the same thing, you call the police. The moment you call them, they'll ask you where you are, you'll describe the location on the highway, or you don't even need to describe. They will track the number and they will find where you are. They will trace you. They will tell you not to stay too close to that driver, it's dangerous, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, that has prompted a solution to preventing something like that from happening. Amber Alert. Because of tragedies that happen, they came up with solutions that would help and prevent such from happening again. And it's been working. It's been working perfectly. So when we're saying this jokingly, we're not just saying it to catch crews, it's the fact. So I just thought I should mention that to let people understand how this thing, really do work. So real quick, let's take the last two scenarios before we wrap it up. It says, whose graduation is it? Okay, interesting. The stepmother plans a graduation party for the child. The biological mother, who hasn't contributed all year, suddenly demands to be the one walking her up the stage. The child is torn, and the school only allows one parent who deserves the spotlight. This is an interesting one. It's similar to the wedding one we spoke about earlier on, Duncan, the one you gave an example of. But this is a little bit different, right? Because this has to do with the spotlight, and it's an achievement in that child's life, right? And the stepmother planned the graduation party, meaning after the main graduation, there's a party that's going to happen in the house. But the school where the child will be graduating, they'll need someone to come up on stage or something to be there with the child to receive the certificate. The biological mother who hasn't contributed all year suddenly demands to be the one walking up the stage. The child is stunned, and the school only allows one person. So the child is between my stepmother and my biological mother, and she's confused.
Confused for the poor child.
Sorry?
I said even I'm confused for the poor child.
Right, there you go. And that's why they say the child is dumb. So who deserves the spotlight? Let's go.
To be honest, I mean, there's something that you said where you said that they said the mother hasn't contributed all year.
All year.
Does that has been contributing before? And for some reason, in the past year, she didn't contribute, and then
That's
when
a
it
good
says
one.
the stepmother planned a party, planning a party doesn't necessarily mean that you helped bring up the child, right? So there isn't, like a huge context to it. But then when it says that the child is confused, it means that the child likes the mother and the stepmother.
Right.
Okay, I would say take your father up. End of story. I don't know. I don't have enough information.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole point of these scenarios. The little information we have, we make our judgments on them. So yeah, your points are quite gripping. The mother plans a graduation party for the child, which is not a bad thing. Okay. Again, I'm sensing there is this throwing of money around going on again. There is this show of richer than you kind of thing going on. The stepmother plans a graduation party for the child. Not a bad thing. That's good. That's good. The biological mother who hasn't contributed all year. So it's just that particular year. So it's not all years of this, girl in school. Just that particular year. Suddenly demands to be the one walking her up the stage. I mean, we don't know if there is a reason why she couldn't, meaning she's probably been contributing in the past years. It's just
exactly that's what that sort of indicates.
Right.
Yeah.
So because they were specific all year, it's not all years or all this while. And suddenly, I mean, so for you to still have the guts, you didn't contribute for a year, and you still have that guts to come back, and your child still thinks you deserve it. So something is missing somewhere. Something might have happened for her not to be able to contribute all year, so she might not contribute. So when they say contributed all year, how? Financially, emotionally, physically, how? What are the attributes of contributions we're talking about here? So suddenly demands to be the one walking her up the stage. Now the child is torn, and the school only allows one parent. So who deserves the spotlight? Well, in my humble opinion, I think the biological mother should walk up the stage. I think the biological mother should walk up the stage.
I don't know, Jimmy. Usually I would be definitely fiercely on the biological mother. I think there must be more to this relationship. I mean, because for the stepmother to be demanding to walk her up the stage, and feeling that this relationship seems a little bit complicated,
Right.
Which is why, listen, they should just call the father and just, let the father walk her up the stage since there's only one person as
There
well.
you go. Yeah. So, but then again, I to be on the safer side, and the reason why I said I think the biological mother should do so, but then again, I think it's debatable, and I could suggest that the biological mother can have a conversation with the father and agree that you know what, she can walk the daughter to the stage during the graduation, but when she's about to get married, I will be there with my daughter. That's another angle of looking at it. So it will not be like you all the time. I mean, I'm referring to the biological mother. The biological mother can have a conversation with the father, right? And let them know that, look, yeah, it's just graduation. Let her walk her up the stage for the graduation. But when my daughter is about to get married, I will be there. And she's not going to take my spot. So it's now a situation of which one is more important to the family, to the woman, to the biological woman, to the father, and to the stepmom. Which one is more important? Who wants to do which one? Because take it or leave it, the stepmother is already in the girl's life. The stepmother is already there. So, except they agree to let the father walk the daughter to the stage, which is not even in the scenario because for them not to have mentioned the father, probably the man is not even around. Maybe he traveled. It seems like a busy person. But this is a back and forth between the two mothers, right? The step mother and biological mother. And besides, when they're done, it seems the the child is in the custody of the stepmother. It seems so. Because the stepmother already has a party planned, right? Um, has a party planned, graduation party for the child. So except they are still referring to that party because I'm looking at two scenarios. Um, there's a party plan for the child, maybe back home, and the biological mother was not contributed all year suddenly demands to be the one walking her up the stage. So is it up the stage?
Was that stage specifically for the party or
There you
for
go.
the school?
That's the question I was just about, shedding more light on that. That stage, I'm not sure if it's a stage where the stepmother created from the party, or the okay. So it's two different. Two different events. So the stepmother created um, a graduation party at home. So the graduation party is different, absolutely different from the school's graduation party. So if you remember, it's clearly stated the child is stunned because the school only allows one parent. So we're talking about two different things.
So what? Now it's sounding as if the stepmother has organized this big party to try and manipulate the girl into letting her be the person to walk on stage with her at school.
Right. So can someone organize? Can a single parent organize a graduation party for students in school? I think the school does that.
No, I think it's Jimmy. I will say again, from the little I've heard, the stepmother is an idiot.
How?
Why would you want to take somebody's child's position that she doesn't?
But the child has been living with the stepmother.
Yeah, she's been living with you for a reason. Don't take somebody's mom's, as in biological mom's position. You are the stepmom. Always if you're a good person, always make the child know that your mom is still there, even if she's not good. Walking the child up to the stage will not take anything from her. So just since you've been in her life all day, why not just give the mom that
one day
or one event? It's just like what Jesus said with that prodigal son and the one where
hey, Karigwe, Jesus again. Hey, Karigwe, hey, these days it's quite funny when you want to make your point. You always go to the Bible and you make it sound so casual. I'll be like, see this Satan, they quote Bible here, and you're using it to justify your point. And whoever is listening to you for the first time, be like, yeah, this guy has a point. They're not gonna say that they will quote Bible. They're not gonna say the person quoting the Bible is so demonic. He will use the Bible against you. He will use the Bible to defend you. He will use the Bible to attack you.
No, Jimmy, I'm quoting the Bible because I'm talking to mostly Christians. Not Christians through here, so I go quote what they understand. I'm trying to make them understand. Not that I believe in that.
I just spotted NASA. Hey NASA. Karigwe, you.
Oops, sorry. I wanted to bring someone up. I wanted to bring NASA up, and I just clicked on the mute button. Sorry, Duncan, go ahead.
Oh no, that's okay.
NASA is off now. Yeah.
Karigwe will use any excuse to quote Bible. Between him, Tido, Dr. O, they don't miss a beat.
Hi, Auntie Duke. Hi. I'm telling you, Auntie, it's been ages. Oh my goodness, it's nice to hear your voice again.
Thank you. I saw Nate as well. I've been chatting with him on this thing. It's been a while. I've been on your Twitter. This is my first time on the club, actually. It's very addictive.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's
Off the call of
Just
dinner.
Jimmy with his podcast. Very, very addictive and educative as well.
Oh well, today we don't have the alpha meals here. Oh my goodness, it would have been hot. It would have been hot.
Jimmy, there is a particular topic, Jimmy, that I want us to. I'm gonna chat with. I'm gonna chat to you from there. I swear, I never knew people were talking. I'm so sorry for cutting everybody's short. But people are talking about this thing, yeah. And in my head, I was like, nah, it's a lie. But it happened to me, Jimmy. Oh my goodness.
Okay,
I'm having double mind right now.
Okay, well, let's talk about it. If it's something you're comfortable about speaking on, we take up.
I might not speak on it because it's very sensitive.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of sensitive. Sure, though it's based on relationship, yeah.
Right.
But it's kind of sensitive.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how sensitive it might be. One of the most sensitive topics I've actually handled on my platform was Anze. Oh my goodness, I cried that day. Man, I was trying to hold back my tears. Man, I cried when Anze tried committing suicide 3 times, and she came on my platform. She was talking about it. She explained the first time, the second time, and the third time. My goodness, man, it was emotional. It was emotional, and the third time when a daughter caught her trying to do that, she didn't know how to explain it. The first time when she thought she was trying to go see her mom, her dead mom, and man, and the way she was explaining it, it took a while, but I love the courage she came with. I had to give her a break a couple of times. She had to cry it out. It was therapeutic and it was emotional. One of my emotional um, episodes. Oh my goodness, one of my emotional episodes. That one and Tommy has actually I've heard Tommy's story a couple of times, but him coming on my platform to talk about it. Um, I love the concept I came from his because Nigeria um, broke him, but Canada made him. Canada is putting the pieces together, and Tommy is doing great now. He's doing beautifully well now with his family, and he shared what Canada did to him, did for him, did for his family when he got in there. I mean, this is someone that we talk about um, good governance. While he was in Nigeria, when Nigeria happened to him, he came on spaces and everything. He witnessed it as well. He didn't see it, but he felt it. He felt what good governance meant. It was given a cane, it was given the therapies, it was given um, someone that taught him mapping, how to map his house, knowing where what is located. He can take his kids to school. They showed him all that. They trained him, they trained his brain how to operate as a blind person. Gave him a blind person's laptop and everything. They made him, and he's not a citizen of that country. So sharing all that on my platform was so emotional, and it was great. It was great. But yeah, Anze's one was the most sensitive and the most emotional one. So I don't know if anything is going to beat that anytime soon. But yeah, we can talk in the DM and we'll see if it's something you want to
Jimmy,
talk about.
check your dear. Check your dear, and then probably you can arrange the topic because I really do not know how to
Okay.
mention the topic, I swear.
So where did you send it to? Where did you send it to?
The LP one.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'll check that one
Yeah,
out.
because I noticed I can't send message to this
Yeah, because
person.
it's what's it called? Verified. So let me check it out now. Okay, it's here.
Mm.
All right. So okay. Yeah, it's something In fact, you're not the first person that has sent me this message. You're not the first person. So
Yeah.
oh yeah, you're not the trust me, you're not the first person. And people
Wow,
are actually shy on how to talk about it and how
I'm
not
not
to
shy.
how not
Trust
to
me,
talk
Jimmy, I'm
about
not
it.
shy, but then again, exactly how not.
Yeah, how not to talk
Because the
about
thing is, it's more like bruising people's ego,
it. Right.
and I don't want to. I don't want to do that.
So
that
the
kind of
reason why I've decided to hold back on that is simply because I want to bring a professional regarding that.
Yeah.
I want to bring a professional regarding that. And before I do that, there is one I want to bring someone on about child abuse. I want to bring someone, a professional about child abuse. A couple of stories I shared about child abuse in Nigeria that's going on in Nigeria. So this woman knows a lot about it. A lot has been going on. She anchors a program called She Matters, and she handles kids. So girl child to be precise. So I'm trying to get a flexible time that will be okay by her, so we can have this episode together. It's gonna be beautiful. So that topic as well is one of those, but it will be handled with when it comes to relationship. But then again, I would love to have a professional on my platform so we can dive deep into that and we can talk to people more about it, how to go about it, how to prevent it, um, and the things
Is
to
it
do.
preventable, Jim? Is it preventable?
It is.
I
It is
don't.
actually. Yeah, it is. It is. So I'll reach out. I'll reach out to the 3 to 4 other people that reached out to me about it. I'll talk to them if they are willing to also come up, join the space when we do that. That way, it should be more interactive. So what I always do is give people the chance to send me topic ideas, and from there I'll look at it if it's something I know is worth speaking about. That I know it's controversial and people shy away from it. It's those controversial ones that I really want us to dive into, and I want us to break it down just the way we're doing here. It's not as easy as people think it is when we just just talk it over and just think, you know what, just based on the points of the topic. Nah, it's not gonna work. There are other angles to these topics.
Yeah, but I feel like so the reason why I wanted because in my head normally I said this is not gonna happen to me like to that kind of a thing, but then I was really
Don't worry, I understand. I understand. Trust me, you're not the first person. Trust me, you're not the first person.
Oh Lord.
So
I said no, and again, sorry, I'm just sorry for confusion, yeah?
mhm.
But again, when I say it's controversial, it could get controversial in the sense that when you now incorporate it with marriage, why people cheat, mm, it's gonna get controversial. But let me just leave it at that.
Yeah, I will look into it.
Nasa, if you like say person they cry for your background, listen they happen. Or more.
They're doing church prayers.
It's either cry or more.
No, it's TV. Sorry, guys, it's TV. Sorry.
Because me, I'm always observant too.
Yeah, that's good. I think the
I mean,
adult.
we got sit down.
Oh, okay. So people are actually weighing in on the topic. So let me read that. It says, I think the adult should make the decision easy for the girl. I would go with the biological mom, and I think if reverse was the case, what would the stepmom want? I was just gonna say that come, the stepmom, put yourself into consideration. Would you like someone else to represent your own daughter? Um, you know, in an event like that. And Anunti says, nature above void if the mother has been absent. Um, what of good reasons? Then I'm not letting her have my day. My child, the child is
Jimmy,
as good as mine.
Jimmy, based on the last thing Anunti said,
Right.
let's put the child in. Well, let's consider the child's own mental health as well, because we know her mother has been an absent mother. But you
just for
taking
1
her
year.
up to-
For 1 year.
you taking her up the stage is telling all her schoolmates that her mother is absent. How is the child going to feel after that day against bullies that will use that against her?
Yeah, but
So all of this is what you should consider.
So, but what
That's the
if?
reason why I said the stepmom should give. It's
So
just
what
one
if?
day, one event.
So what if the stepmom is the one that the schoolmate knows? What if? What if?
That the schoolmate knows
As the mother.
You just said 1 year, and this is graduation. Has the girl been going to that school for 1 year?
Yeah. So the reason why the scenario painted 1 year absence is to pass a message that the mother did not contribute for 1 year. So the context in which that contribution comes in could be financially, emotionally, physically. It just says she was not, we don't know if she was sick at that point in time.
I know, but yeah, they didn't say all these things. They don't make it clear. They didn't say the reason why she was absent.
Right.
But
So
what
we're
I'm
going
saying,
by
even
what we
if
have.
she was absent, even if she was absent because she's deadbeat, what I'm saying is she's been in that girl's life before that past year that she didn't. The girl's schoolmate must have known that the mother is there, but maybe something happened, she's no longer there. To see the mom on the graduation day and another person is taking her off the stage is just telling everyone that this thing is happening. And sometimes it tells some kids. It's the kids that bears the brunt when all these kind of things happens.
Right.
Because it will tell on them the shame and all those things.
Right.
So the statement should just be the bigger person and let go.
But then again, if we look at what Aniti is saying, to some people they're doing it for a day like this, for graduation day like this. They imagine themselves, representing the child, being there for the child, and every single day of that year that biological mother is not around, the stepmother will be doing it with the hope that we don't know why the stepmother, the biological mother was not present, right? But with the mindset of even if your mama ignore you, I'll be here for you, that kind of a thing. But eventually,
yeah, but all this thing still boils down to us. The way we are raised and the way we do things, we always do things hoping to benefit from it.
There you go.
I raised you,
there you
so
go.
I should collect from your right price.
There you go. There you go. That's a good point. I mentioned it last week.
Are you saying that you were there for the girl so that you take glory in those kind of events?
Yeah. So it's different. Taking glory in this sense is, it's not taking glory per se. It's you being there joyfully to be part of that happiness in that girl's life. You take pictures, you do all that. But the first point you mentioned, this is the third time it's coming up, and I really have that topic at the back of my mind, which is the topic of the entitlement of our African parents. They believe because they've given birth to you, when they are old, you're meant to look after them. You're meant to spend money on them, which is why many of them just give birth to a lot of kids, hoping if one doesn't look after me, the other one will look after me. It's more like their retirement, um, what's it called? Plan. They look up to that, and that way you're blackmailed emotionally if you don't send something to your parent. And people will say things to you to make you feel bad. They brought you up. Your mom could have actually aborted you, but she didn't. All those emotional blackmailing, and so it's almost as if a lot of the African parents, they do these things. They're not doing it because it's their responsibility. They're not doing it because they brought you to this life. They're doing it because of, to them it's like they want to reap what they've invested. It's like a dividend for them. They need to collect dividend. They'll tell you to spend money on your own. your health care, your school fees, and everything. They just come up with different kinds of things and put pressure on you, unnecessary pressure on you by then.
Black tax.
There you go. So, well, here is where it gets dicey to people listening to me. I'm not saying you shouldn't look after your parents. I'm not saying you shouldn't take care of them, spend money on them, but it should not be mandatory. It should not be something they force you to do. The other day, they were calling out Ashake, and because Ashake is rich, the father is living in one house like that, he's half blind, and all these things. It's the people were divided on that topic that particular day, and that was what ignited the thought of having that topic. But lately, it's been coming in and out, on and off, with different points people are making on topics like this. So, in this case, Karigwe, can you now say that? Because my own solution was that, you know what, the biological mother should sit this one out and be like, maybe because I was not available in a year, you know what, let her walk with a conversation, right? Have a conversation with the father. Let her go on the stage for the graduation. But when my child is about to get married, that will be my spot. And no one is gonna drag that with me. That's not a bad thing to do. Because considering the fact that your daughter lives with this woman every single day, sleeps, wake up, eats in this woman's house, right? I think it's only fair that she takes a place because she's looking after. If she was a bad stepmother, your daughter wouldn't be graduating. She'd probably be pregnant or something. You know, she'd probably have babies across the whole school with different guys. But she did everything she could do to look after that child, and she's graduating. You should be thankful to her. I don't think there should be a fight over who's going to be on that stage. But the way this scenario painted the whole thing, I think it's only fair for them to have a sit down and talk about this because the father is not there, which I believe could make, it could decide, it could come up with a decision and be like, you know what, of course, not mandatory, but of course, based on his own opinion and reasonable dialogue, they can come to that agreement and not to belittle anyone whatsoever. I think it's only fair for them to allow. I mean, all these things are not a big deal to me, honestly speaking. But based on this particular scenario, I think it's fair to be like, you know what, you can take her to the stage or go on the stage and take pictures with her this graduation. But I will make sure I'm there at my daughter's wedding, and no one is going to take that away from me because that's a significant day in that child's life. The naming ceremony is significant, the getting married is significant, and maybe when she dies. But at least you have to be present in two of those, right? So that's just my own opinion. But we have no speakers
Jimmy,
now.
they can share the position now.
No, only the school only allows one person on the stage.
Uh-oh.
There you go. All right, Mike, jump in. Welcome. Magnific dude. I thought I saw Mike.
Jimmy, yeah, Mike, sit down, Mike.
Mike, your mic is muted, in case you're
So,
talking.
Jimmy, please permit me to use your podium or your podcast to ask a question. It's health related and is happening to a relation of mine. So, if you don't mind, I need to get an information on for the medical people here.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So, a relation of mine has prostate, right, and not cancerous, though, according to the analysis that it's not cancerous, though, but yeah, he has prostate, and they've been going to hospitals here and there and all that, doing the dialysis, but yet, from what I heard, he's kind of recuperating, but then the whole thing is still there. So my question is, what are the advice I can get so that I can pass it on for him to get better or for it to be manageable? I don't know if somebody understands where I'm coming from, because they just came back from the hospital, so we are just putting heads together to see if he would, first of all, his dieting, what medicines can he be using or something like that. So, yeah, just let me announce it here and see if I can get any medical.
Yeah, Nasa, you said it's not cancerous yet, right? It's just enlargement.
Yeah. Yes. From what I heard.
How money buoyant is this person?
Not that money buoyant, not that money, but his son is doing well.
Okay, if that means they can afford what I'm about to suggest. He should be taking pomegranate fruits daily. It helps.
Oh, pomegranate.
Anybody in this space, if you're a man and you're over 40, you're up to 40 years, go and start taking pomegranate too, because they say statistics has it now that 6 out of 10 men is at risk of dying of prostate cancer. So all of us should be careful.
I actually eat the fruit and the seed.
Yeah, that's the food you eat. You can eat it however you want, but just make sure you try and take it as much as you can. Then another thing that helps, Christians will not be happy with this one. Masturbation helps as well, or regular sex.
That.
So this person.
I was going to say that.
What's that?
Yes, of course.
I have just added to the list why Nigerian men must have wife-sized cheeks.
No. I'm not saying if your wife is going to move, your wife is going to masturbate. Regular ejaculation helps. Expectancy of our great grandfathers.
People are going into extinction. Just know.
So the reason, because we need to look for, again, this person is in fact, let me just say here, this person is my uncle, and is a father figure to me and to everybody related to me, right? So we can't afford to lose him. God forbid, we just buried the wife February, so it's quite dicey for us. Yeah, and secondly, Karigwe, based on what you said there, I said to the Jimmy, please, pardon me, don't be offended. The dog in the house, I noticed his sack is enlarged. I don't know if he's frustrated. I'm so sorry, guys. But I don't know if that too can happen to a dog, because his is enlarged and I guess, oh God. Yeah. Because his dog is very enlarged, and very painful.
Unfortunately, the dogs get catched.
Yeah. Thank you. Can you forward those things to me on the DM, please? Yeah, the dog in the house.
Yeah, so take it to the vet, and they might be able to diagnose it better, or find the dog another female that they can shag it.
Yeah, so they
can be punching into those dogs. Punching.
Take your dog to the vet. You could just take your dog to the vet.
Your dog to masturbate to.
It's okay. Anyways, Tuda and Karigwe, please send me that stuff for the DM so I can forward it to my cousins.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Jimmy. Thank you very much.
No, that's. I'm sure that information has actually helped a lot of people listening, and to all our men out there, Karigwe just spat it out. Pomegranate fruits, and they have the juice as well, just like cranberry juice. They have the juice as well. If you don't have access to the fruits.
Fresh tomatoes helps as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, eating raw fresh tomato.
They even have plenty of those. The cherry ones.
They do give him tomatoes and salsa. Right?
Oh, okay. Salsa. Yeah. Okay, that is good as well. That is good too. That's good too. That's good too. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Nasa.
Good luck to him, but yeah.
Thank you, Jimmy. I use the first
Right. So let's go back to this particular scenario, which I believe a lot of people came back on.
Before you go, do get. I'll pray for you. Say we us men will be extinct there. It's all right. God will see us.
When she said extinct, I think she's referring to Nigerian men, to be precise.
What are we?
Well, to know, in case you've not noticed, you are not African. You are not African. You are not. You are not African right now at this point in time. If you support feminists, you're not an African man. It's not an African thing to do. As an African man, you have to be an alpha male. You have to represent. You have to be the Odogu at all times. So you're not an African man. You're a simp from America. Sorry? Tudo, we can't hear you. You're far away.
I said our annual general meeting of teams. When are we?
Oh yeah. That's totally up to you. Now you are into politics more. Desperate time, desperate measures. Duke doesn't like it. And to be honest, I decided to just do I woke up today, I was like, should I go ahead? Because people are just talking coalition. I just said, well, you have a coalition. I cannot be talking about coalition for the whole week.
Well, make a first say Jimmy first, and I want first. Jimmy, what do you mean that Nigerian men are going to go extinct?
African.
African men. You know who we be.
Explain now who will that be
Yeah, so before we turn into the Friday night one, I'm gonna shut up from the live stream because it's an international platform. It's not the
No, I want Jimmy Judah. Tell her you can ask her up here. Make she tell you who we be.
right.
Donna, hold on. Mike going to chime in on
Yeah,
that.
my goal is to make sure everyone hears him before I shut down. Don't worry, I got you.
I want to say this real quick.
All right, go ahead. Let's go.
Concerning what you were saying earlier about the two mothers, jostling for who would follow the daughter for graduation. I have something to say, and I have a true life story to share about something like that, something similar. But this is a guy, and he's a well-known person, and now in Nigeria. But I'm not going to mention his name. I mean, his family, and this happened. But here is what I want to ask. What is the dynamic, or what was the dynamic between the two mothers? First, were they in a good time? Were they in a speaking relationship, or just cordial? Or how did the biological mother give out the daughter to the stepmom, or what transpired? Was she given to the stepmother as a foster child, or what? Because, I mean, those are basic things that we need to know before we can pass judgment.
Right.
You understand?
That's a good one. That's a good one. So, in this case, based on the topic, so it's a situation whereby the father remarried. There's a divorce, obviously. So the father remarries and married to a woman that is now the mother of their daughter, right? So the woman is now the stepmother to that child, whereas the biological mother, divorced mother, she decided not to get married, so she's still single, right? Um, but in this case, they've been communicating, and what I mean by communicating is obviously reaching out and knowing more about the child. But for some reasons, they couldn't hear from her in a year. So, and it was towards the child's graduation that she came out. So now we don't know the reason why that happened, to be honest. But based on the information we've been given, we can now make judgment based on that. We can assume as well, we can come up with assumptions to back up why we're giving our decision or our opinion towards this particular matter. But in my own case, as I said, you cannot eradicate the fact that a woman has done a great job of looking after someone else's daughter to a point at which that daughter graduates from school, right? So she organized a graduation party for the child at home, but they meant to go to school to do the whole procedure, official graduation, and but the school only allows one of the parents to be on that stage. So the question is, the mother, the biological mother, is saying she has to be the one there, and the stepmother is saying she wants to be there, but the school only allows one person. So from what Karigwe pointed out,
What did the daughter prefer? What did the daughter prefer?
she's confused. She's confused. She doesn't know what to do because, yeah.
That was a good question from Gelato. So go ahead. I want him to.
Yeah. So the girl is confused.
Okay. So think about it this way. How old high school is this girl now? She's what, 16, 17?
Yeah. Let's just say she's a teenager. So yeah, within that range.
Yeah, we can't just say she's high school, secondary school. You're 16, 17.
Right. Right.
Right. Now, is the father there?
Good question.
Yeah. So in this particular case, from the scenario, the father is not in the picture, and that's why I said, based on what this scenario is saying. Hold on.
Yeah, so
hold on.
If you permit me to just ask all these questions, then
all right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Ask one.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So if the father, it's a process. You know, when you're leaving secondary school, kind of thing, it's a biggie for you. It's a biggie. It's big stuff. So you're already planning it before you even finish your final exams, right? I know this. I didn't school in the US or anything. I schooled in Nigeria. My secondary school was in Nigeria anyway, kind of thing. And it was just something that you look forward to. You live and dream it every day. So, who were those in the picture? Not this biological mother locks up this morning to say, I want to be the one there. I want to be the one there. Who are the actors? The main actor is the person graduating. And at this point, to a certain extent, the school, because we're talking about America here. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the school board have to know that it's not about this one single family. There are other families as well, and they don't want the ceremony being about their domestic issues. They should have sorted that before they even thought about buying a gown or renting a gown. So, for me personally, it should not be something that will be discussed on spaces. It should be, where's the father, the mom and stepmom, the one that raised her, the one that I'm only talking from the snippets that I've got from the conversations thus far. For me, so this person has been raising the child all this time, and it's now time to graduate, and then you just lock up and say, yeah, I'm the biological mother.
All right.
I've got to be the one to stand. Okay, Naomi Campbell, welcome.
Okay, so based on that scenario, Matt, let me quickly do this to paint more picture on that scenario. So what I did was to put that scenario back into the question I asked earlier on for more elaboration. So this might actually help to break down what we have on our, on our mind. So here it is. It's scenario number 6. Whose graduation is it? Now the full story behind that. A day every parent waits for, graduation day. A celebration of growth, sacrifice, and everything in between. But this one, it's wrapped in silence, resentment, and a tug of war. The setup. Now, the stepmother, who has been present through thick and thin, packed the child's lunch bag every day, helped with mathematics homework at midnight, attended PTA meetings, and was there when the child cried over rejection letter and breakups. She even planned a beautiful graduation party, booked the hall, ordered the cake, printed a banner that read, "We are so proud of you." But just a week to graduation, the biological mother, who hasn't been around in over a year, reappears suddenly, emotionally tearing up and demanding, "I carried that child for 9 months. I'm her real mother. I deserve to walk her across that stage." Now, where is the father? He's caught up in the middle, trying to keep the peace. He raised the child with the stepmother, helps raise the child with the stepmother while she helps help the biological um she raised the child with the stepmother while the biological mother was unreachable, emotionally unavailable, perhaps battling her own demons, addiction, depression, or simply chosen to distance herself from that relationship. The father knows the truth. The stepmother was the anchor, but he also fears the fallout. If he insists on the biological mother going on the stage, it might cause a crack in his relationship with the stepmother. He doesn't want the child to carry guilt. He doesn't want the drama on what should be a joyful day. Where has the biological mother been? No birthday calls, no school fees, no letters, no texts, no visits, no effort to rebuild the bond. Now, out of nowhere, she's demanding.
Jimmy, hold on.
I'll save you a job. I'll save you a job. Look, the three of them are selfish. That's the reality.
Guys,
The father is a bit of a coward.
guys.
One woman is selfish.
Dollar
The other
boy.
one, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not Dollar. My name is Dollar.
Dollar. All right. All right. Hold on.
16, 15 years old. What's wrong with you?
Jimmy, there is a scenario I want to paint on this.
All right, let's go.
According to Dollar, is between the age of. Mark, hold on, please. The girl is between the child is between 16 and 17 or 15 and 16.
That's correct.
Meaning she is old enough to know what's going on.
Right.
If this child is at a crossroads on who to choose,
right,
maybe there is a reason why the mother disappeared. God bless you. Maybe there is a reason why the mother disappeared. That's why she's
all right. So
if the mother disappeared without a reason, she wouldn't be considered.
So let me Matt, let me wrap up with this so you can make your submission. Don't worry, you still regain your time. I want to wrap up with the story so people have a full picture of what it entails before we make that decision. It might also answer some of the questions people might have. So now, out of nowhere, she's demanding front row access to a live she didn't show up for. But here's the twist: the child still loves her because that's what children do. Even when broken, even when disappointed, they crave that mother's validation. Now, the dilemma is that the school only allows one parent to work with the graduating child. Just one name can be submitted. And now the child is stuck between the woman who raised her and the mother who gave birth to her. She doesn't want to hurt either, but why should she have to choose? So here's where the debate gets interesting. Who deserves the spotlight? Is it about blood or bond? Do you reward presence?
It is about
is about the child.
So hold on. Do you reward presence with respect biology? Do you does a year of absence cancels out a lifetime title? Is forgiveness hold or earned? So this particular scenario has created a lot of controversies, and apparently it's a true life story. So what I did was I copied the scenario, put it back to the originator, and it brought out the real story, brought out the major story behind it. It's a real life story. So the question is, should graduation be about the parents' pride or the child's peace? Can the biological parent reclaim lost ground overnight? Dollar, hold on, please, hold on. I don't want it to be rowdy. I'm actually live streaming right now, and I have close to 300 people watching me live on all social media platforms. So we can do the back and forth on the Twitter, which I'm going to be wrapping up in the next 30 minutes. The live stream will be wrapped up in 30 minutes. Then we can do our normal back and forth on Twitter. So, but I just want to call people's attention to the fact that it's not just on Twitter this is happening. People are watching live across all the social media platform things. So, Matt, after all this said and explained, what is your take on this? Then we'll go around with other people that just came up as well.
Okay, Jimmy, the thing is that the mom has been taking care of this girl.
The stepmom.
From birth. No, the mom has been taking
the
care
biological
of this girl
mom?
from birth. Yes. I'm asking.
No.
The mom has been taking care of this girl from birth till when she turned probably 13, 14, and then the stepmom took over for a year. Because you said the mom has been absent for a year.
No. The mom has been absent for a year. So what I meant by that is the mom has been reaching out. The child grew up with the stepfather and the stepmother.
Okay.
Right? So the mom has been reaching out, regularly, saying hello, video call and all that. But they didn't hear from her for 1 year. And it was, so the 1 year they didn't hear from her was towards the girl's graduation. There you go. Yeah, but the girl grew up with the father and the stepmother.
The stepmom.
That's
so
correct.
she's attached to both of them, both
Right.
mom.
Right. Right.
Okay, now let me tell you guys a true life story. A true life story. Yeah. There's this guy. His dad was married to his mom. And then down the line, over the years, when he was, I think, 7, 8, the father decided to part ways with the mom and marry another wife. And they gave birth to 2 other kids, who later happened to be the eldest one's sibling. So his mom was not living in the house anymore. When she goes to visit him, she stays outside to see him and talk to him. And then his stepmom got furious because she felt his mom was invading her privacy. So the father said, okay, your son can come and see you every now and then, but I don't want you in my domain anymore. So this woman now said, okay, no problem. I would stay away. Whenever you want my son to come, he would come. So he was going every now and then. Then later on, after high school, she wanted to go for his graduation. The father sent him to school in the north, high school, federal government college. After that, she wanted to go and see him and, celebrate with him. But she couldn't, because then she was trying to venture into something else, but due to financial constraints, she couldn't. So she didn't go. The boy graduated, went to London. While he graduated, his stepmom was there for him, did everything for him, but on the condition that she does not want to see his mom in the house. So he was attached to his mom, and his stepmom. He liked her because she was giving him everything, because he had two other siblings that were also our own children. So he decided to be nice to him. But before he left for UK to further his education, to do his master's and stuff like that, they had a big fallout because it was now like, I think my mom needs to come to the house because this is where I reside. It became a big issue. And then the father was like, okay, here is the deal. You have to go. Go overseas. Now, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. He said, now you want to disrespect my wife. Go overseas and go sort yourself out. And he said, okay, no problem. And he left. He left mid-80s. This after mid-80s. Anyway, he went to school, did his master's, and he later became somebody like. When he was about to get married, because he still gave his stepmom that honor, he invited his stepmom. She was the mother of the day. The mom, his own biological mom, said that's fine by her because she did the right thing. She did what she had to do. Whatever she must have done to you in the past, this is why you are who you are. I give her that honor. And the stepmom did not even believe that that would even happen. The dad was dumbfounded. He did that. But after that time, after the whole thing, he never spoke to this woman again. He never did. And he later became a pastor. And it got to a point when this woman was old and she realized the things she did. She called for a meeting with this guy. And they had to, he said, when he feels the need to reconcile, he will reconcile. So he finally saw this lady and he spoke to her and he prayed for her and they both hugged themselves and he told her how he felt and this is what he's been carrying in his mind. And he forgave her. And he said everything she did, he was never upset with her. But just the single fact that he did not let his mom come for his high school graduation to see her, see him, that was what got him upset. And he held that in mind. So this woman was almost 90 years old.
Wow.
Yes. Jimmy, I will tell you this person's name and his father's name. You will find out. This is a true life story. He just ran for governor of a state.
I was thinking the wedding, walking out the aisle is more important than the graduation.
But that, you see, the graduation was more important for him than that wedding.
Wow.
The two mothers later reconciled. His mom said this to him categorically. If all those things had not happened to you, you wouldn't have been where you are today. I thank God for her for not killing you. It could have been worse. So let her get the honor of the being the mother of the day. But guess what, Jimmy? Now, this is where it gets interesting. He has two other siblings. You feel me?
Why?
Those two boys now relate with their stepmom like you would never believe that's not their mother. You understand? So,
My people already accusing in the DMs that which kind of story be this one? This story long ago.
but it's just simple as that. That is what happened. So why you see sometimes women could be too emotional to read meanings to certain things that really other person would say it doesn't matter. But it's their emotion. They will act the way they feel. The woman wants to stay and see the girl graduate. She deserves to see her graduate, yes. But if the other lady say, oh, look, you guys are not listening to my side of the story. I was sick. I could not for a year. Give me a break. At least I was there all this while. Would you fall down for that? It could be that the man didn't want to see the woman because he felt his wife at home would not allow that, being that she has been the one that was there for his daughter.
Right.
It's justifiable, yes. And he must have told the girl, look, your mom, see what I'm telling you? Your mom is not reliable. You see how your stepmom is stepping in? Women could do that.
That's a manipulation.
Yes, we could. You never know. So the truth of the matter is, Dola made a valid point. This thing should have been sorted out before graduation. It should have been sorted out before graduation.
But the biological mother was not around.
Yes.
No, but she was reachable. Come on, there's no such thing. No, the reality is this. The reality is this. Right, let's not continue flogging a dead horse. The adults should have sorted it out. It's not about their whatever messed up life or lives that they've lived within themselves. At this point, at this moment, this child does not know or understand what's going on in their lives. They should just go and sort your lives out. Behave yourself at a graduation. What's wrong with you?
So the truth of the matter is, I mean, listen to all sides of the story. That's all I want to say. The mom might be giving a cogent reason. You never know.
Fair enough.
The stepmom has a very valid point.
Fair enough.
But hey, you don't know why she's insisting.
All right.
The dad might be the problem.
So
he might not be the instigator.
So I hear what you mean, Mac, and I'm seeing things from your angle. But let's hear from Dola and Kolade before we open up the floor for.
I'm just going to say this, and I'll have to move on.
Okay.
For me, the main thing, genuinely, for me, is that, and like what last speaker was saying, is that he was saying a true story.
I'm not loudspeaker.
Am I what?
He said the last speaker, last speaker.
Loudspeaker, yeah. That's why they always sound. Yeah.
It's not. Man thought you said loudspeaker. He said the last speaker.
Yeah. Because your name be escaped my mind, so I just said last speaker. I could say. So I don't go murder your name, So anyway, for me, the way I always think about these things is this. When he was saying about or talking about somebody that he knows, I will tell you about myself because I can defend it anywhere. When it comes to a child and adults are playing up, doing or fighting over some things can be petty stuff, and you're fighting over it, and you want to use that to ruin a child's what they've been looking forward to for like 6 years to say, I'm going to graduate secondary school or high school or whatever. That is the best day of their life at that point. But you are arguing about who is going to climb the podium with the child. Who climbed the podium of your life or your thoughts? That is my question. For me, for instance, right, and this is where I was going before, that I'll only use mine as an example because I know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a personal story and it's my story. My son is 8 years old. He's in primary school. He's probably got another 3 years before he goes into proper secondary school kind of thing. On that day, myself and his mom are divorced, totally divorced. Not because of any animosity. So, and we've been divorced for like 2 years. Well, not 2 years. Yeah, it will be 2 years this year. Later this year. And then, imagine if I were to meet somebody next year, being 2026, to follow the timeline, and my son is going to go to secondary school or high school, and then the person who I've met now says, oh, I've got to be on that stage there. For me, I've got to step in and say, nah, you're not going to be on that stage. Wait, you don't even know the child. Vice versa. If the person I get to meet now says, you know what, he's my son, we're going to be together, this, that, the other, and after he's finishing from uni or from secondary school, his mother, biological mother, goes AWOL, absent without leave, and just locks up out of the blues to say, actually, I was the one that popped him out. Or I've got to be the one to say, all right, both of you sit down. It's not about you, me, or you. It's about the child. Put your ego or whatever it is that you are doing on the back bench. And this is the way I am. To say, look, get over yourselves. For me, Jimmy, wow, the way I'll handle things like that is, look, not even a week before, a month before. In fact, we'll rehearse it to say, right, your biological mother, you popped her out. Fine, no problem. But who nurtured, was there through teenage years? Do you know what it means to raise a child through teenage years, boy or girl? That kind of thing. You don't just rock up because you popped somebody out. Yeah. People there will be saying they know for them about talk. Not because they hate their mother. Oh, no, you weren't there. They don't want to follow them pop because you weren't there. You know, so sometimes all this entitlement, oh, you know what, I popped you out.
Lola, there is a key word to this story. The woman went AWOL a year. Not that she hasn't been in the girl's life. It was just 1 year
So, okay, wait. My understanding of it is this. She went in communication, no less. I got the interpretation wrong. She went in the picture. She go in the picture later. It's not just so. Maybe the father was constantly communicating with X. That is, look, back and forth. None of the child's problem. The adults should sort their lives out. Now them know where they get their problem from. They're
Right.
not bringing into somebody's garden. That at that point is the most important point in the child's life.
Yeah.
So carry on so to go somewhere else.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think that's a good way. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Yeah. Man.
So you saw my message.
I've seen the message. Wow. Okay.
Exactly.
That's the person?
Yeah.
Wow.
Take it to the bank. Yeah.
All right. Thanks. I'll do.
Let's hear from
Kolade. Right. I actually want to hear from him before I close up on the live stream. Then we carry on Twitter. Mr. Kolade, welcome.
I think, like that guy is saying that if it's not there, then to be able to say something or.
Yeah, I picked that up. I was like, what? Wait, you do something.
You get it the way you Okay, so for me, we don't have the 1 year clause. We don't have some information to make a final conclusion, but I'm going to speak some bitter truth. It may not sound so well with some people,
right?
But it's just the bitter truth. I'm going to blame everybody, but the man and all the adults in there. But the truth in this life is that people need to understand, especially stepmom and dad, that they are step parents. If they are showing love, they should show love, especially when the biological father or mother is still alive and in communication. They should show their love unconditionally and train up the child to know that, look, I am your mom, I am your stepmom. You get it? So in doing that, in this kind of situation, at least they won't feel hot. They would, because to be honest, every woman will tell you they want to be there when their daughter is or their child, not just daughter, their child is doing something. Every woman that is ex. We don't know the condition or how they became or why you get it, the man is the one in custody of the child when the mother is still alive. We don't know. So we can't draw too much conclusion. And for the 1 year, we don't know what happened to the mom. What if she was sick? What if she... So there's so many thoughts. But what I would just say is that the stepmom should also use wisdom. Like, I don't think they even need to ask her if they had this relationship, because they've been in communication. She would have been the one to say, you know what? Look, work her off. You get it, like, joyfully. Knowing, right? So, and we don't also know if the stepmom also have her own child or our own children. So this thing is, that's why I'm going to blame every one of them. Yeah, well, that's what I want to say. And the truth about everything, all women, let me say, in fact, all women, as long as their child is alive and they are still in communication with their child, they still believe it's still their biological child, and they still have a say in the day of the Yoruba Loma. So there's one Yoruba to Jimmy. They want you something to. You get it. Woman will tell you that, especially Yoruba will tell you that's the prayer they usually. The
reality is you went there, you went there.
Dollar, let me wrap up, please. Go ahead, Mr.
I'm just saying that that's what leave anybody outside. It's not. I'm not saying the Yoruba to say I'm using Yoruba to justify.
He's just illustrating that some women's mindset is just basically based on that. Yeah, I get what you.
Jimmy, I'm not a woman, but I can tell you, go and any woman will tell you that she has a child somewhere that she's still in communication with, 100%. And the child is with the ex, and will tell you that they don't want to be there. Because come on, you want. It's only very few, and only the ones with wisdom that can say, you know what, no big deal, just a ceremony.
You're right.
You go because you. So it's out of the reason that you go because I'm just being mature about it to say. Take her because you think you want to take care of the child. Taking care of the child does not mean you are the biological parent of that child.
Mr. Kolade, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
That's a fact that cannot be taken away.
It can't. It can't.
There's so many things that we don't know with this scenario. What if that mother is sick? Because you now say because she's been there all the while, so she was sick for 1 year, and they know. Like, I'm just saying it. I'm just putting a scenario to the biological mom knew that she was sick, and just for this event, what if it has the last in quotes event that she's going to witness before leaving the service of this earth? So it's somehow, but I won't draw a complete conclusion. But we just need to understand as a lesson that I just picked while everybody was speaking that, come on, think about this thing. A biological parent is still a biological parent. There's nothing. And I have a friend. Let me even say this to me. My friend, the guy trained, you get a stepdaughter, a child of someone else, for 16 years. The girl was I think she entered university. The real father from nowhere open communication with the girl in university. It was the girl from university, came to meet the father in US without the parent, the what's it called, the mother that changed her alone. You can see with her what's it called, with her stepfather that changed her all these years. Saying that, give her everything. The father opened communication because she was in university. That one was talking to her. Was sending money to her because she's in university, she doesn't live with them at home, so she only so much not knowing that the father was already processing this thing. That's so the girl left them all. That's so the girl left them.
Talking about that, I'm sorry to go back. My cousin, this same scenario played out. Her mom was so feisty. She does not want to see my uncle. My uncle was sending me to the house because her mom really liked me. Like, oh, come, not be you, they check on your sister. Come. I was living in Georgia. When my little cousin graduated, not knowing, her mom not knowing that all the time I was coming there, I was coming to give her letters and money. When Mimi graduated from college, till today, Mimi has not seen her mom. But her stepdad she has 3 brothers. She has not seen her mom since the day. Her dad is the one begging her, go and use your mom, go and reconcile with your mom. Yes. Mimi has not seen her mom since the day. Mimi is
there's a bit of music playing in the background by the way, man.
Yeah, that's not from my side. But I need to wrap up on the live stream so we can focus on the Twitter. That way we can have an open conversation. But before we do that, for people just joining my platform for the first time, I do this every Friday, and all I deal with is controversial topics. I do this simply because these are sensitive topics people actually try to shy away from, but I don't shy away from them. So before I take my closing remarks monologue, let's have a short message from our sponsor, and I'll take my own, jingle first. Then
Taciturnity, they say, precursors ill luck, while a problem shared is definitely half solved. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí bá ń gbé lọ́kàn tá a bá ń ṣe mọ́nú lásán bí ìpò inú agolo, ó ṣeé ṣe kó gbòdì sígbésí ayé ẹ̀dá. Ẹ pàdé Jimmy Hulk lórí ètò tá a pè ní Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Where conversations flow, breaking silence, sharing stories of struggles and hope to repair from darkness to light, and engaging real guests narrating life's ordeals from personal experiences and overcoming them. Discussing emotional issues ranging from marriage, rape, religion, abortion, parental failure, death penalty, depression, siblings rivalry, social media addiction, suicide, healthcare, etc. Off the cuff with Jimmy. Ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time on X, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. You can't afford missing these.
Give me better food.
Are you ready for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and ukazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails. Obidi Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients, the quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. Obidi Foods, in Nigeria or abroad, Obidi Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients for our smoked knife fish and panla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood smoked flavor. Fully fermented and sieved, resulting in fine grain. Our gari is processed from cassava grown in Obidi farms, ensuring high nutritional content. Red and bleached palm oil, organic farm sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, ukazi, or herb, all sun-dried to retain the natural color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings from Ehuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper. Our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. info@obidifoodsLimited.com. Website www.obidifoods.com. Obidi Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
All right, welcome back, guys. We've come to the end of today's episode of Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Exes, step parents, and boundaries. Who's really raising the child? Today, we didn't just talk about parenting, we walked through the battlefield of hearts. We spoke not as judges, but as witnesses, and to the chaos, to the silence, to the unspoken wounds tucked behind smiling photos. We didn't just speak about these things, we went further. We peeled the back of unlimited layers. We asked the hard questions. Who's raising the child? Who's really showing up for the child? And who is just showing off the child? Because in a world where DNA can create a child, but love must raise the child. Titles are definitely not just enough anymore. It takes more than title. And let's be honest, some biological parents hide behind, biology. And some step parents overstep their boundaries out of insecurity. And as far too often, the child becomes the rule in a tug of war of ego, pride, guilt, and pain. They end up being a collateral damage in this battle. But here's what we must remember: children don't just remember who gave them life, they remember who made life better. They remembered who listened, they remembered who stayed, who showed up when it was inconvenient, who didn't make up stories just to give excuses for not being there, who didn't make them choose sides between what they feel and who they love. So, to the exes that setting boundaries, not booty traps, the way we're raising our kids these days tells a lot about who we've become, regardless who our partners are. To every parent, past, present, or trying to be one, the goal is not just to outshine one another, but to raise a whole healthy human being. Let's stop asking who owns the child and start asking what does the child need most from us all. Because at the end of the day, it's not about who's right, who is raising the child right. Thanks for being part of the conversation today, guys. I truly do appreciate it. Let's continue to do better together as human beings and better our lives in our society, our community. I'm not certain what next week topic is going to be, but I might put it out there before time. But I always like to make it a controversial one. But we'll see.
It's not about controversial. What next place are you?
We'll see between the end of the week. I'll come up with one definitely. A big thanks to our sponsor, OBG Foods. Thanks for standing with us as we tackle these conversations. After my long day talking for almost 8 hours, I get my food prepared by OBG Foods ingredients. Thanks to my lovely wife for being supportive. OBG Food isn't just about food; it's about nourishing home where um, love and discipline actually, presides. And I use their products. In fact, it's one of the things my wife don't joke about. So it's tested. I've tried it, it's tested, and trusted, and that's the reason why I'm speaking about that. So thanks for being part of the conversation today, guys. Let's raise our children to become better in life. Let's raise the bar, not the volume. Until next time, stay real, stay human, and stay off the cuff with Jimmy as always. Good night. And to all the 250 people watching me on live stream, I say good night to every single one of you. Thanks for being part of today's show.